My lords, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Goodwood for the 2014 revival meeting. This is the second day of our wondrous three-day festival, and as the band of the Royal Marines processes out onto the starting area, we look forward to a fantastic programme of 7 races today. You saw the highlights on your screens. Big screens, a major guide to the day, as are the superb souvenir programmes with radios which are absolutely perfect to hear the commentary team during the day as we bring you all the excitement from this, the 17th of Lord March's splendid revival meetings. Let's just listen to the band, and we look forward to what should be an outstanding day's motorsport from the cars of the 1930s right through to the mid-60s. As the band of the Royal Marines continues its march up and down the grid. A marching band always precedes a great race meeting, and we're going to have a fabulous day ahead of us. The track blessing is at 9 o'clock, followed by a superb high-speed demonstration of a BRM V16, the 1.5 litre 16-cylinder supercharged Grand Prix car, which would have raced here in the late 40s and early 50s. The Goodwood Trophy is the first of our race events at 10 o'clock. That is for the cars which raced in 48 to 55 here. A lot of them pre-war cars that were the lifeblood of racing post-war. We follow with a fascinating Chichester Cup Formula Junior cars. 1.6 seconds split the top 10 qualifiers, I think, in that one. It's the Formula Junior cars at 10:45. Lancasters, 2 of them, the only 2 flying Lancasters in the world, will be overhead. The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight air display at 11:20. Settrington Cup action goes to our junior racers in the Austin J40 pedal cars on the grid area, up start straight at 11:40. Qualifying session, our only qualifying session of the day for the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy celebration for the Pre-66 closed cockpit GT cars at 11:55 a.m. And then the St Mary's Trophy, the first of our fascinating and always spectacular 50s saloon car races. That follows on. You can keep in touch with us via Twitter, via Facebook, and also via the Goodwood website, goodwood.com/revival, keeping up with social media during the day. is tradition, we're going to have a track blessing, and then all hell will break loose as the mods and rockers come out onto the circuit for our first activity. There'll be, after the BRM V16, we'll hear the high-pitched scream of that BRM Grand Prix car. Let's prepare now for a quiet moment of reflection and also looking forward to the day ahead with our track blessing.
Good morning and welcome to Goodwood Revival from the event chaplains. I hope you have a wonderful day. Most fantastic weather we have this morning. I imagine it'll get warmer and warmer, both on the track and off. And so as we come together this morning, we want to bring God into this day of enjoyment in a prayer and a blessing. So let's pray. Father in heaven, we give thanks for life and the experiences life brings us. We thank you for our joys, sorrows, trials, failures and triumphs. We thank you for the hope we have in Christ, that we shall find fulfillment in him. We praise you for our country, its beauty, the riches it has for us and the gifts it showers on us. We thank you for your peoples, the gift of languages we speak, the variety of races we have and the cultural heritage we cherish. Let your mercy and blessing rest upon our land and nation, upon all powers which you have ordained over us, our Queen and those in authority under her, that we may lead a quiet and peaceful life in all godliness and honesty this day and forevermore. Amen.
The Goodwood Collect. O Lord, the creator of earth and sky, as we gather in this special place, we remember with gratitude days gone by, and we look expectantly to a time when heaven and earth are one. In the air or on the track, keep us bold in deed and true in spirit, and may each of us run the race set before us this day with courage and compassion. We ask this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. And our blessing for today. Unto God's gracious mercy and protection we commit this day. May the Lord bless us and keep us safe. May Christ take care of us and be gracious unto us. And may the Holy Spirit enlighten us all the days of our lives. The Lord be our defender and keeper of body and soul, now and forever. Amen.
Minor center! March!
Well, after that poignant blessing from our event chaplains, the Band of the Royal Marines will make its way off the circuit, and we will hear our first music of a mechanical type with the shrill engine note of the BRM V16. Celebrate the heritage of motor racing and aviation from the twinned days of RAF West Hamptonette and the Goodwood Motor Circuit, which opened on September the 18th, 1948. Duke of Richmond and Gordon, Freddie March himself, pre-war racing driver, very successful Brooklands double 12 winner, opened the race circuit at the suggestion of Australian airman Tony Gaze. It would make a fantastic racetrack, he said, and indeed it did. And 50 years to the day after that new chapter in British motorsport was opened. Bear in mind that Brooklands had closed before World War II, didn't reopen. Silverstone and Goodwood opened at similar times, and the world awoke after the hostilities which had taken some 6 years to find their conclusion. 50 years to the day after our current Lord March's grandfather opened the circuit, Charles March opened it again, and we have now had the most extraordinary time over 17 years. This is the 17th revival meeting. In 93, he started the Festival of Speed, which recaptured the spirit of the hill climb run on the Goodwood House estate, Goodwood Park, in the mid-30s. And now can't imagine seasons without the revival meeting here at Goodwood. You know, this is the 40th event of the new Goodwood era. We've had 22 Festivals of Speed. This is the 17th revival. We also had the wonderful members meeting, the 72nd members meeting in March. And just this week, it has been announced that the 73rd members meeting will indeed take place in March next year. And tickets are available now for GRRC members, and they'll go on wider release in November. Well, it seems that we're going to have the Mods and Rockers coming out. Whether we're going to see the BRO or not, or hear it, I can't tell you. My name is Marcus Pye, by the way. I'm up in the top of the commentary tower, which is on top of the pit building. I'm joined in the box by Barry Nutley, who's our guru in all things two-wheeled, and of course there's a great fascination for the era we're about to see unleashed on track, the Mods and Rockers, and the being pursued inevitably by the police on circuit. We've got some wonderful BMWs coming on to the track as well, and our social media is already buzzing in the tweetosphere. Twitters, Facebooks, YouTubes. Follow us on goodwood.com/revival. Like the page and share your thoughts on the 17th revival meeting here at Goodwood. Been recruited at Goodwood Revival, says Nina Ross. Good for you, Nina. Join the club. Goodwood Revival. One is a legend on a motorbike. Unfortunately for me, it's the guy on the right. Ah, yes, that's Kevin Schwantz. The Chugging Pig. There's a good one. Kevin Schwantz kissed the hallowed tarmac here at Goodwood yesterday, Barry.
Yeah, he certainly did. Morning, Marcus. Morning, everyone. Beautiful morning. Yeah, Kevin Schwantz, 1993 World 500 CC champion.
Day 2 begins. The
Yeah.
Goodwood Revival, says Oscar Foxley. Fueling up now.
Yes.
So he's ready for the trip home after a fascinating day.
Wonderful, yeah. As I was saying, Kevin Schwantz on the number 34 Norton got it wrong, got squirrely coming into the chicane, then corrected it, bit too much back brake, got it sideways, it spat him off, no injuries, bike cosmetically damaged, it lives to fight today. Wonderful.
This is what I love, the analytical style which that incident was played. For me as a car man, he fell off the bike and he's all right. That's the good thing, and the bike's all right too. But we got the full lowdown, probably from Kevin himself via Barry, as to what happened.
Well, you know, when you've ridden bikes, just as you've driven cars, you know what's going through their mind. You think, "Oops, I lost the back end. Oh, blimey, it's getting close here, getting hot." So
if I rode a motorcycle for the 4th time, I would be en route to St Richard's Hospital in Chichester before I even got 100 metres. So I know where my limits are.
But you know, he's here for the first time, so he was finding his way around the circuit, but he was flying, you know. He was 4th fastest at one point, and even crashing halfway through the session, they still finished 9th.
As they always say, you don't forget how to ride a bike.
No, you do not forget how to ride a bike.
Or how to fall off them properly.
Yeah, or drink beer. Yeah,
This is the Goodwood Grand Tour 2014. Some fabulous BMWs. Look at that cabriolet down there. We've got a 502 V8 racing in the St Mary's Trophy, and also a little BMW 700 will be out there as well. But that is very, very stylish indeed. Looks like it's been driven all the way from Germany. It's on German plates.
Aren't we lucky with the weather, Marcus?
We most certainly are.
Unbelievable.
Lord March has friends upstairs, and we've long said that.
We say it year after year, but
Yeah.
it's right.
Absolutely.
And morning, gentlemen, from St Mary's. Marcus.
Bruce Jones joins us from St Mary's.
Basking in the sunshine in my commentary position.
Absolutely. Is yours like a sauna?
Yes, but in the morning I can see I can see out of the windows, but I can't see any of the screens. But I'm not complaining. It's fabulous.
There's Bruce on your big screens, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't see where I'm being filmed. Oh, yes, in my little brick sauna. All working today. Marshals all looking resplendent in their orange. And may I say, coming out around the circuit, I've just popped in at various catering points, because being a sort of fellow who likes to eat, and just want to pick out pulled pork, who are in the dip just after St Mary's. They did a very fine lunch yesterday. They're ready for action today. And Lord March lines up better and better catering every year, so you don't have to feel you're coming for just a race burger. You're getting far more than that here, as you'd expect.
That's the vista from out at St Mary's. Bruce can see across via that big screen. They are around the circuit. They're the folks in orange are all important marshals. Just having a little downtime before the real action begins. There's one. This is that's the tractor, which can take you to different parts of the circuit around the outside. And never forget your camera when you come to Goodwood. There's so much to see, whether you're into motorcycles, cars, fashion, aviation, or
Indeed.
just the scene here is the detail of little nuances all around the circuit. There's a Brighton Pier building over behind the main grandstand. Over the road there's a huge trading village.
I was just going to say, I'm going to get over there today because I didn't do it yesterday. Need to
Me
get over
neither.
the road and have a good look round. So much to go at over there.
Absolutely.
You're talking about the Butlins roller disco, aren't you, Barry?
I am
Where
indeed,
Barry
yeah.
was a champion in 1947.
Oh, them were the days, mate. Yes. Wonderful. Hearing you now, Bruce. So,
Call him Golden Wheels Nutley for nothing.
you all installed, Bruce, are you?
Oh yes, all installed. Absolutely. Just waiting for it all to start. We had such a good day yesterday, and certainly that evening race as the sun was going down. We've just been talking about the photos to be taken through the day, but that must have been a photographer's delight.
It certainly was, and as we left the campus at probably 9:30ish last night, something like that, there was the most amazing harvest moon over the back of the grandstand. Well, the BMWs on this Goodwood Motor Tour are out. There's some 502 cabrios there, and some rather special coach-built versions as well. Look at that.
Do you know, they were stylish back then, weren't they?
They certainly were, and they still
were
are.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very, very stylish.
On their German plates, so they've motored
Munich.
in. BMW started out as a company building cars, building Austin 7s under license, the BMW Dixie.
Interesting.
And equally well known for the motorcycles, of course. The BMW 328s, etc. there, which were marketed in this country by Fraser Nash initially, that AFN company.
Indeed. Yeah.
And the basis of that engine became the Straight Six Bristol, which powered so many road cars and race cars, such as the Fraser Nash Le Mans replicas, the Cooper Bristols, which raced in the World Championship in 1952 and 53, when it was a 2-litre championship for a couple of years. It's really fabulous and utterly priceless. It'd be great fun to be driving around Goodwood Motor Circuit in one of those, when the Ferrari 275 GTB at the beginning is just wonderful in yellow fly.
The history and the heritage of the motor industry in Europe is just unbelievable, and of course so many examples from Germany survived, not quite so much from France sadly, but you know, we've just got a wonderful tradition of motor engineering across Europe.
It is. It's engineering excellence, isn't it? And there were always artisan engineers in all the European countries building cars. Even behind the Iron Curtain, there were some fantastic pieces of engineering.
I was about to say, you know, going across the Atlantic, they were going in a completely different direction over there with great big huge engines. Gasoline, of course, was no problem. Plenty of that about. They did it on power and size, and everything American has forever been big.
Well, Barry, I was about to touch on that. I mean, it's a history lesson for all of us brought up in Europe to see parades like the BMWs that have just come past St Mary's. But for an American landing here, there are so many cars they would never, ever have seen.
Indeed.
And the reverse end of the spectrum of engineering, and all the better for it.
Isn't it interesting now, today's cars, as wonderful as they are and as comfortable and as efficient and reliable as they are, there's all an element of sameness about them. I know one or two of the manufacturers, including BMW with its I-Range, are trying to break the mould. But the era of computer design does tend to come up with one kind of formula that seems to work.
Well, it would have spoiled all my French holidays if the cars were the same. As a little boy with my sort of I Spy book of cars, to go to France on a camping holiday and spot all the Peugeots, and my favourites were the Panhards. They were just so different.
Weren't they just? And picking up on Marcus's point about the computer design of the modern car, mostly that's true, but if you take Citroën, they still like their Vive la Différence, and there's something always different about the Citroën brand.
Very much so. I remember feeling seasick in my father's GS. It may have been the way he drove it.
Fantastic, though. Each manufacturer seeking for their own, we call it these days USP.
Exactly.
Would we not?
Exactly.
In those days it was called competitive advantage, I think.
Glorious Aston Martin 1964 course car there.
Isn't it?
Absolutely redolent of the Goodwood era, the first Goodwood heyday, 1948 to 1966, when the circuit closed for racing. It was still used consistently as a test venue.
Pretty car.
It's gorgeous 328 BMW there. It's a straight six engine.
I've never seen so many pre-war and immediate post-war BMWs collected together. Fantastic display.
And they're beautifully presented, aren't they?
They certainly are.
Very, very stylish, that Cooper there. Some of the styling reminiscent of the Alvises we used to see with the Graber of Switzerland body. .328's very successful race cars, and they're still very quick.
What was it about German engineering that gave them their reliability, Marcus? What was it?
I think it was precision, wasn't it? It was precision engineering before the rest, in all probability. The will to win.
German engineering is still a phrase coined today in association with a number of things from Germany.
Is it Vorsprung durch Technik?
Absolutely.
As the Germans like to say, apparently.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we had Triumph Heralds.
Don't. I had one of those. Do you know that the most frightening thing is when its drive shaft broke? The drive shaft is also the radius arm.
Yes.
So if it breaks, you're in deep trouble. And I was in deep trouble. I was nearly on the roof. The thing went everywhere.
Got three wheels on my wagon and I'm still rolling along, kind of.
It was frightening. Fortunately, it didn't happen very often.
But the Triumph Herald had an amazing racing legacy, because the front uprights of a Triumph Herald featured in more race cars, including the Grand Prix cars we see here of the 1960s,
really,
than probably any other single component.
Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone in the right sort of period attire, including members of the police force.
Real or imaginary?
I don't know. Wouldn't like to take my chance.
No. That's looking over your shoulder. That's great. Looking over the air park there. The Freddie March Spirit of Aviation very much with us as a competition.
You can really get down there among it as well. You're not to touch anything for obvious reasons, but you can get about as close as you want to get. Really fantastic. So
exactly. We're going to see
aviation display is good.
You can see this Battle of Britain Memorial flight later on, joined by the Canadian Lancaster, 2 Lancs together.
2 Lancs
we
together.
We had 11 Merlin engines.
Vera, she had an engine problem, and they've had to swap the engine, and they had to put a Merlin in. It basically didn't have a Merlin, it had a Packard engine in. Which
Packard built the Merlins under license, so it was
a few slight differences in the plumbing, but they've got the other one in, and
absolutely,
she's up and running. And I sat in that one in Canada in 2010 when it was mid-restoration.
Did you?
That's my claim to fame.
Wow.
Only because I had a story to tell about Lancaster Bombers, and the guy said, "Do you want to come in?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Do you want to go inside it?" I said, "Yes, please." And I climbed up in the seat, and it was untouched since Second World War. Basically, it was in original condition, barn find when they got it.
They're fettling Spitfires and a Hurricane over there on the airfield. Here comes the BRM V16 then. Just an extraordinary feat of engineering. A recalcitrant one.
Indeed. Is it going to do a lap? Let's hope so.
Well, let's hope so. Listen to the engine note. 16 cylinders in a V, centrifugally supercharged.
Piston's about as big as an egg cup.
Yes, absolutely.
I went across and had a look at it. They've got a fundraising stall here, basically. The BRM is maintained in the main by public subscription. So if you want to part with a few well-earned shekels, ladies and gentlemen, to keep this iconic piece of engineering on the tarmac, then you can do so just behind the pits.
Funded by public subscription in period to a large degree.
So I understand.
Yeah. Just amazing. The cars were raced here in the early days of the motor circuit. Won a few clubbies, little Formula Libre races where anything went. But on the big stage were a major disappointment. It was too complicated, and you just can't imagine that the BRM engines bounced back in the 60s with an H16, which is essentially sort of two kind of flat eights.
Sort of compounding the problem, if you will.
Well, it did, and amazingly, only won one race in the Lotus 43 with Jim Clark in 66, wasn't it? And in that race, you can imagine it now, their own engine had a problem in practice. This is the Lotus team. So they borrowed one from BRM, which was leaky when they put it into the car, and it lasted the race, and it won it. An H16 never won a race in a BRM. Yet a rival team who had sort of subscribed to the deal not only managed to win one, but were lent an engine as well. Can you imagine it happening in Formula One now?
That's a lovely story.
Well, the lap with the V16 going quite gingerly at the moment. I just can't wait for a few more revs next time around. He sort of toyed with us as he came around the back of the circuit.
The big problem is when you've got the misfire, which they often did, you have to change all the plugs. It's about a half-hour job. If you ever try to change spark plugs on an Alfa Sud and you realise that you can only see 2 of the 4, imagine trying to change them on one of these, and by the time you've managed to change them all, the engine had cooled down, needed the other plugs to fire it up again.
I can tell you from personal experience, a Rolls-Royce Shadow is no less difficult. There she goes. It's chiming on all 16 by the sound.
It is, yeah. One of these raced once at Ibsley in the clubby meeting down in Hampshire near Fordingbridge. Jammed the roads all around Ringwood for a couple of hours prior to the event. The BRM were quite tricky. They wanted start money, and they negotiated with the organising club to get a few bob in the kitty.
You know, but this is the epitome of British eccentricity in the world of motor racing, and long may it continue. You know, however successful or unsuccessful this car was in period, the fact remains that it is irreplaceable.
Absolutely, and it was more than 10 years before BRM actually managed to win a Grand Prix, and Joe Bonnier won the Dutch Grand Prix in a P25, and it wasn't until 1962 that they won the World Championship with Graham Hill, who snatched victory in the championship at the final round in South Africa from Jim Clark, whose Lotus broke. And in much the same way as in '64, 2 years later, Jim Clark was leading the championship and the race in the American Grand Prix at the end of the year. Or was it the Mexican? I can't remember now. But again, a failure there handed the championship to Ferrari rival John Surtees, who was here yesterday driving his '64 World Championship winning car 50 years on. So John, as he ought to be.
Indeed.
The good news is I can hear more revs as the BRM V16 goes down the Levant straight towards Woodcote, so he's certainly starting to open it up. But even at low revs, I could hear it as he left Madgwick and went down to Fordwater. It just shows how sound travels when it's that higher pitch.
Yeah, he could well be on a penalty clause, Bruce.
There we go. You heard him blip the throttle there.
If you blow it up, you pay.
There was a blipped throttle just on the down change to ease the gear in, matching the road speed with the gear there. Here he comes into the chicane.
To start the final lap? He's doing 3?
It's quite possible that the car will go back into the assembly area, but we'd love to hear the noise. And here we go.
He's coming round one more time, Bruce.
Yes, to see, I can't hear him leaving a match week because the helicopter's coming in and they're going in and out all day, and you can have a ride in the helicopter, and having spoken to people who've been up in it, the view down over the campus here at the Goodwood circuit is phenomenal in these weather conditions. So if you do have some money burning a hole in your pocket, that's not a bad place to invest.
Well, the first place I went up in a helicopter was here, but not in a revival meeting. Look, there's Julian Mazuba waiting the start of the first race, the Goodwood Trophy.
It's worth pointing out, if you go into the infield of the circuit, you can get right up to the picket fence to look into that collection area, and just watching the interaction of the drivers getting up close enough to take fabulous photographs of the car. It's absolutely key to a good day here at the Goodwood Revival. Get right in the middle, in the thick of the action.
And just picking up on the back of your helicopter ride, if you've got more money burning a hole, 30 quid, you can go and sit in the Spitfire. Now that might sound an awful lot of money, but you're talked through by a man on the wing. How many times will you get the opportunity to go and sit at the sharp end of a Spitfire and be talked around the cockpit?
What's it going to cost me these days? The question should perhaps be addressed to Chris Druitt to actually go up in a 2-seater Spitfire.
I understand it's £2,500, but there's a 6-month waiting list.
I better put money down, I think, and just sort of chip it off at sort of 20 quid a week until the waiting list finishes.
They were also selling rides in the Lancaster to privileged people, but that was £3,000 or £4,000 as well for a quick burst in a Lancaster.
Here's Terry Crabb on our screens. He's an ERA R12C, one of the most successful pre-war ERAs. The White Mouse stable logo there on the side of the car. R12C Hanuman 2, ex-Bira car, driven by a number of other drivers also in period. Terry's had it 4 or 5 years now.
Look at the verdigris on the steering wheel. That's almost totally authentic, isn't it?
It's just wonderful, isn't it? I love ERAs. Always have done, always will.
I remember when we had an all ERA race here, some 20 cars on the line, and the grid value was in excess of £100 million.
It's just extraordinary. But yeah, very, very fortunate, lucky boy to have driven an ERA. I drove the R5B Remus back in 2000 for the 50th anniversary of Autosport magazine.
Proper car.
Yeah, on the basis that John Bolster, our legendary technical editor, was flung out of it at Silverstone in 1949 and was recovering in hospital when Gregor Grant put the idea to him of a weekly motorsport magazine. Would he be the technical editor? Would he come on board? And he said he would. And John Bolster, who used to commentate here at Goodwood, speak like this: "Come along, boys and girls, lick your pencils."
It's fair to say that Gregor Grant didn't arrive at the hospital with a bunch of grapes. It was a bottle of whiskey, wasn't it, to clinch the deal
Absolutely.
with
the grapes
John Very Bolster?
Yeah, wouldn't have helped John, would they?
I hear a police car. I hear trouble.
Trouble at Mill.
Trouble at Mill, lad. I think we're going to get our customary parade of mods and rockers, harking back to the 60s period motor cars, motorcycles from the halcyon days of Norton Triumph, BSA Gold Stars, of course, and the rockers, as they came to be known through the 60s, and their battles and their rivalry against the mods, who were scooter riding, music loving, a totally different set of people. Their battles between those two groups became part of 60s folklore.
The rockers are ahead today. They were chasing yesterday.
We're forming up on the grid. There's a good.
They've been over by Brighton Pier. That's the problem, isn't it? That's what's caught their imagination to now.
Yeah, well, the mods must be on Brighton Pier still.
Well, there's a great piece in the fabulous programme. Many of you would probably just popped it in your bag to read later, but the mods and rockers highlighted in there. Fabulous piece, wonderful photography accompanying the feature.
Well, I think there's a Wolseley police car up the front there. Tribza on the back of that man's jacket. Triumph BSA, the best combination of power and handling.
As you said before, the Norumph was made from the remainder.
Yes. and then Enfield. The Ace Cafe, of course, the famous Ace Cafe, and the 52 Club at Kent, born out of this strong family bond of the big motorcycle riders of the 60s. The Shuttleworth Special out there with George Formby on board as well. Had a musical rendition from him yesterday on 87.7 Radio Goodwood.
Was he cleaning windows by any chance?
He's done that as well. That's for later. Cleaning windows.
Wasn't leaning on a lamppost at Conrad Road.
But also looking at the headgear, this is the ACU Bone Dome as it came to be known, the little egg-shaped crash helmet with the leather side and chin strap, approved for motorcycle competition, and that was the helmet pretty much worn by world champions up to the mid-60s when not the full face helmet, but the space type helmet came into being.
A Grid Girls briefing down there. The Grid Girls always a major part of the revival meeting, shepherding the drivers onto the grid to their for places. Good morning, ladies.
And hello to you too. Ford V8 Pilot in the middle of the grid at the head of this procession. And these guys, of course you remember, as I said, the rivalry between the mods and rockers, but we haven't yet. See, we've got the Messerschmitt bubble car out there, the mods on their scooters, their Vespers and Lambrettas have joined us.
This cavalcade led by a Ford Mustang. It's 50 years since the Mustang changed the way Americans purchased their sporty cars. We saw Mustangs racing here back in the 1960s. Jack Brabham, a notable exponent, Roy Pierpoint as well, and the Mustangs and Ford Falcons and other Americana out in the new race, the Shelby Cup race later this week.
Again, in line with what I was talking about earlier, that the American trend of big engines, big horsepower, and the Mustang epitomizes that. Lots of grunt, a very, very fast motor car, does it on horsepower. And the Americans also had a knack of making a V8 side valve go very well indeed. And there is a V8 side valve in that V8 Pilot out the front.
With the wonderful little mascot on top of the radiator, the little aircraft mascot.
Indeed. The Zephyr 6 there, Ford Zephyr 6, and now the Lambrettas, the LI 150 Lambretta. There, the KR200 Messerschmitt cabin and roller. Cabriolet, that one. That means the top pops off. A couple of Harley Davidsons in there. Now the military procession. There's a selection of military bikes here, ladies and gentlemen, from all British manufacturers. BSA, Triumph, Norton, Matchless, AJS. Royal Enfield also made a military bike. There's a Norton Psycho outfit out there.
One of our very quick privateer Grand Prix drivers back in the 1960s, Jackie Lewis, came from Stroud, Gloucestershire way. His family made its fortune applying the camouflage to N number of motorcycles.
Interesting.
In times of hostilities, they made a lot of money out of it, and Jackie Lewis went racing.
As indeed did people from the AMC factory who made the Matchless and the AJS military bikes. They were the only bikes to use a telefork at the time in the 40s, and many of those teleforks found their way into the world of competition because they were superior front end, much more advanced than the girder forks. The Lambrettas with the flared fixed mudguard, and the Vespa, of course, with its engine on the right hand side. A couple of char ladies in the back of the Willis Jeep, the Triumph Herald police car alongside them, and these guys from a group called the Hornets, unsurprisingly in yellow and black striped jumpers. They're a little 250cc Royal Enfield Crusader Sport, 1966 registered. All of these bikes, folks, are around for you to go and Marcus Byers just handed me a piece of paper saying, was a cigarette lighter standard equipment on a Matchless. Wonderful. The old ones are the best.
Matchless engines like the Japs, often seen on the front of those little three-wheeled Morgans back in the late 20s and early 30s.
And so it was rather like the old one. How many days would a tyre last? 365 if it's a good year.
You're not trying hard enough.
Here we go. Back to what's on the track. Another Ford Zephyr going out of shot. The Lambretta's coming round. Huge following for people who collect scooters these days, and you only need to look there on the left. Very early Vespa. That's a GL2 125cc Vespa scooter. The Vespa first made its way onto the streets in about 1947, when the gear change was by a rod linkage, and although it's twisted by the left handlebar, it worked through a succession of rods into the gearbox. They then went to cable, then put the headlight up on the handlebars so that the light followed the direction in which you were travelling, which is always a good thing, isn't it?
I'd have said so.
Do is turn
Absolutely.
left and have the beam go straight on. Through
Just
the
debating
chicane.
whether Vespas were worked on in monasteries, working on their Vespas overnight.
Italian for wasp.
Indeed.
Yes. Sting in the toe.
They must have made millions of scooters. They're still very, very popular. They've had a big comeback, haven't they, in the last
Huge
decade
comeback,
or so.
huge comeback. And Vespa, of course, now made by Piaggio, always owned by Piaggio. Still very, very popular. You only have to go to Italy for your holiday, particularly in Rome, to see the Vespas. They've now banned, actually, ladies from riding side-saddle on the pillion, which was always the Italian way.
You can probably still go without a crash helmet.
You can probably still go without a crash helmet. Yeah, indeed. I've just actually, on a personal note, I've just rebuilt a BSA B31, 1951 350 BSA that sadly a very good friend of mine lost his life on 3 years ago. So RIP Dave Kemish, the BSA is back in business. I rode it this week for the first time and it was a moist eye moment, as you can imagine.
I bet it was.
Anyway, enough of
Look
that.
at the Indian. Look at the shake on the rear end of that. All solid, presumably.
Indeed, yeah, rigid rear end, girder forks. The Americans were very, very slow in developing their motorcycles compared to the way Europe was advancing. Very similar to the conversation we've just had with regard to motor cars, and they were down the route of great big old V-twin side valve engines for cruising on their big highways, whereas we needed sport performance, and that's the way we went.
An amazing film, The World's Fastest Indian. It is
Wonderful.
incredible.
Great film.
I was so thrilled to be able to see that for the first time on an aircraft to New Zealand, where Burt Munro was based, and a friend of mine
True story.
down in New Zealand was the man who built the bikes we used in the film.
Amazing.
By Noel Attlee. Respect.
I'm watching a little GPO BSA Bantam, the ubiquitous Telegram Boys BSA Post Office Bantam. A fad at the time, folks, was to adorn the scooters with as much chrome regalia as you could. Chrome lamps, hooters, chrome panel. And these guys followed rhythm and blues music. So in the days of the Rolling Stones, when they first came, even the Beatles were very much in the blues movement. That sort of music was followed by the mods. The rockers, of course, preferred the Elvis Presleys of this world, Billy Fury, rock and roll. Black leather was their badge of authority. And of course, in the day, I actually was a mod first time round. In about 1962, no crash helmets. So we wore a black French beret in those days, and a parka.
About as useful as a chocolate fire guy.
It's always good to work with you. Never a dull moment, never a dull moment. But yeah, in the sunshine here, what better setting. The char ladies are having some fun, aren't they? Cheeky char ladies. Wonderful fashions. And everybody waiting for these cars to get underway. On the final lap now, the Grand Tour. Bruce, what's it looking like over there? Are you with us?
Oh, it's looking truly dreadful, I'm afraid. No, it's just fantastic. And I urge people every year, do make your way out around the circuit. It so adds to your day. If you're going to be here for 8 or 10 hours, what's wrong with spending a few of them coming around various points of the circuit? If you don't feel like walking the whole way, you can go to Woodcote Corner at the end of the lap, where there will be tractor-drawn trailers that will take you around the circuit and deposit you at various points, or you can simply just ride the whole way around. But do come out, because seeing the cars in the paddock and the people is absolutely fantastic, but you want to see the cars on the move and iron at the very best corner of all St Mary's. Do make your way out here and have a look.
Well, Bruce Jones then over at St Mary's. He's going to be in that commentary point for the entire day, covering the races with Marcus Pye, picking them up as they swoop down towards St Mary's, through St Mary's and then back round.
And afterwards, the presentations will be handled by Henry Hope Frost down on the track, where the garlands will be awarded and the cigars handed out to our victorious drivers and riders.
And then at the close of play, we're all back in the radio studio to give you the drive home show, certainly till 8 o'clock in the evening on 87.7 FM Radio Goodwood.
Yeah, you can pick that up on your earpieces and your earwigs, which come with the programmes, and enjoy that show while you're over the road in the Trade Village, which is apparently fantastic. So, like you, Barry, I've yet to see it. Well, let's have our first word of the day from our vital Goodwood commercial partners. Well, ladies and gentlemen, back live, and the arrival of the grid girls with their numbered lollipops to show the rows on the starting formation signifies that the countdown has well and truly begun to our first race of the day. do hope you already have a programme which contains the race card. It is the Goodwood Trophy race, and it's always an absolute thriller. It's for Grand Prix Formula 1, 2 and Formula Libre cars of a type that raced between 1948, when the motor circuit was opened, and 1955. It is an absolutely stellar grid with all of the best cars and drivers of the era out playing for our entertainment. We'll give you the rundown of the qualifying order in just a few moments. But in the meantime, you can see that's Callum Lockie in the Dunlop overalls. He's going to be driving the silver Maserati. He qualified second. There he is. And just there with Malindi. He's climbing into the Grand Prix driver at last, having moved up from Formula First all those years ago. He's driven this car the last couple of years now. And like all great athletes, he's having a limber up before he gets aboard. Callum from Gold Track organises wonderful track days and tuition in race cars. Just to see this ritual, not many seem to follow. Maybe that's why he's very successful. And again, great fashions around the campus. Just a sort of genteel era it recaptures. There's James Baxter just donning his crash helmet to climb into ERA R4D, the most potent of all the ERAs. A winner here with Mac Holbert a couple of years ago. English Racing Automobiles celebrating 80 years this year, 80th anniversary of ERA, and it's going to perhaps be another good ERA day today, another great day in the history of the motor circuit here. Well, what a scene. Glorious sunshine, fabulous race cars, and already a large gathering of spectators to make it all worthwhile on this incredible set here at Goodwood. Looking forward to the first of our 7 races today. We had a race yesterday evening, the Sussex Trophy for the World Championship sports cars of 1955 to 1960, and do you know, it was a cracking opener to the event. Bruce Jones, you saw it from a different perspective out of the back at St Mary's, and the action was wonderful, wasn't it?
It was wonderful, and as the light dropped, it just got more and more dramatic. I mean, you didn't need to paint the picture was already painted because the racing was brilliant the whole way down the field. Some epic scraps, and the McIntyre brothers in their Lotus 15 taking it to the big listers, the Jaguar and the Chevrolet engine ones. It was truly magical, and as the sun went down sort of behind my back, I have to take my hat off to the TV director, Scott Imran, did just the most sensational job. Some of those pictures, I can't wait to see the highlights package and the DVD from this event just to see what he captured, because I thought it was just the perfect end to what was a really brilliant day. But of course, today is almost all racing. We do have the one practice session later on for the RAC TT celebration race. Looking forward to that. But we're starting with the ERAs and Alfa Romeos, and it's just a brilliant way to get going, Marcus.
I think it is, yeah, absolutely. And we worked through in some kind of order through the programme, and got the glorious Ferrari there, lead the cars out. The pole position man is Mark Gillies. He's driving ERA R3A. He won the race back in 2007, in 2010 as well, and 2012. So he's had a very good run in this one. He's on pole by a decent margin, but not everyone really got going yesterday. Mac Holbert in R4D, the black car we saw that James Baxter drives. He won in 2011. So David Morris last year in 2013, he won an R11B. So it's been pretty much an ERA domain for a few years now. In fact, the last time ERA beat this race was back in 2006 when the German Stefan Schollwerk in a Maserati 6CM, similar to the car as the problems down there with number 18, one of the Bugattis, I think. Yeah, similar to the car in which Callum Lockie drives this time. So he's trying to get that number 18 Bugatti to work. Out comes the blue ERA I saw in the background, lovely 8CM Mazda there. That's Heinz Bachmann, new to the ERA R9B this year. Ex-Nuvolari Alfa Romeo there of Stefan Rettenmeier coming out, and there behind it the MG, the Parnell MG, which Humphrey Cudden Fletcher drove in one of the pre-war Grand Prix at Donington. 2.4 CLT 48 Maseratis in the field this weekend, and they're similar to the car in which Reg Parnell won here on opening day. Well, they're working their way around the circuit. Another double winner in the field is John Ewer, who drives ERA R1B, the ex-Richard Seaman car for Michael Gans in this race. One of the Fraser Nashes, number 22, that's Burkhard List, the Austrian driver. And of course ERA Remus is another winner in this race. That car's won here several times over the years. R3A, the car that sits on pole, the ERA, also won in 1999 with Wizzo Williams at the wheel. So lots of great history and tradition at this race. But it's the Goodwood Trophy. A couple of cars at the back, incidentally, which quite patently are not pre-war Grand Prix cars. There's a Turner, Peter Adams' Turner, and Julius Thurgood's MG Magnet. Both of those cars, by the way, are just qualifying out of session. They broke yesterday in practice, so they get a chance. They give them the opportunity to just have a run this morning. It's a 3x2 grid, and very shortly to give you that rundown. Over his shoulder is Callum Lockie there. The grid is going to be with us in just a second. There on row 1, the Bell Staff Girls, Callum Lockie standing in the cockpit. There's an issue with the Maserati, and he's beckoning somebody from Sean Danaher's team to come down just to raise an issue. So there's a problem.
Also, Marcus is slightly concerned about the speed with which Klaus Lehr went past me. Car number 29, the red Maserati 4 CLT. Hopefully, whatever problem he had has cleared, but he was limping round to the grid.
Okay, now what's happened? They're looking down into the cockpit of the Mazda. Sean Danaher's crew. Callum Lockie with his British Racing Drivers Club badge on the front. Yep, obviously all's well. That's good news. I was a bit concerned about that. So the grid will be as follows for this Goodwood Trophy. Then number 12 Mark Gillies, ERA R3A on pole. 25 Callum Lockie in the Maserati 6CM alongside the silver car. 19 is James Baxter in the black ERA R4D. Row 2 is 9 David Morris in the silver ERA R11B. 20 Duncan Ricketts in the later Grand Prix type ERA GP1. That's number 20. The third row is 10 Paddins Dowling in ERA B-Type R10B, that's a black car. 1 is Julian Mazoub in the Alfa Romeo 308C Scarlet, of course. And 8, Nick Topless in ERA R4A, a blue ERA. Fourth row of the grid will be number 18 Tom Dark in the Bugatti that boiled yesterday, the Type 950. 30 John Ewer in the ex-Richard Seaman ERA, black car. Number 30, he's on row 4. Row 5 is 16 Terry Crabb in Hanuman 2, ERA R12C, number 16. 27 Josef Otto Rettenmeier, Maserati V8 RI, independently sprung car. 14, Charlie Neal Jones is in Bugatti Type 59 from the Charles McCabe stable. 15 is Heinz Bachmann on row 6 with the ERA R9B, and alongside him Sean Danaher in 26, the Maserati 8CM. Row 7, if it's fixed from yesterday's 4, Jarrah Venables with the Outer Norris Special. 29, Klaus Lehr with his Maserati 4 CLT. 11 is Charles McCabe from the States with ERA R5B Remus, which broke at the first meeting here in 1948. 28 is Andy Wolf in Maserati V8 RI. All 4 of those cars still exist, 2 of them here this weekend. 23 is Geraint Lewis with his Fraser Nash Monoposto, the ex-Peter Aitken car. Row 9 is 3, Stefan Rattenmeyer, Alpha Tipo B. 17, Dick Last is there as well. And also Simon Diffie with Bugatti Type 51. Simon Edwards in 24. 48, Rainer Ott. 22, Burkhard List. 21, Federico Buratti. And 6, Tim Dutton are the remaining qualifiers for this race. Well, it's going to be an absolute cracker, I assure you. And 30 seconds to go. Board is put up. Any moment now we're going to be underway with the final warm-up lap. Green flag is given. Looks like 1 or 2 cars a little recalcitrant, and it's one of the ERAs in the middle of the grid that hasn't got away. No, in fact it's one that's further up the order. Is it
number 10 then? So it's Paddy Dowling.
Is it 10?
No, 30.
30. Car number 30. That's John Ure in Michael Gans's ERA. Didn't get away cleanly. But John Ure, who's won this race a couple of times over the years, no stranger to ERAs, though he hasn't raced this one before, to my knowledge. He is back underway, and the car's coming round the back of the circuit for this final warm-up lap. ERAs have such an amazing history here. 4 of the ERAs in the field were here opening day in 1948. Car number 9, which is R11B, 10 R10B, 11 R5B Remus, and 15 R9B were all here. John Bolster raced in R11B, Graham Whitehead R10B. Bolster practiced but broke in R5B, and Jeff Ansell drove R9B, the white car, which has won this race a couple of times, as I say, with John Ure driving it. The English Racing Automobiles, founded in Bourne in Lincolnshire by Raymond Mays and Peter Burton, the same man who put together the BRM project post-war, and so many of those cars up at the sharp end of the field. Realistically, the silver Maserati, 6CM 6-cylinder car of Callum Lockie, could get among them. Car that was raced by RAF, in inverted commas, the Argentine-born RAF, Count George Raphael Berthaneau de Montbressier de las Casas. So I think we'll just stick with RAF. He raced that car in period. Maserati then, in its 100th anniversary year, represented in this fabulous grid. There's one of the Bugattis, that's 14. That's Charles Neal Jones. His company prepares bugs, and he's driving it for the American Charles McCabe, who is out in his ERA in this race. There's John Ure. He is, I suspect, at the back of the pack.
Well, when he came past me, he was working his way up the order.
Oh, was he? That's good.
My eyes deceived me, but I hope
could
not.
well be right. And I think there was a hand out to the right for Heinz Bachmann. I hope it was just indicating he was moving to the right of the circuit. See him come in.
One car I haven't seen, unless I've gone blind, is Jaguar Venables in Alta.
That broke 4. Yesterday.
So it's not been
that
fixed.
Broke yesterday.
Perhaps.
The Ferrari is fabulous, isn't it? That's Federico Buratti in car number 21, the green Ferrari. down the field. Well, we're about to be underway then with the Goodwood Trophy race. Green flag's given. And a great start from the middle of the front row from Callum Lockie in the Maserati. He got his nose ahead out of the box, but it's the black ERA from the outside of the front row. James Baxter in R4D, who sizzles into the lead. And it's Baxter from Gillies in third place. Looks like it could well be the Maserati of Lockie, who's jostling for position coming down towards Fordwater on this, the first lap. David Morris is in fourth place. It looks like the blue ERA, probably Nick Topless then next up. Down your screen is the Alfa Romeo 308, ex-Vartzi car of Julian Mazoub, and Duncan Ricketts attacking down the inside. But a superb start from Baxter, who is a sprint and hill climb exponent, knows how to get off the line.
Yeah, well, Baxter had a good lead of about 4 car lengths going out of Fordwater. It was down to 1 car length as they came to St Mary's, and Mark Gillies getting right onto his tail, as he is now, as they go through the second part of Levant, and the whole field streams past. But look how sideways Gillies is getting. But then with R4D, the power going down, and Baxter should accelerate away, open out a bit of a gap as they come down to Woodcote. But Gillies is having none of it. Through that little kick, he's got right onto his tail.
Absolutely right. So it's James Baxter then who leads the way in the 2011 Goodwood Trophy winning car, and snaking down the brake area behind him, the green ERA of Mark Gillies in second place. Callum Lockie is in third. Gillies looks up the inside into the chicane, but has to tuck back into single file. David Morris is in fourth place, so it's Baxter who leads in 19 from the outside of the front row. Gillies is in second place. Lockie is in third. In fourth place is Morris. Behind Morris, it looks like Topless. Behind Topless, the 1938 Australian Grand Prix winning ERA R10B in the hands of Paddins Dowling, the Irishman.
Now, there should be a fair bit of place changing, Marcus, because the practice session, as Gillies continues to attack Baxter in the lead, was a little bit stop-start, so not a lot of drivers got their runs in, and Gillies did achieve pole by 1.8 seconds, but he's being made to work very hard indeed. And Callum Lockie in third place is right now with Gillies, almost having a look as they go through the kink before St Mary's. The first 4 have broken clear, with Morris in fourth place, almost equidistant, 2 car lengths between each of them. But I think on bravery, Lockie is able to keep up, but when the acceleration comes into play, Gillies can just drop him at will.
Yeah, Gillies dived down the inside looking into Levant, and he's made it through. So a superb move by Gillies at Levant has put the green ERA ahead of the black one, and the first 4 are all together in your shot there as they come down towards Woodcote Corner. And popping out there, having a look at the Maserati. In fourth place is the silver. Down the inside into Woodcote Corner. A look for James Baxter, and Baxter gets back ahead. He comes back underneath the green car into the corner, and the Maserati is there as well, looking for the inside line, coming to the chicane, and Callum Lockie squeezes through into second place. Suddenly Gillies, who led at Levant, is in third place. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Lockie in second, Gillies in third, but Gillies coming back. In fact, Gillies was back into second on the line ahead of Lockie. So just superb racing there, and right in their tow is David Morris.
And doesn't it just show how Lockie's really having to wring the neck of that Maserati to keep up? We've got a spinner out of the chicane.
That's the V8RA. That's Joseph Otto Rettenmeyer in the superb Maserati. 320 horsepower, 4.8 litre V8 engine under the bonnet of that car.
Well, down at St Mary's as Joseph Otto Rettenmeyer gets 27. Going again, it's still Baxter ahead of Gillies. And Morris on the 10. Oh, there's a replay.
Yeah, big avoidance by the Bugatti who was chasing.
Some great camera angles there as Joseph Otto Rettenmeyer's spin picked up from a different angle indeed. Now the lead battle remains with Baxter in the lead from Gillies, from Lockie, and then behind the Morris. They were the first 4 on the grid, but don't forget Gillies started on pole. Last lap we saw him take the lead at Levant, but then lose it again by the time they got to Woodcote. So this race is far, far from over. And I love the ERAs. You can see every bit of driver input from that cockpit.
You certainly can. And James Baxter, who's over the wheel, hunched over the wheel with the black car leads. You can see with the later D-type front suspension there, R4D, the works development ERA, and it's a potent machine, but certainly Mark Gillies, who's been taming ERAs for more years than he'd care to remember, is right with him and not going to let him have it all his own way. In fact, Gillies stalking the leader through Madrick corner, down towards forward. He jostles up alongside.
Yeah, just as they come back into my view, I look across the airfield and down the inside goes Gillies, but is there an answer from Baxter? I'm sure there is, but I tell you what, these drivers are going to look very worn when they get out at the end of this race. They are working very hard indeed, and now with Gillies putting about 4 car lengths clear over Baxter, Lockie is right on the tail in Maserati in 3rd place. The fastest of that quartet is David Morris at the back, closing in. And another spinner there, number 30, that was John Ure who had the problem at the start.
Well, he sent 2 of the other cars down the escape road.
He's trying to make good his escape, and he's the driver who's able to put the ERA most sideways in his attacks down at Levant on the past 2 laps. They have paid off, but then as they accelerate down the Levant straight, we've got James Baxter fighting back yet again.
Absolutely, and he's very handy on the brakes down here. He has to go to the outside because Gillies commanding the centre of the circuit. They've got a slower car ahead of them. We'll have to negotiate it sometime. 4 for the lead still, and this time it's Gillies from Baxter. Behind Baxter is Lockie, and behind Lockie is Morris, and those 4 cars all together. David Morris looking at up the inside towards Madrick corner. They're also going past the lovely Ferrari of Federico Buratti.
Lockie's too wise for that.
Another spin. 18 Tom Dark goes round at St Mary's. That's a replay.
Yeah, just out of my sight. The yellow flag is still being waved from the marshal's post across the track from me, and there's a red and yellow flag out there, unfortunately, so that could explain the spin. Oil, greasy surface.
Mark Gillies is making his escape, and through on the inside down towards Levant goes Lockie. Lockie's got himself up into 2nd place. I think that was Levant, wasn't it? And on the exit.
For how long?
No, it's the kink before you.
Yeah, it was. Just trying to pick up the angle, but just wanted to point out that Duncan Ricketts is now up to 5th place. He's about 6.5 seconds back off that pack, but he just set some purple sector time, so we could see him starting to come forward in the ERA E-Type, the GP1 from 1938.
Yes, he's doing a super job. He's wound his way up through the order, and he's going well. The GP1, one of 2 Grand Prix cars that were built pre-war.
Right, be interesting to see now what Callum Lockie can do, having got the Maserati up into 2nd place. He's just about to complete another lap going down through Woodcote towards the chicane, but Mark Gillies does seem to have broken clear. Last time around, he completed the lap 0.8 of a second ahead of Baxter, the driver who moved from 3rd place on the grid. James Baxter on the outside the front row. That brilliant start took the lead. This time around, let's see what his lead is over Callum Lockie. 2.3 seconds. Well, there we are, 1.5 seconds gained.
Oh dear. We've got 2 cars off. One's the Dick Last MG. The other one is Stefan Redenmeyer's Alfa Romeo. That's just out of my sight to my left among the flags. It's turned turtle. Safety car coming out. That's going to reunite the field.
Well, that's not good news for Mark Gillies. Waved yellow flags and safety car messages from the marshals. There is the Ferrari safety car going to lead the field around. So Mark Gillies had a lead of, as we said, 2.287 seconds. That will come down to nothing. Callum Lockie will be given a chance to sit right on his tail as they close up behind the Ferrari safety car. 3rd place on the track at the moment is James Baxter, and 4th should be, yes it is, there, just coming past me at St Mary's, David Morris.
So they're forming up behind the safety car. And Mark Gillies, who built that lead of 2.3 seconds, now will find it's erased. The good news is that Stefan Rettenmeier was out of the Alpha. Classification after 5 laps then was Gillies 12, 25 Lockie, 19 Baxter, 9 Morris, 20 Ricketts, 10 Dowling. So the safety car out on lap 6. Here they come. One of the 4 CLTs is parked out, probably just out of your sight, down in the dip of. There's Stefan Rettenmeier with one of our doctors. he's winded, but he's chatting to the doctor. So this time through, 12 Gillies, 25 Lockie, 19 Baxter, 9 Morris, 20 Ricketts is in 5th place, 10 is Dowling in 6th, 8th is Topless, sorry, 7th is Topless in 8. And the next group, a long way back, would have been headed by Julian Mazoub in car number 1, the Alpha 308C, 1935 type chassis, but updated with a 3-litre 8-cylinder engine. Also ran a 3-litre 16-cylinder engine in Tripoli in 1939, but the car was withdrawn before the race. So the clock, with 9 minutes still to go, is ticking down. So Gillies, 3 times a winner of this race in recent years, 2007, 2010, 2012. The car won way back in '99 with Barry Williams aboard. And they're filing past. The emergency vehicle is sitting in the entrance to pit lane, and is going to shortly move away. Meanwhile, the marshals are righting the Alfa Romeo that is now back on all 4. There was contact between those 2 cars given at the front corner of the Parnell MG Dick Last car is deranged. But out on circuit, the cars all running round behind the safety car. There's a big gap after the top 7. 7th position is that car number 8 on your screen, which is Nick Topless. And there's, you see the Parnell MG in the foreground. The Alfa being wheeled away. Julian Mazoub rumbles through. He was in 8th place ahead of 16 Terry Crabb. It went a really good start. Terry Crabb was running in 9th in the early part of this race, but dropped back, gradually got picked off by some of the more experienced drivers. The Ferrari is absolutely fantastic, the green Ferrari coming through, Federico Buratti's car. Lovely guy from Italy. Also races Maseratis, has a Grand Prix Lotus from the early 60s and some later Lancia rally cars, I understand. So we still only have the top 8 essentially through, and this is another group. Simon Edwards' Maserati we saw there, which was originally raced by Count Luigi Castelbarco back in 1935. That's the car in the middle of that group. And then the Goff-engined Fraser Nash monoposto of Geraint Lewis, the pale blue car, which was raced by the Honourable Peter Aitken. This day 48 is the car of Rainer Ott, which is parked up. Yeah. The car still progressing round relatively slowly. We hope to get a couple more laps in this. I think the safety car light is still on. The orange flashing lights still running there. So yes, you can see now on the graphics on your screen the arrows indicating how drivers have progressed up or down the order. And we're coming through. Now, do I see that the safety car lights? Yes, they are still running. But the top 8 now together. Mazoub has caught the back of that group under the safety car.
Yes, because Mazoub in his Alpha was immediately behind the safety car for a lap or so. Then he was released, but then there's about a 45-second gap back to Terry Crabb in number 16, the blue ERA C-type. But that was unfortunate. But anyhow, the main thing is the key protagonists in this race are all the top 8, nose to tail behind the safety car. Just under 5 minutes remaining until the checkered flag will be hung, and hopefully we will be able to get some more racing before we're out.
Just a little dash at the end.
But what we had in those early racing laps, Marcus, was it wasn't all the way of Mark Gillett. He had to work really hard, and certainly James Baxter was able to come back at him. Callum Lockie was always game for a go, so he didn't have it his own way, and maybe those behind fancied their chances on the restart.
Yes, that's right. And Mark Gillies, who we've known for a very long time, is a wily character, and he'll be aware that he can blast out of the blocks as the safety car pulls off, leaving the others to scrap. He can open a little gap again, a little comfort zone.
Yeah, and I think it's quite difficult for Callum Lockie. He doesn't seem to have quite as much grunt in that Maserati. He's having to really, really work it hard, so maybe he won't benefit when the lights go out and they've got to put the power down. Of course, that can be dictated pretty much by Mark Gillies, who's leading the way around.
Absolutely. And so we're down to the last 3 3/4 minutes or so. They're on the 9th lap, had 3 under the safety car. And they're up onto the Levant straight behind the yellow Ferrari. Now, how are those safety car lights? Are they still flashing, or are we going to? There's lots of action down the Marshall. We're working really, really hard down here on the exit of the chicane. They've moved the 2 cars a long way out of the chicane now, and the lights appear to be off on the safety car, which means, well, the time has just been flipped back up to 6 minutes. So let's hope we're going to get a 6-minute dash, and away they go indeed. And the first 3 have broken away. Up the inside has come James Baxter, past the Maserati, as indeed we thought he might.
It was interesting though, Lockie was almost trying to get past before they got to the start-finish line. He knew he doesn't have as much grunt, so he had a go, but the power of R4D, James Baxter came from 3rd and really pushed Gillies hard.
Well,
didn't make it though. Yeah,
it's the most powerful of all of those cars. Riley based engine, straight 6, supercharged.
Well, they dropped David Morris in 4th place, and at the moment Gillies is now starting to ease clear as James Baxter is being attacked at the kink before St Mary's by Callum Lockie in the silver Maserati. The Scots driver is better exit speed as they go into the dip out of St Mary's, out of my sight, and unfortunately, sorry, it's a long shot there.
And here comes Lockie down the inside, dives through.
When he had that little bit more momentum out of St Mary's, he's made it pay, but then when they get out of the 2nd and the 3rd parts of Levant Corner, let's see the acceleration, the superior acceleration of the black R4D, and can James Baxter go back into 2nd place?
Well, it looks like he can. He's looking pretty menacing, but Lockie will drive that Maserati in a very wide fashion, just bang centre of the track, so that there is no room for Baxter to come back past him. It may well be that Baxter can get some momentum coming out of the chicane, but he's not close enough. It looks like Lockie can hang on to that 2nd place, very cleverly driven by the Scot on the opening race. They go past the 2 cars at the side of the track there, and they come through, and it's Gillies in 12, Lockie in 25, 19 is Baxter, 9 is Morris, 20 is Duncan Ricketts in that low-line ERA, GP1 that he's nurtured for many years now. Topless is in 8, he's in 7th place, and behind him is Mazoub in 1, second the Italian cars, and is Baxter smoking? Baxter's in trouble.
Yes, he is.
Baxter's in trouble.
I was just about to say that Ricketts had closed right onto the tail of Morris. He's moved up a place. So Gillies leading the way from Lockie, and past me at St Mary's goes, just looking at number 19, yes, not as fast as he was. So yes, Baxter in all sorts of trouble. Morris has not got past him, but is right on his tail. So the person who's gained there is Ricketts, up into 3rd place.
Absolutely, and it's quite interesting. The R4D has been recalcitrant over the years. A brilliant winner in the wet in 2011 with Mac Holbert, its owner. But another year, of course, had a mighty bang, and it rodded it. The engine rodded itself. We've got another driver climbing out over there. That's Tom Dark with the Bugatti. Had some problems yesterday, but here comes Mark Gillies to complete his 11th lap.
He was 1.5 seconds clear last time around from Callum Lockie. He's still ahead of Callum Lockie. What will the gap be? It will have gone out maybe 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds it is now. Gained a second on that lap.
And in third place now is Ricketts. Of course, some of the cars will not have appreciated getting warm, and they're getting warmer still in those relatively slow laps behind the safety car, then being asked to go again. Terry Crabb in the bright blue ERA up from Dorchester in Dorset. Certainly been enjoying that car in recent years. So Ricketts now is up into third in car number 20. 19 is Baxter. Got one in the
What's
pits.
happened to
That's
Morris?
in the pits. Just
going to say, just look at the timing screen, he seems to be sliding his way down. So Gillies leading by 2.5 seconds, just under 10 seconds back from Lockie. In third place is Ricketts, and Baxter another near 10 seconds back in fourth in number 19. So Gillies driving beautifully in that pale green ERA, leading the way. And there's your on-screen lovely shot of your green Ferrari you like so much.
And that was a tricky one. There was a touch there, and two cars very close together up into Mangewick, and that caused that incident. Driver is out of the car. The conveyor belting spun round. Driver out of the car, I'm glad to say.
Yep,
One
up
of
on
the
his feet.
Maseratis walked off to converse with the marshals.
And while that's happening, Mark Gillies, you can see him in number 12 up on your screens, that beautiful pale green ERA, leading the way by 3.8 seconds over Callum Lockie last time around. So it's ERA ahead of Maserati, ahead of ERA. Duncan Ricketts in number 20 in third place, dropping away from Callum Lockie as we expected, but he's certainly been the driver who gained the most in the past 2 laps. Ricketts in number 20.
James Baxter into the pits this time. He's stopped. So R4D, ERA R4D out of the race, and that is going to change the order. Now we've got Dowling then up into fourth place. Topless is fifth. Mazub is in sixth place, and Baxter out.
And meanwhile, Mark Gillies trying to complete his final lap, waving as drivers let him pass. Thank you very much, he says, coming down towards Woodcote, being panned through that final corner by the camera crews down there, and still doing a little bit of sideways for the people in the grandstand. So Mark Gillies, many a garland he has gained here at Goodwood, and the winner's cigar, and another one coming his way any second now.
This time, of course, the car owned by Dick Skipworth. It's been owned by Mary Smith for a number of years, and a lovely win for the Dick Skipworth team with another great drive from Mark Gillies. He wins by 4.6 seconds from Callum Lockie. In third place is going to be Duncan Ricketts, who finishes now in ERA GP1, and in fourth place we await Paddins Dowling. In fact, there's 2 more ERAs. Paddins Dowling in 10, Nick Topless in 8, finished together. And then we have in 6th place, we wait for the growling Alfa Romeo of Julian Mazub, who crosses the line, and that is our top 6 then. 12, 25 and 20, 10, 8 and 1.
So a great job there from Mark Gillies and Callum Lockie pulling alongside on their slowing down lap, waving to the marshals, who obviously had quite a lot to do in that race, putting out the flags and the safety car boards, but the drivers at the front controlled it very well.
Marshals and rescue teams did an absolutely top-class job, as ever, here at Goodwood in trying conditions at Goodwood Trophy race. there's the other Maserati parked up out of the back, the 4CLT 48 of Rainer Ott, who spent 3 years making the engine of that car from scratch after he bought it, found that the unit in it was absolutely worn out, it would be dangerous to run it. So there's our winner once more, 4th win in this race for Mark Gillies. We're going to, as the drivers make their way back towards pit area, here is our race result then. First, number 12, Mark Gillies, ERA R3A. In 2nd place, number 25, Callum Lockie, Maserati 6CM. 3rd, number 20, Duncan Ricketts, ERA GP1. 4th, number 10, Paddins Dowling, ERA R10B. 5th, Nick Topless, number 8, in his ERA R4A. And in 6th place, number 1, Julian Mazub, the Alpha 308C. In 7th place, having had that problem early on, was John Ure, and behind John Ure, number 14, Charles Neil Jones. In 9th place, Terry Crabb, ERA R12C, number 16. 10th, Charles McCabe, and his ERA R5B Remus, number 11. 11th, Andy Wolf, Maserati V8RI, number 28. 12th, Sean Danaher, Maserati 8CN, number 26. 13th, the 4CM Maserati, number 24, Simon Edwards. 14th, Simon Diffie, Bugatti Type 51, car 32. 15th, Geraint Lewis, in the Fraser Nash Monoposto, number 23. And in 16th place, the similar car of Burkhard List, number 22. So that is our Goodwood Trophy race. First 3 coming up to the podium where they'll meet up with Henry Hochfrost. And the highlights then of the Goodwood Trophy. Problems initially at the start. Callum Lockie trying to draw attention to himself very spectacularly, getting the mechanics from Sean Danaher's team to come up and meet him. But as he got a little bit squirrely off the start line, we saw a terrific start from the outside of the front row from James Baxter in the black ERA R4D, hammering through into the lead. Morris was battling there, and then we got a new leader in the form of Mark Gillies, but Baxter certainly wasn't finished quite yet. He managed to get through. There's a spin then for Josef Otto Rettenmeier in the V8RI. Enormous spin for John Ure, took one of the cars through, and Remus and another car had to go up the outside of the escape road, the chicane, in avoidance. Another spin. That time it's the 18 Tom Dark Bugatti. Lots of dramas, and side by side there, the race leaders, but Mark Gillies managed to get further ahead. Great battling, and again Callum Lockie takes enormous momentum up over the brow. It was Andy Wolf in the V8RI, and that 29 was Dr. Klaus Lehr in the Maserati. He had a nasty accident, but got up, walked away, to say. But there's our winner then coming through. It's Mark Gillies for the 4th time in Goodwood Trophy history in ERA R3A. Well, down on the start line presentation area, we have Henry Hochfrost with our race winners.
Thank you, Marcus. Good morning, everybody. Down here on the grid, our 3rd place finisher in the Goodwood Trophy, Duncan Ricketts. Duncan, I heard you saying to Mark modestly that it was more by luck than judgment.
I think so. I mean, I messed up the start, and then we didn't warm it up really properly, and I couldn't get any gears to start with. And then I was driving a saddle yesterday, the gearbox is the other way round, and I started to wonder, was I going the right way in the gearbox? And I had to look down, and then I was at about 6th place. So, and then I thought, well, the brakes were rubbish, the gear change was rubbish, it didn't feel right. About 3 laps with that car, everything comes up to temperature, and then you can start the push. And I started to use 3rd gear up at Madgwick up here, and it pulled like a train, and I just overtake people. And then, of course, we had the, well, I thought it was going to be a red flag, but it wasn't. And we all concertinaed up again. And then the 2 cars in front of me pulled out. So, but I think it would have been pretty close between David and I. I was sort of getting there, so probably would have been 3rd, but 4th, but 3rd, brilliant.
A nice podium for Saturday morning.
It's lovely because I want to take the car off the track for a while and do lots of work to it because it's a bit frail already, and it's like everything, you can keep on mending something so far, but you really have to dig in deep sometimes, and it needs digging in deep. So probably I'd try and get it ready for next year here, but I want to concentrate on another car as well. So
Okay, good stuff. Well done, Duncan.
thank you.
Okay, let me grab a word with the smiling Scot, Mr. Callum Lockie.
Well, I'm certainly smiling about the racing. It's fantastic.
That was great. Really, really good battles between you three at the front.
Oh, it was brilliant. Really fantastic fun. I mean, these are completely awesome machines. The 30s era, I think that the engineering is so wonderful. The cars sound fantastic. They look fantastic. They're not slow. We're pulling 140 down the back straight, so they're not at all slow. And, you know, a huge thank you to Sean and Laura Danaher for putting me in the car, because it's an honour, a privilege and a pleasure.
Shame to lose James. You're having a great battle with him.
Yes, indeed. He was extremely quick. I mean, that car is like a bullet. I think it's got about 70 horsepower more than me. It just left me for dead, like I was stuck in third. But we had a great fun battle. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Good and clean. Close on a couple of occasions, but you know, safe and sound and clean.
Good stuff. Great to watch, Callum. Well done.
Can I just say a big thank you to all the marshals, and of course to the whole Goodwood group for this absolutely incredible event, and the crowd for all their enthusiasm support.
Hear, hear. Well done, Callum. Thank you. But our winner, once again, of the Goodwood Trophy, after some really good frenetic scrapping at the front, Mark Gillies. Mark, well done again.
Yeah, thanks. That was an entertaining race. I mean, I knew that if R4D beat me off the line, he's got a lot of steam and a lot of brakes, and it proved that way. And then I had probably the biggest moment of my life going through St Mary's when I hit the oil, and I thought, oh, I'm gone, and this sweet car came back again. So,
And the safety car period, a chance to relax a bit and rethink?
no, it's a pain in the neck because the thing started fluffing. It went on to 5 cylinders, so I had to try and work out how to get it back onto 6. But I'd like to say big thanks to James and Duncan and Elaine, not Ken this year, for looking after the car, and for Dick Skipworth for letting me drive it, because the car's changed ownership, and I'm still the driver, and it's a real joy to drive this car. Circuit's magic. It's such a great circuit, but as you can see from that race, you have to treat it with a little bit of caution.
Good stuff. Another win, Mark. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, Marcus, back up to you. We turn our attention, don't we, now to Formula Junior?
Well, we do, and we had an awful lot of thrills and spills in that first race, the Goodwood Trophy. Before we go to Formula Junior, let's hear from our Goodwood Revival commercial partners. Well, we're back live, and of course the social media side of this event building up over recent years. Be part of the story. Go to us on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Follow us on the goodwoodrevival.com, goodwood.com/revival. Like the page and get involved. Got a few tweets already this morning. Not just the cars that need fuel. Yeah, I'd go with that. And a very nice bacon signing this morning. It's from Caracalla 1947, purveyor of wonderful leather bags. It's like unofficial practice for the Settrington Cup. Ah, yes, there's always one, isn't there? Sneaking out for a bit of early testing. Peter Ritchie, Caterham racer. Watch the racing, Peter. That's the fourth of your tweets of the weekend. Great reg. Jaguar Car Club, Goodwood Revival. Mark 10 Jag there. That's from Simon Buck. This is Skills looking suitably retro at the Goodwood Revival, complete with pink Lambretta. Look at that. Hey, Skills. Just mopping up something on the start line. Druids at Stonehenge mixed with politicians. Ah, yes. Barack Obama and a Druid. I would say fantastic. It's from Tony Jardine. Well, lots of sweeping on the start line, and we're just going to go down and look into the assembly area where the cars are coming out for the or lining up for the Chichester Cup Formula Junior. Let's see what's going to happen the rest of the morning. And next then, Chichester Cup Formula Junior at 10:45. Air display at 11:20. Settrington Cup Part 1, that's the pedal cars at 11:40. RAC Tourist Trophy Celebration qualifying 11:55. St Mary's Trophy Part 1 at 12:55. That's the 50s saloon cars. So Jackie Stewart tribute. This was brilliant yesterday at 1:20 p.m. Three-time world champion Sir Jackie and his boys out there at the head of the cavalcade. Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy takes us into motorcycles at 2:15, and the Shelby Cup for small block American V8 saloon cars at 3 p.m. So much more to come even after that, but that's the next for 4 hours or so mapped out for us as the Formula Juniors, the late model Formula Juniors up to 63, the disc brake cars there. And I'm absolutely amazed to say that Nick Gruel, who damaged his Lotus 27 yesterday by hitting the chicane, bent a lower wishbone, slight damage to the suspension pickup point on the monocoque chassis of that car, but the Hibbert family, Mike and Andrew, supplied a new wishbone, and he's going to be out there. That's David Methley. He's on pole, local man from near Chichester with his Brabham BT6. That's a car that was really badly damaged here by Bob Birrell a couple of years ago. Had all four corners really deranged, but a brilliant engineer, brilliant racer, Dave Methley. Then he will start from pole. He snatched pole position on the final lap of qualifying, having been sent through the gravel at Levant a couple of laps earlier by a spinning Weiner, the car of Richard Smeaton. The Weiner, by the way, is quite legit. That's it's an Italian type of race car, the logo for which are dueling turtles. Very bizarre. Lots of great fashions as ever on display at Goodwood. Great to see everybody espousing it. I reckon it's now well over 90% of our audience coming dressed in period costume. The Goodwood girls slink out onto the grid with their lollipops, all supported by Belstaff. What does Belstaff flavoured lollipop taste like? By the latest range of Belstaff fashion here. It's not just a motorcycle kit anymore, it's a pucker fashion brand. Great to have them involved, and the Belstaff girls involved in the podiums too. Interesting millinery. And the services here in force as well. We like polka dots. They do work well, particularly in the sunshine. Nice little off-the-shoulder number. It's unusual in September to be able to go around some little clothing. And we think back to the members' meeting back in March here, when we were up in the 60s for temperature, which was extraordinary in March, considering the previous year we were at Thruxton that weekend. It was about -6. I think I've ever been colder at a race meeting. Good morning, sir. Next year we have the 73rd members meeting, March the 21st and 22nd here at the Goodwood Motor Circuit, and it was announced this week, and we are pleased to say that GRRC members can purchase their tickets now, and they will go on wider release in November. Some more superb dresses. This is like Ladies' Day at Ascot, isn't it? But Goodwood tradition of good times is being well espoused by our race goers. Back down in the assembly, there is the Lotus 27 and Nick Gruel. He's come from the States to race it. Can't say damaged yesterday quite badly, but a really good effort by the rest of the paddock community to get it sorted. Next year's members meeting, of course, will have a dedicated race for 1 litre Formula 3 cars, which followed on from Formula Junior for the 64 season. You'll see one of those. Jackie Stewart will be driving a Cooper, the Cooper that he tested here back in 64, got the works drive, won the championship, got into Formula 1 the following year. Those were the days when if you did really, really well in Formula 3, you kind of got picked up and moved on merit into Formula 1 Grand Prix racing. These days, of course, it's just another huge tranche of money that needs to change hands to get you up a ladder. That's why so many of our young drivers, unfortunately, their careers stall just beneath Formula 3 level. I say good morning. What a fabulous fashion, and an Airstream in the background, one of the gorgeous Airstream caravans as well.
And in fact, Marcus, we ought to talk about the stuff that appears around the circuit. The facilities are amazing, and all these vehicles, period vehicles that are being converted for uses. There are a couple of milk floats out around the back just after St Mary's that are now food outlets, and I just love the reutilisation of things from period.
It's clever, isn't it?
And just the sheer number of support vehicles out around the circuit doing things, standing in places, and just every year there is more and more and more to see here. It's not a one-day event anymore for people visiting. You have to do two, and you have to, at the end of the day, go to over the road, which is mysteriously over the road, beyond Woodcote. And
on your screens, if I may interrupt, Bruce, on the screens, a very interesting number 13 car, the gold car of Roger Eland, who's brought it over from Australia. And it's a Renmax. It's built by the legendary Bob Britton, who made a small run of these cars in '62 for national formally by and large. You'll see it bears quite a striking resemblance to a Lotus 22, because he basically jigged Lotus 20 and 22 chassis. The first Renmax was actually a rebuild of Noel Hall's crashed Cooper Type 51, which had a Climax engine. That's been rebuilt in recent years, and this one is in Formula Junior spec, one of 4 Formula Juniors that Roger Eland, who's raced over here for many, many years, but for the last dozen or so has lived back in Australia. Well, preparations still underway, just 1 or 2 barrier repairs in a couple of places following that Woodcote Trophy, the Goodwood Trophy we just had. There's number 4 Brabham, the ex-Kurt Lincoln car from Finland, driven by Caroline Rossi de Montelera, whose husband Manfredo was opposite, interestingly, in the Lotus 22. And love seeing the Formula Juniors. Little 1100cc cars, powered in the main by Ford engines, not exclusively, but they're in the main. They weigh 400 kilos, that's the regulation. And with power outputs of something over 100 horsepower, they have a very strong power to weight ratio, which is what makes them so raceable. They're nimble, they're small, and they're absolutely fantastic to look at. The Goodwood Motor Circuit here, 2.4 miles faster than the period Formula One cars, which is quite interesting. Period Formula One cars powered by their 1500cc V8 engines in the main, but these little 4-cylinder cars, so making what 125 horsepower, something like that. So they're 400 kilos plus a driver. Say you're at 500 kilos with a bigger driver, you still have 250 horsepower per ton essentially underneath you. There's the lovely ex-Dennis Welsh car. Dennis, who sadly we lost recently at Silverstone, 3 times a winner at Monaco in this car, which he called Mr. Pooh, which was named after a 1930s hydroplane. And as were his other cars, Miss Betty and Bulldog. His wife's family, I think, had a tradition in hydroplane racing up in Norfolk back in the early days of that sport. Another very exciting one, another very dangerous one, I would have thought as well. But yes, nice to see John Psycho Sykes with that Merlin there. Say 3 times a winner with the great Dennis Welsh at the wheel back in the days of the ACM event. Still runs in alternate years. We had it earlier this year. A lot of fun commentating on that event from a bedroom in Northamptonshire rather than the glamour of Monaco. Bruce, you and I had a lot of fun, didn't we?
It was the upstairs studio, not a bedroom, Marcus. But yeah, it was fantastic fun. Maybe we could be there in the flesh next year. But the racing in every single race, much as it is here, was truly fantastic.
Absolutely, really memorable stuff. Well, lots of wonderful social activity around the campus. Do move around and try a different vantage point for different races during the day. Lots of space, certainly out of the back of the circuit, where the panoramic views of the cars achieving very high speeds are superb, and so much to choose from here at Goodwood Revival meeting. 17th Revival on the back of 23 festivals of speed, and that one members meeting, the 40th meeting of Lord March's Goodwood, our current Lord March's Goodwood era. What a generous host, and of course being a total petrol head with the most amazing attention to detail. Everything has to be just right, and we do certainly enjoy our motorsport at Goodwood, as was the case in period. Race circuit opened in 1948, closed to racing in 66, reopened in 98. 6 there is the Lotus of Andrew Beaumont. Trumpeters are about to sound the refrain, after which the cars will progress out onto the circuit. Now, the most amazing thing here is that the first 11 cars qualified within 1.6 seconds. Jonathan Hughes is a problem by the looks of things in the 91 Brabham. No, just getting himself together. Just stopped slightly odd pace coming out of the assembly area. Lightning Envoyette there, that's Manfredo Rossi's Lotus, Urs Muller's Lotus, Ian Rowley another Lotus, and that's the Lola of Philippe Hoffer by the looks of things. More Lotuses, more Lolas, and there's the Weiner with its distinctive twin nostril nose, Andrew Beaumont and his Ronnie Peterson crash helmet. Cooper 267 there, that's Steve Jones, the Spitfire pilot, and also an accomplished 500cc Formula 3 racer. That's the Weiner, spun off yesterday at Levant, sending Dave Methley, who was eventually to claim pole, off into the gravel in the company of Caroline Abu Rossi de Montelera, wife of Manfredo, who's from the Martini and Rossi family. A little weaving to get some tyres warm. Watch for the orange car of Stuart Roach, who is down in 9th place, but was right up there in the order as they fought for the top few positions on the grid. Just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time when the checker flag went out. He certainly got the pace to be right there in the mix. Stuart Roach in the Alexis, which was raced not only as a Formula Junior but also as a Formula 3 and a Formula 2 car in the period, because after Formula Junior finished, Formula 3, Formula 2 were reborn. We had a period of 1 litre racing for both of those classes. So bizarrely, they kind of went backwards from the 1100s that were in the Formula Juniors. The little Turner again doing another lap at the back in company of the MG Magnet, these cars that failed on outlaps and qualifying. In fact, Julius Thurgood, who was in the Magnet, stopped when Neil Brown rolled his Austin A35 as the Mary Hickler stopped to help, and Neil was absolutely unscathed. 17 is another of the Lotus 27s, the monocoque chassis car as opposed to the space frame car. And it's Martin Bullock from Perth in Western Australia, in a car that was driven by Glyn Scott, not as a Formula Junior but as a 1500, I think, local Formula 2 car back when it was new. Red Lotus in the foreground, Andrew Hibbers, the yellow Brabham, Piero Tonetti, Vailaroni Trophy champion, the Italian. The 11 Lola on the screen is the ex-Alan Rees car of James Murray, the Cumbrian solicitor. This is the Chichester Cup then. There's Jonathan Hughes, the Montenegro livery Brabham, driven by the likes of Clay Regazzoni, Joe Siffert and Silvio Moser in its day. Well, here's our lineup then for the Chichester Cup. On pole position, number 70, the local man, David Methley, the Brabham Ford BT6. Then 91, Jonathan Hughes, Brabham Ford BT6. 63, John Milicevic, the Anglo-Croatian, with his Cooper Ford T59. 21, Sam Wilson on row 2 with Lotus Ford 20. 79, Andrew Hibbard with a 22 from the following year. 3 is Piero Tonetti with the Brabham BT6. 8, Westy Mitchell with the gorgeous little Di Tommaso Ford. 11, James Murray with the Lola Ford Mark 5A. Row 4 of the grid will be number 1, Stuart Roach with the Alexis. 27, Michael Hibbard with the X-Works Lotus 27. Row 5, 61, Simon Diffie with the X-America Lotus 20. Pete Morton with the Lightning Envoyette, another local man. 14, Manfredo Rossi de Montelera with his Lotus 22. Row 6 is 12, Urs Muller from Switzerland, Lotus 2022, an updated car, that one. And alongside Mr. Club Racing, Ian Rowley with his number 16 Lotus 22. 11 is Philippe Buhoffer from Switzerland, Lola Mark 5A. 15 is the Lebanese driver Greg Audi with his Lotus 22. 59, Robin Longdon, Lola Mark 5A. 17, the Australian Martin Bullock, Lotus 27. 20 is Richard Smeaton with the Wyner. Row 9, 6, Andrew Beaumont, Lotus 22. 7, Steve Jones, the Cooper C67. And number 5, Mark Amidroz, and he is in his Brabham BT6. Behind them, 57, John Sykes in the Merlin Mark 5.7. 4, Caroline Rossi de Montelera's Brabham BT6. 93, Rudolf Ernst, Brabham BT2. 13, Roger Eland in the Renmax. 19, Jorgen Bryn, the Dane with his Merlin. No 2, unfortunately, Vernon Williamson broke yesterday with 2 melted pistons in the Osper. And 18 is on the back, though. That's Nick Gruhl, the American, who, with great efforts from the Hibbards in particular and others in the paddock, has sorted the Lotus, which looks pretty much as good as new, considering it had a fair altercation with the wall at the chicane in qualifying yesterday. There is David Methley on your screens in number 70, the ex-Fittipaldi F1 mechanic who started racing on the short ovals. Absolutely phenomenal car control this man has. He lives only 5 or 6 miles from the motor circuit here. 30 seconds to go. There's that classic lineup of small cigar-shaped cars. The green flag has been given for the final warm-up lap, and they're off. On the front row, 2 Brabham BT6s, and the Cooper Type 59 blue Cooper with the white stripes. There's Robin Longdon, one of the Lolas. Very similar in the chassis to the Lola Mark IV, the V8 Formula 1 car that was the type that Roy Salvadori and John Surtees drove in 1962. But there's the BT6 of Pole man, the whiner with his distinctive twin nostril nose, in the middle, the Italian motor car. Richard Smeaton also races 3-litre Formula 1 cars. He's got the ex-Mike Beutler March 721G. Also races next Danny Sullivan Modus in classic Formula 3 events. Just sold, I think, his Lotus 22 Formula Junior. A quick glimpse there of the red car with the blue stripe, which is the little Di Tommaso, Alejandro Di Tommaso, Argentinian born, based in Italy. On his way to building cars for Formula 1, built this light protocol monocoque Formula Junior and all front suspension, very, really tightly packaged. And fortunately, Westy Mitchell, who drives it, ex-historic Formula Ford champion, is fairly slight in stature, because you have to be slight in stature to fit into the little Di Tommaso. Both of his lads are top historic Formula Ford racers as well. Ben narrowly missed out on the title the last round 3 or 4 years ago. Sam won it last year, and we're here supporting the old man, as well as wife Claire. And see, squeezing around a little bit to get these treaded Dunlop tyres up to temperature. The Hewland gearbox in the back of the Brabham you saw there. Not all the cars have Hewland gearboxes. The Di Tommaso has a curious mix of Ursa, which is based on Citroen Light 15 gearbox, turned the wrong way round, and some bespoke Di Tommaso parts. 79 is Andrew Hibbard. He was quick to show yesterday. These cars racing a 3-year cycle with Formula Junior, front engined 1 year, drum brake rear engine next year, and now these, the latest of the disc brake car. Latter stages of this wonderful Formula Junior class, invented by Count Giovanni Lorani, pre-war sports car racer, and it went from 58 to 63 in the first 5 years of my life. 6 seasons really. Covered this, and I remember seeing some of these cars racing when I was a lad, because there were a few races which catered for old juniors after the finish. But away they go, and a bad start from Dave Methley. He just didn't get into gear, and Dave Methley has been absolutely swallowed. But John Milicevic so fast out of the blocks in the Cooper. In second place is James Murray. James Murray from 8th on the grid is second in the Silver Lola, and third is Jonathan Hughes. Fourth is Sam Wilson with the Dave Charlton Ikiri Tomahawk car. Hibbert is fifth. Tonetti is sixth. Behind Tonetti is the Westy Mitchell driven Di Tommaso, and behind that is David Methley, who had that dreadful start. Has got a lot of work on his hands to catch up, but it's Milicevic out of the blocks best.
Milicevic by 2 car lengths. They go through St Mary's, all very tidy behind, so Milicevic leading the way, and as you said, Methley from first down to about 8th or 9th, and vice versa, up from 8th to 2nd is James Murray, and he's making Milicevic very honest at the front of the field. But I think Milicevic is going to start pulling away, but you can see in the background number 70, that's David Methley, who'll be ruining that start. Jonathan Hughes holding down 3rd place, silver car with the white nose. It's
Milicevic then who leads. Hughes trying to come up the outside of Murray. Looks like Hughes has squeezed into 2nd. Murray is in 3rd place, and look at that, Sam Wilson round the outside of Murray, going like a train. He's up into 3rd place now. Murray's 4th. Looks like Hibbert is in 5th. Tonetti 6th. Methley is 7th. Behind them, the red car, which is Westy Mitchell. Behind Westy Mitchell is Michael Hibbert in the X-Works Lotus 27.
Well, now, lots of gesticulation there from Milicevic as he crossed the start-finish line. Could you work that one out, Marcus?
I couldn't. Well, Milicevic leads Hughes, and Wilson is in 3rd place.
Okay.
And look at that, Methley slices inside Tonetti, going into Management corner, takes a place back.
It almost looked so he'd gone in too fast, was going to have to hand it back. Anyhow, Milicevic leading from Jonathan Hughes. Sam Wilson went from 4th to 3rd, nearly went into 2nd place last time around as they went down to Woodcote, and he's having a look at Hughes and going up the inside, I feel, at the corner before St Mary's. What a great move there. So still 3 or 4 car lengths clear as before is Jonathan Milicevic, but now he's got He's got a great charge behind him from Sam Wilson, who never knowingly goes backwards. And just in the wake behind, I saw Westy Mitchell going past Piero Tonetti out of St Mary's.
Oh, this is awesome. The first half dozen in our shot there, and that is Jonathan Hughes, who was so bold down into Woodcote at the end of the first lap. But it's Milicevic who leads, and look, his old mate Sam Wilson's right behind. In third place is Jonathan Hughes, who's raced here before, but in a Grand Prix Cooper. Behind them, we've got, that's the red car of Andrew Hibbard, under attack from Dave Methley, whose car controller we're talking about is absolutely legendary. But meanwhile, Milicevic just holding on. It's 3 and 3 and 2, the top 8 there, with Mitchell and Tonetti in behind them. These cars are absolutely perfect for slipstreaming as they come up towards Levant corner,
and they're hard to
corner.
They're hard to spot using your mirrors. You can see Milicevic looking down to see just where Sam Wilson was, and in turn he was looking to see where Jonathan Hughes was. They're both leaning their heads to their right, almost craning to look backwards, but Sam Wilson right under the tail of race leader Milicevic as they come out of Madgwick and accelerate down that straight towards Ford Water. Who's going to be brave through there? In fact, Hughes is closing on both of them as he go down into the compression. He's taking a run. Will it work on Wilson, who's in turn trying to pass Milicevic for the lead, but it stays in the order. Milicevic, Wilson and Hughes just behind. What a fantastic battle, and behind them in fourth place after that brilliant start, James Murray.
Yes, it is James Murray. On the back of that second trio is number 70, David Methley, the man who was on pole. Fastest lap of the race so far is to Sam Wilson, a 1:25.534. That's about a second outside yesterday's qualifying best. Now, Sam Wilson in the Akuri Tomahawk Lotus, the Dave Charlton car from South Africa in period. Here he comes. He's having a look down the inside, coming up towards Woodcote corner, and he's through by the looks of things. Milicevic doesn't give up in a hurry, but he has to see that time through. It's a longer race, so you're not going to win it quite this early on. A nice sideways slide from John Milicevic, the ex-Caterham champion, multiple champion of that discipline, and out they come then. So it's Wilson from Milicevic, who's coming back at him. Milicevic gets a fantastic run at the outside, and it's Milicevic who actually is back ahead on the line.
Well, the most extraordinary thing, Marcus, I was about to cut in there and say that Wilson is so strong out of Lavant and along the Lavant straight, he must have useful amount of horsepower, but on sheer acceleration out of the chicane there, Milicevic had everything to play with. There he is, back in the lead.
They both got good engines, and the traction and the Cooper seems to be particularly good. But it's Milicevic then and Wilson, and behind them Hughes. Those three all together, three more fanning out behind them.
And just to point out, David Methley up to 5th place, just set the fastest lap of the race, so he'll be coming, and he's now up to 4th place as they go through St Mary's, and he's catching that lead trio. We may see some sideways action from Methley when he catches them, but at the moment it's Milicevic up over the rise into Lavant. Sam Wilson right on his tail. Jonathan Hughes just hanging on in there with them, and any second now they'll have the dark blue Brabham with the yellow nose band. And yes, he's joining them. David Methley in 4th place.
Yeah, Rossi de Montalera had a bad lap that time. He dropped way back to 20th place. He had to spin somewhere, I'd have thought. There's Dave Methley, to say, actually on the back of that lead quartet now, and essaying to pass Jonathan Hughes down the outside. There's not much room there, and Hughes goes across his nose, and Methley calmly changes line, but there's not enough room to get through past Hughes going through Woodcote corner. That was really tight. But again, it's Wilson who leads the way, and Hughes spins out. Was there a tag there?
No, I don't think there was. I think he was already going sideways, and a great avoidance. We'll see a replay shortly by David Methley, a driver who doesn't wait for a second chance at any moment, but he had broadside in front of him. He had the former 3rd place runner, Jonathan Hughes.
It was Wilson and Milicevic. Methley 3rd over the line. Let's see what the replay is, and you can see them getting sideways there. Methley was not close enough to have a go into the chicane. He had to wait his turn. He waited his turn. No, you're right, the Brabham was spinning before it was touched, and Hughes goes out. It wasn't touched, just went off on his own steam. Back on the track.
Yeah, Marcus, I think he was much further to the left of the circuit on the way in, and he was looking up to see if Methley was coming up the inside. I think he just turned in a little bit too late, and anyhow, so he's gone round and he crossed the start-finish line in 9th place. So look for a fight back from number 91. Was running 3rd, just pushed down to 4th. He'll be coming back, but the driver who's making all the moves is David Methley. Hughes number 70 up to 3rd.
Hughes is now in 9th place. He crossed the line in 9th place after that spin. So he was too deep into the chicane. He couldn't quite get the trajectory of the car sorted to get it through quickly. Here's Andrew Hibbard attacking James Murray. Silver Lola is the ex-Alan Rees car. Alan Rees, one of the founders of March Engineering. And Formula 2 driver of repute before that. Went on to be part of the Arrows Formula 1 team. Had his initials in March and Arrows. Reese?
Yeah, might as well put them about. So that lead battles, Wilson and Milicevic, 0.4 of a second on the start-finish line between them. Delayed when he came through the chicane to start the previous lap with David Methley. Watch for him to close in on them this lap. He's back another 2.4 seconds from Milicevic, but certainly the driver with the pace. Looking there at James Murray, who made that amazing start, from 8th right up to the sharp end of the field. And now he's being attacked by Andrew Hibbard in 79. So it's 21, 63, 70, 11 and 79. They're the top 5.
Yeah, still 12 minutes to go in this Chichester Cup race. Formula Junior is always top value here at Goodwood, and with Hibbard now ahead of Murray. Murray trying to find a way back.
And another great scrap behind them is Stuart Roach in number 1 and Jonathan Hughes, who's actually was 9th, fell to 10th, but they're 1 and 91. Look out for them, a cameo role within this race. Both drivers should be further up the field.
Well, Sam Wilson, who previously won here in Formula Junior and in 500cc Formula 3, had a massive double on his first experience of the motor circuit, 3 years ago. They're catching up with Nick Gruel in the red Lotus 27, the car that plunged through the chicane wall in qualifying. Great job to get it back looking tidy for the race today.
Better speed down the start-finish straight. A cleaner exit from the chicane was John Milicevic.
And new fastest lap, a 1:23.792. That is nearly 0.7 of a second under yesterday's pole time for David Methley.
Of course, David did that pole time right at the end. He'd been through the gravel, as you mentioned earlier, Marcus. So he didn't have a clean run of it in practice. And the way this race is shaped out, it's just giving us another fabulous story. So there, the blue Brabham with the yellow noseband, number 70, closing in on that lead battle between Wilson in 21 and Milicevic in 63. They had a third of a second between them. They're very close in their own battle, but they will notice any moment soon that yellow noseband closing in.
Yep, here comes Sam Wilson with that psychedelic helmet in the Lotus, ahead of the Cooper of John Milicevic. Cooper with its very stiff chassis, thicker tubes than the Lotus ones, and behind them 70 Dave Methley, who made a lot of ground towards them. 1.4 seconds behind Milicevic last time through. It's just the battle behind them, and I reckon that Westy Mitchell at number 8 is closing in on the 2 ahead of him. He's just on a 1:25.631 last time round. That's his best in the race so far, and that was 0.8 quicker than Murray ahead of him, and a couple of tenths quicker than Hibbard up ahead of Murray. Leaders go through again, this time for the 7th time. The gap between them is 0.8 of a second. A personal best for Wilson, 1:24.501. Milicevic 1:24.953. Methley not as quick that time through, and I wonder why he's just not maintained his pace this time.
Did he have to go around Nick Gruel on that?
That's absolutely possible, out of our sight. Yeah, indeed. We've got Hibbard, Murray and Mitchell now running as a triumvirate for 4th place. It's the battle for 4th place. Hibbard Lotus, Murray Lola and the Di Tommaso of Westy Mitchell, who started his competition career as a teenager, hill climbing and sprinting a chain gang Fraser Nash.
Okay, the lead battle, Wilson, Milicevic very close. Methley seems to be closing, but they've got a batch of about four cars they're going to have to lap when they get down just probably out between Levant and the end of the lap. So it's a question of who's going to gain the most, and I'd say Methley could well have the opportunity there.
Got the Renmax in among them, Roger Eland pointing out, and Roger Eland goes on the grass because he was busy trying to let the others through, trying to do the decent thing. Up ahead of them is Caroline Rossi de Montalera with the ex-Kurt Lincoln Brabham, and they're working their way around Mrs. Rossi.
And look how Methley's closed right on the tail of Milicevic in the middle. A slight lead advantage there for Sam Wilson, but Methley, he does have the pace. Look how he's closing in that Brabham. Still third, but the lead battle, it was stretching out, and now it's closing up again, just how we like it.
It is. It's down to 0.19. And up the inside into Majwick corner, a new leader, and it's 63. It's John Milicevic back where he was at the start of the race. He decided to hand off the wheel and waves. Look at that, absolutely brilliant. And
he's been doing a lot of waving.
He looks like he should be at the Albert Hall with that kind of baton twirling style. And Methley had a look there going down towards Ford Water, and
every time I look at Methley in a race, he doesn't wait for the second chance. He's going to grab it when he can, and often he seems to be having to have fight-back drives, and he's done extraordinary runs at the Silverstone Classic in recent years, but he's certainly the driver with the momentum there. covered the three of them by less than 7/10 of a second at the start-finish line, and I'd say it's even less as they get down to Levant. Still, Milicevic is in front again, having had that fabulous acceleration for the second lap running, or third lap running, after the chicane. That certainly seems to be his point of advantage, and Wilson can't respond so well, and now Wilson's got to really, really look behind him. There they are, nose to tail, first, second and third.
And again, unlike the major single-seater classes of today, it's a three-horse battle between Cooper, Lotus and Brabham, and Sam Wilson given just enough room down the inside by John Milicevic, comes through into Woodcote Corner. Methley again, not quite as quick on that part of the circuit, so I wonder whether there is a minor issue somewhere, or he's keeping his powder dry for later in the race. Milicevic dodges out of the slipstream, looks up to the outside, going into Madgwick. Surely he can't go around the outside. The camber will dictate. He's on the grass. He's into the runoff area. He turned in an interesting trajectory, keeps it out of the wall, but his chance is gone. He'll be absolutely livid about that, and he only had himself to blame, I'm afraid. He put himself on the outside position where it wasn't possible. This is going to let Dave Methley have a look down the inside of Sam Wilson, and Methley comes through.
As suggested, he doesn't wait for that second opportunity. He's got through a big tail wagging moment in that kick before St Mary's as he got past Wilson. Wilson will try his best to hang on, but I think Methley just has that raw pace in the Brabham that should enable him to pull clear. Milicevic still in third place, but obviously that was a big, very, very long grassy moment through Madgwick. He must have been cursing the many replays. Here's a replay coming up for you.
You can see he's on the outside. He's not going to get into that first aid hits, which he doesn't need anyway, but it just runs wide. It's slippery out there. There's marbles. He goes over the grass. He goes over and stays on that green sward. It's green sward here, you know, at Goodwood. And he gets himself back onto the track, but down at the kink before you at St Mary's, Dave Methley sails nonchalantly past Sam Wilson.
Yeah, it was a great move, and he did well to hold it. And Wilson, again, at the end of the lap, he's always very, very strong down to Woodcote and the chicane. Can't do anything about Methley through the fiddly bits, and now will Methley pull away? Let's see, a clear lap in the lead of the race. Can Methley do it? 5 minutes and 40 seconds until the checkered flag will be unfurled and waved on the start-finish line at the end of this 20-minute race. But Wilson is a dogged driver. He's not going to back off at all. He'll keep snapping away at Methley, trying to keep him honest. And don't forget, it was his driving that caused Milicevic to have to go to the outside at Madgwick, where he ran out of road.
Do you remember, Bruce, did Dave Methley win the Ford Motor Trophy on the road here a few years ago in his Marcos, and then get flicked for sort of being part of an incident somewhere? So he's got previous here at Goodwood, and
yes.
He loves the place, and he's the local hero.
He is the local hero. Yes, something like that is in the back of my mind. I can't quite put the details to it, but he's not pulling away too much. He's about 2 car lengths and very sideways through the second part of Levant there for Methley. As we said, no stranger to sideways. A lot of drivers like to keep these Formula Juniors as straight as they can, but that's not his background. As you said, he started on the dirt ovals. Is that correct?
Yeah, he did. He's on the ovals at places like Aldershot. Yeah, in saloon cars. He has phenomenal car control, as I said. I once went round a roundabout in a Nissan, I think 350Z, in the snow, driven by David Methley, and he was totally on left lock the whole way around the roundabout in the snow. And Sam Wilson out over the curb on the exit of Woodcote. We've got round. He just wound the lock off and shot off down the lane to his house.
Yeah. But just saying, Sam Wilson always attacks at the end of the lap, doesn't he? That seems to be the area where he has the most advantage, and that's where he's been doing his overtaking. And I guess he was trying to push right to the very edge. Here's the replay coming down into Woodcote. Methley leading in 70, and the cameraman almost had to swing right to catch Wilson.
Vicious twitch. Back over there. There's a slippery surface flag down, I see, coming into the chicane. That might help Milicevic to come back in, and there's a spin. That's Westy Mitchell's gone round in the De Tomaso, but he's kept it out of the conveyor belting. That's good. He's back ahead of briefly of the yellow car of Tonetti, but I think Tonetti will have the momentum to get past him. That's left this pair, Hibbard, back ahead of Murray.
Could I just cut in? I was just looking to see the track conditions at St Mary's, as going up the inside, getting very sideways, was Methley. Nearly tossed the lead away as he was trying to take a tighter line in lapping. I think there's a bit of a slippery surface out here, but he held on. He's still leading from Sam Wilson, but that was a big wake-up call.
It's a great battle this. We've had the Lola ahead of the Lotus. Lotus now back ahead of Lola. You can see on your screens. So it's Roach in 9th. Down the thing. Also Morton moving up again. These little arrows on your screens tell you who's moved up and down according to their grid positions. And again, big slide over the curbs. And it is indeed very simple. They've gone past John Sykes in the Merlin, and Sykes is going to squeeze in between them. No, he stays out of the way. That was a good effort to stay there. They've got up ahead of them the number 5 car, which is one of the Brabhams. That's Mark Ames-Droz, and that has allowed Methley to make a little bit of a break, but he went round the outside of the Merlin at Woodcote. They both did, and that was an enormous moment for both of them.
Yeah, Sam Wilson really did thread the eye of the needle there to get through the chicane in second place. That has let Methley get a little bit clearer at the front of the race, but some big saves, and you don't normally expect so much sideways driving in a Formula Junior race, but certainly the top proponents aren't scared to do it at all.
They haven't got much grip at the best of times, and that's absolutely wonderful. It's all to the good. We like that. More power than grip. 125 horsepower and not that much grip towards the end of a race on a slippery surface. They've got Andrew Beaumont ahead of them. He's a regular historic F1 racer with Lotus 76, the Ronnie Peterson car, and Lotus 27 ahead of him. That's Nick Gruel, who had that moment yesterday.
Yeah, I think really two variables here. We've got the slightly slippery track in places, and they're having to pick their way around tail enders. And I'd have to say that David Methley should have the bullets in his gun, so to speak, to win this race. But Sam Wilson could yet claw back if the traffic works his way.
Well, last 1.5 minutes, one more lap after this one by the looks of things.
On screen you can see James Murray, who made that amazing start from 8th up to 2nd place, and he's been battling the whole way, and that's been a great battle there with Andrew Hibbard in 79, but 79 still ahead of 11, so the battle going to Hibbard, but certainly every single lap for James Murray has been a great excitement.
Well, it's out to 3.2 seconds, and that's due to where the traffic fell, really. Methley's got ahead now onto the last lap in car number 70. Hibbard in 79, Andrew Hibbard is now 4th, Murray is 5th in 11, Zanetti up into 6th place in the yellow Brabham as a result of Westy Mitchell's spin, which we saw on the screen. Jonathan Hughes is back up to 7th, Westy Mitchell is in 8th, Stuart Roach is in 9th, and Simon Diffie is in 10th place.
So half a lap to go down at Levant for the final time for David Methley, the dark blue Brabham, number 70 with the yellow noseband. As you said, Marcus, 3 seconds clear of Sam Wilson on the start-finish line, and not too much traffic to negotiate, just coming up on the tail of
Steve Jones,
that very pretty black Cooper with the white nose, and he should dispatch him fairly easily to go and score another win for the local driver here at Goodwood.
Absolutely right. Here comes the next bunch of cars with James Murray's dropped back quite a long way, and there's up over the curb again. Here's Dave Methley, locks a wheel, flicks it into the chicane for the final time. The Brabham BT6 comes out on lovely opposite lock slide as David Methley comes through to a great gallery and lots of cheers from the pit wall, particularly as Mrs. LA will be down there, former rock drummer, which may still be a rock drummer. And there we go then. Dave Methley wins it in car 70 from 21, Sam Wilson, 63 is John Milicevic in 3rd place, 79 is Andrew Hibbard in the red Lotus there, 11 James Murray in 5th place, and 91 recovering to get a 6th place on the final lap is Jonathan Hughes in car 91, who spun his chances away at the chicane earlier in the race. 3 Piero Tonetti, 8 Westy Mitchell, and 1 Stuart Roach, 61 Simon Diffie should complete the top 10.
Great delight being shown by race winner David Methley, going down towards Ford Water, both arms out of the car. He's now restricted himself to just one. Really happy. A win for anybody at Goodwood is a fantastic achievement, but when it's your local circuit, just that extra piece of spice.
Well, it is particularly when you come round in 7th place at the end of the first lap. You know?
Well, in fact, that head-on shot, he disappeared. He was suddenly just completely engulfed,
swamped, wasn't he?
Totally. So fabulous job, as you say. David Methley winning. Just coming past me now.
The whiner is off. That's Richard Smeaton in car number 20. Richard Smeaton in the whiner Ford. Italian car. Where is that? Is that down at Woodcote Corner?
Yeah, I think with that level amount of runoff. Oh, gosh, so nearly made the end of the race. There goes the whiner spinning round.
Yeah, little bump at the end. Something for Alan Bailey's boys to do. Didn't damage the unique twin nostril nose though. They've only got one of those. Didn't use it for testing last week in case they damaged it. Well, there we go, the race result of the Chichester Cup Formula Junior race. And first, a magnificent drive from number 70, Dave Methley, with the BRM V16. In second place, 21, Sam Wilson, Lotus 20. Third, 63, John Milicevic, Cooper 59. In fourth place, 79, Andrew Hibbard, Lotus 22. Fifth, 11, James Murray, Lola Mark 5A. In sixth place, 91, is Jonathan Hughes, Brabham BT6. In seventh, number 3, Piero Tonetti with the Brabham. And then behind him, we've got 8, Westy Mitchell in Di Tommaso. 9th, Stuart Roach in the Alexis, number 1. 10th, Pete Morton, the Lightning Envoy at 75. Then in 11th place, Simon Diffie in 61, the Lotus. A similar car of Urs Muller, number 12, is 12th. Philip Buhoffer's Lola is 13th, that's car number 10. Martin Bullock from Perth, Western Australia is 14th in the number 17, Lotus 27. 59, the Robin Longdon Lola is next up, and then Manfredo Rossi de Montalera in 14. Ian Rowley's Lotus 22, Greg Audi's Lotus 22, Richard Smeaton in the Winer that we saw in the bank there at the end of the race, Steve Jones in the Cooper, Andrew Beaumont Lotus, John Sykes Merlin, Marc Aimé in the Brabham, and Jürgen Bryn in the Merlin. They seem to be next of our finishers. Sensational Formula Junior racing, and wow, let's hear in a second what the reaction is. Great applause from our knowledgeable and enthusiastic audience as David Methley comes up with his hand out of the cockpit to take that place, and his time at the end of the race, his best lap, a fantastic, sensational 1:23.792 seconds. That is phenomenal. Well, as the drivers get out of the car, we're going to get the highlights of that race. Beautiful race goers admiring the scene from their Airstream caravan. And down in the assembly area, there is Dave Methley, the calm before the storm. And they come out onto the circuit. Glorious little 400 kilo race cars, 1100cc engines. And away they go, and look, it just didn't go. It jumped out of first gear, or just didn't go into first gear properly, the pole position car, and he's swamped. He's nowhere. Must be down to about 9th or 10th by the first corner, but a phenomenal start. The Silver Lola, number 11 of James Murray, came through from 8th place on the grid into 2nd by Madgwick. That was a real hookup par excellence. The drag racers call that a whole shot out of the start line. Manfredo Rossi, oh, that's where he dropped back. Did what his wife did yesterday, but she was in fact avoiding somebody who was spinning. That was Richard Smith in the Winer. Spitfire in the background. That's not off-putting at all. It's wonderful. Wonderful. The pathos, the drama. And there we go. We've got Milicevic coming back up the outside of the leading Lotus at that point, which is Sam Wilson. Wilson on the inside, but Milicevic gets it wrong. There's no way he's going to get around that trajectory, not being chased down by Dave Methley. And Methley wastes no time in going through at the kink before St Mary's. He takes the lead at that point, but it wasn't easy once he was loosely in charge. He had a massive slide through Woodcote going round the Merlin. A spin there for Westy Mitchell. He goes off. That looks like he's up at Madgwick, but he's going again. And then towards the end of the race, the Winer goes round. One Italian car spins, and so does another. Through then comes Dave Methley. Big victory slide out of the chicane, up to take the checkered flag. Leslie Ann will be absolutely thrilled to bits, as will Dave. The local boy does good, as they say. Brilliant, brilliant racing. And down on the grid with our victorious trio, Hank Hope Frost.
Thanks, Marcus. Yeah, John Milicevic, third place. You're still smiling. I suppose you're glad the grass was wet, was dry around the outside of Madgwick.
I tried to do a move on Sam around the outside because he is very competent. He's like my brother, so's Dave, and just got on the marbles. And thank God it was pretty dry, and we just kept it on the grassy bit and got back on. But by the time we got back on, the two boys had gone. But while it lasted, it was brilliant fun.
Another classic Formula Junior slipstream around Goodwood.
Absolutely, it's what we want. We aim to do that, put on a good show for everybody. We're like a Formula Junior family. We all get on very well together, on and off the track. And to be on the podium here is just fantastic.
Well done, John. Third place in the Cooper T59 in the Chichester Cup. Let me grab a word with our second place man, Sam. Sam, another classic.
Oh, it's fantastic. It was. Well, we never thought it was going to be an easy race, but no, it was certainly hard work and very enjoyable as well.
And did you think you had the measure of them all the time?
It was pretty evenly matched. we all had strong points on the circuit and weak points, and it all levelled out really. But Dave was absolutely flying and spectacular as well. But it was just, I feel bad about what happened to John. I tried to leave as much space on the outside as I could, but it was just so slippery through there. It was difficult to hang on.
Dave was very sideways when you were chasing him. Probably not quite sideways enough for you.
No, I thought he was going to go around a few times, but no, he's well used to driving like that. So it was certainly spectacular to watch.
Well done, Sam. Sam Wilson second in the Lotus then. But our winner, and one of the most popular revival wins I can remember for a long time, local man Dave Methley. Dave, well done.
Thank you very much. That's probably the last time I'd be able to beat these youngsters, because I'm getting a bit old for this.
You were very spectacular in the closing laps.
Not intentionally. The oil didn't help much, but you could just see it, and the flags were very good. Marshalling is excellent. So.
Any dramas out there at all?
Yeah, our back markers aren't all looking in the mirrors, but that wasn't a big problem. We managed that. But the oil definitely didn't help much. But I hope they deal with that now for the next race.
You were very happy coming across the line to take that win.
I was very happy, yeah. I made such a cod at the start, it was ridiculous. I think I might have the wrong first gear, and I'm going to blame my mechanic anyway. But it made it for an interesting race.
Good stuff. Dave Methley, well done.
Thank you.
So winner then of the Chichester Cup for Formula Junior cars, David Methley, and Marcus, I'll hand back up to you.
Well, that was absolutely mega, and that 123.792 that David Methley did as he came back from 9th or 10th place into the first corner was a phenomenal time. I mean, that is so far beyond the 100-mile-an-hour average round here well, it makes everything else pale into insignificance. But what a brilliant race, and what a brilliantly clean race. That is so important here at the Goodwood Revival and historic motorsport as a whole. Chris Druitt to my right. Aviation fills our screens, and that makes the heart flutter. The hairs stand on end on the back of your neck, and the other side of the Goodwood equation.
Marcus, it does. Slight change of plan on the aviation display because the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Lancaster had a technical problem overnight. They're flying in a new part from Coningsby, and optimistically they're pretty sure they can fix it to join us this afternoon. So 2 Lancasters in the sky over Goodwood this afternoon. In the meantime, 6 Merlin-powered aircraft led by the 3 aircraft of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. That's 2 Spitfires and a Hurricane, followed by the locally based, or based this weekend, aircraft, the 2 Spitfires again, I beg your pardon, the Spitfire Hurricane and the ME-109, and they're going to be joined, as you can see on the big screen, by this wonderful Mustang, Ferocious Frankie, which I think today is being flown by Alistair Kay. So they're all Merlin engined, which sounds a bit crazy because an ME-109, but actually you can see the silver aircraft in the second trio is what's called a Bouchon, which was a Messerschmitt airframe delivered to Spain, and the Spaniards couldn't get the Daimler-Benz engine that the German Messerschmitts had, so post-war they fitted them with the Merlin engine, and it's called a Bouchon. So the 3 at the front belong to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and the 2 Spitfires are a Mark 16, that's the clipped wing version, and an early Mark II and the Hurricane. And the Mark 16, the clipped wing version, was built for a ground attack, has a much faster rate of roll than the full elliptical wing Spitfire, which you can see on the outside of that trio. That's the early Mark II. And the Mark 16 is being flown by Johnny Stringer in his last flights, last weekend flying for the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight before he goes off to Staff College. There on the big screen is the Mark 16. Just outside him, I think it's Tony Parkinson flying the Hurricane. And outside him, the much earlier Mark II, one of the very earliest Spitfires still flying. And they're followed by John Romain flying the ME-109, and then Lee Proudfoot flying the famous Mark 9 Spitfire MH434, and Stu Goldspink in the Hurricane. difficult to think of things about Spitfires that haven't been said before, but one or two snippets. 1,000 Spitfires were delivered to Russia and flew in the combat on the Eastern Front, and the Spitfire actually flew in the RAF service until 1957 in the meteorological flight. And then lots of them were put on pedestals outside Royal Air Force stations as what they called gate guardians, and there they were, poor things, rotting away in the sun and the rain. And a guy called Tim Routsis made a proposal to the Air Ministry saying, I'll swap these for fiberglass models and rescue them, and that's exactly what happened, and that became a source of Spitfire restoration and spare parts. And in the mid-60s there were only 6 Spitfires airworthy in the world. Now there are more than 40. Another funny thing about the Spitfire is that in the early days they tried to fire the guns at 32,000 feet, which is pretty high, and because the machine guns had all frozen, they all jammed. And on one occasion, one of them landed at an airfield in Suffolk called Martlesham Heath, and landed, and that was okay, but then the guns unfroze and loosed off a round or two towards Felixstowe, which must have been a bit of a surprise. In the Battle of Britain, of course, the Hurricanes, their job was to go for the bombers, and in fact, Hurricanes accounted for more aircraft. There's another flying display for us. They accounted for more aircraft than the Spitfire, and the Hurricane was a great gun platform. But one of the disadvantages of the Merlin engine in the early days was that if you pushed the stick forward and, in other words, put in a lot of negative G, you wanted to dive very quickly, the engine coughed and cut out, which gave the ME-109, hovering, there you are, ME-109 a big advantage because the Daimler-Benz engine was fuel injected. And then a lady scientist at Farnborough called Beatrice Schilling designed a washer that stopped the surge of fuel going to the top of the carburetor and rescued the Merlin from coughing, and that subsequently was called Miss Schilling's orifice. Isn't it wonderful to see these historic aircraft? And it's interesting to compare the early technology of the Hurricane against the much or relatively later technology of the Spitfire, because the Hurricane has a tubular fuselage frame covered in fabric. In other words, it was pretty much a monoplane version of the Hawker Fury, which had certain advantages in that it was much easier to repair quickly in the field, Hurricane going up, because often the cannon shells would go through one side of the fuselage and out the other side, although it was pretty uncomfortable if it hit anything solid on the way. And the Hurricane was considerably less expensive to build than the Spitfire. It took 10,000 man-hours versus the 15,000 for the Spitfire. So in period, the Spitfire was a relatively expensive aeroplane. Have we been joined by the ferocious Frankie? So the aircraft are circling round. It may be that they're on their downwind leg to land, although the undercarriages aren't done. Ferocious Frankie, the Mustang, I hope does a high-speed pass. The aircraft are in fact coming into land. But if you see the Mustang diving at high speed, you'll hear the characteristic whistle of the Mustang, which is the wind blowing across the gun ports at the front of the wings. There we go. Spitfire landing. Not an easy plane to land because, as you can see on the big screen, when you're sitting behind that engine, you can't see anything ahead. So here comes the second Spitfire doing the characteristic curved final approach so that the pilot could look down the left-hand engine cowling, and have a bit of a glimpse of the runway before he lands. Hurricane was much easier because the pilot was relatively sitting further up, and the undercarriage is much wider space. So the Hurricane was a slightly easier aircraft to land than the Spitfire. Although once in the air, everybody who's flown a Spitfire agrees it is the most delightful airplane to fly. Okay, back to Marcus while these aircraft land.
Thank you very much for that, Chris, as the Hurricane comes into land. Let's hear from our Goodwood Revival commercial partners. Well, we're back live then, and the social media is all of Twitter, or all of Facebook, or all of YouTube for that matter. Follow us on goodwood.com/revival, like the page, and send in your stories to us. The best will be read out and put on the straight now. My dad's Alpha Romeo Montreal, V8 squared, Goodwood Revival. What a beauty. This is Krista Webber. It's rather lovely, isn't it? Trillions causing havoc. Goodwood Revival. Says Footman James. Ah, it must be an insurance man.
My insurance. Brilliant.
What else has been going out there at the track enjoying day 2 of the Goodwood Revival? Says Laura Irwin. Good on you, Laura. Enjoy your day. Too early for a doom bar? Never too early for a doom bar. No, 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 absolutely not. Mark Croxford, bring one up here, mate. Doom bar from Rock in Cornwall.
I know, fantastic. Brilliant beer.
Ready at Goodwood Revival. Will Stone. The Will Stone team. It's J40.
there's been fever down there, I can tell you.
I'm sure there has. High fever, high drama, and it's the Settrington Cup next out on track. They're assembling down to our left, Barry.
They are forming up in their grid positions. Drew the numbers out of a hat to line up in this, the Settrington Cup. Are we looking forward to this or what?
We are. It's the third Settrington Cup.
It is.
And little J40s, they are beautifully presented.
Called Settrington, it's a name given to the youngest member of the March family in line to the dukedom, and currently Lord March's son is known as Charles Settrington, and that really establishes his place in the family hierarchy. The formula for this, ladies and gentlemen, under 10. 2 races for Austin J40 pedal cars of a type built prior to 1966. Circuit length 238 yards.
That's Bill Wickham with 4-year-old Libby, who's making her debut in the race.
They're incredibly
Morning, Bill.
focused.
Morning, Libby.
They're incredibly focused, these people. The Austin pedal cars were built in a special Austin factory down in Bargoed in Wales. It opened in July 1949. It was paid for by a government scheme which rehabilitated and gave employment to miners suffering from lung disease in South Wales, and 32,000 of these cars were built. That's an astonishing number, and they were built using scrap metal from the Austin plant up in the Midlands. So a great scheme. Why don't we think of initiatives like that in this day and age?
You do wonder.
But, as I say, 2 races, one today. You see on the front of the car there, a 2 and 34. 2 means he drew the lucky straw. He's second on the grid today, and he'll be 34th on the grid tomorrow. So
is that what it is?
This is his chance to score. He's not going to do anything from 34th, that is for sure.
He's being ushered away to meet his manager and nutritionist and everyone else who trains
the
these
number
young
2,
drivers.
the Obanel car, Miriam was deemed to be too big to get in it, so it's young Julian in there at the moment.
We've got the commercial version out on track as well.
Yeah, that led the parade down. Now, if you've got any of these J40s lying around in your attic, and as I say, there were 32,000 built, if you looked for one today on eBay, you would not pick anything up under £3,000. They are much sought after, and this race we have here over the Revival weekend has done the world of good to enhance their value.
Do you think that some of these, Bobby Verdon Rowe out there on the grid, and he was second yesterday in the Sussex Trophy?
Yeah, an interview with him later on. We'll play him out on the radio. So young William Tyrrell was pretty confident. They're going to, come on, wave them on, urge them on as they come through the the chicane, ladies and gentlemen, heading for the champagne. William Tyrrell right out in front.
There's
now.
a run on second place up on the outside, isn't there?
There is. There's a battle for second, and there's also going to be a battle 37 bike. Now look out for this man on that flat twin boxer BMW. Troy Corser, double world superbike champion in the red, white and blue leathers with BMW in the middle of his shoulders on his back. A modern day BMW ambassador these days, Troy Corser, and he rides that thing like the wind. Also, look out for the number. And then the Le Mans type start. The mechanic will hold the bike with the engine running in neutral. Henry Hope Frost is down there with Revin Kevin.
Indeed, Barry, I managed to grab Kevin on his way to the pits. Kevin, great to see you making your Revival debut. A bit of a hero to lots of bike fans. You enjoying it?
You know, it was a bit of a rough day yesterday. I crashed probably the nicest Manx Norton anywhere in the world, and I'm not proud of that. But Ken and the crew got everything back up and running, and I shorted my teammate of any practice, so it's going to be his first time on the track today. And we're looking forward to learning a lot today and being even faster tomorrow.
And you've been racing, haven't you? You did the Suzuka 8 Hours to get match fit. Taking this seriously, aren't you?
You know, it's
so many times he basically said enough is enough. You know, I've broken a few bones, I'm gonna walk away. But there you have it, front row, the Vincent Rapide on pole position, 86, then McWilliams, Duncan Fitchett on the Norton, Troy Corser, Sebastian Gouche on the BMW, Steve Plato, Glenn English, they flew the number 18 pairing on another Manx Norton. So there you have sort of row one, as it were. If they were lining up across the grid, that's how they would be. Further down the order, James Hayden, Mike Edwards, a couple of good riders there in 5th place. Glenn Richard, Scott Smart again British Superbike regulars, the Rutter-Russell pairing on the 500cc pushrod. Velocet Adam Child, motorcycle journalist, on that matchless G8 G80CS, a pushrod scramble engine. There's Kevin Schwantz, still on row 3 despite the fact he jumped off it. It'll be O'Connor who's taking that bike out. Rodney O'Connor, because we saw Kevin Schwantz in pit lane, he'll come on at the driver change. Steve Brogan, Ian Bain, they've had mechanical problems. Hopefully it's now sorted. Richards and Russell on the Gilera 4, and Howie Mainwaring and Rushworth right there. So you can see the mechanic keeping the engine running in neutral and at the appropriate signal. What a beautiful, beautiful Vincent that is, all the way from Australia. Bo Beaton, the man to take that out first, and he is quick. So he's got to get it in gear and get it away, because some of these others are quick as well. Bated breath, getting nerves. One of the bikes hasn't fired up, so it's got to be bumped. But he's on the. Oh, he's not the first away. He's not the first away. The number 7 Norton with Jeremy McWilliams leaps into the lead. The Vincent number 86 falling in right behind. Then 29 right behind them. That's the G80 with Adam Child, now a TT rider in his own right. But Jeremy McWilliams, first time out on this bike then, first lap, has got away in the lead. Number 4, Glenn Richards, going well. And 121, we saw that bike flying. That's James Hayden on the 121. Somewhere, Bruce, they'll be by you.
Yeah, just gone down through Ford Water into the dip beyond, and now the first bike is coming into the sweeper, the right-hander before St Mary's, as you say. Number 7, a great start. I noticed 9 made a great start, but the bike that took pole yesterday with Bo Beaton is tucked in second place, the big 1000cc Vincent Rapide. Let's see how he uses that power. Very high at the front is 86, isn't it?
Yeah,
unusual looking bike.
Spoke to them about that. They tried to lower the front end a bit. We need to be sure who we're talking about at the front, because on the piece of paper, and according to the rules, it should be Jeremy McWilliams.
I think it probably is, but by the fact that Duncan Fitchett was talking to Henry not so long ago.
Not clobbered up in his helmet. So let's Jezza then going to get out and do business on this thing. Number 18, Steve Plater, double Isle of Man TT winner. There's the Vincent looking up the inside, but Jeremy McWilliams, fantastic. Adam Child going well on that pushrod 500cc matchless, which started life as a scrambles bike. It's not the true road racing engine, but they've got it going really, really well. Stuart Tongs matchless, not riding it himself this year. I saw the number 34 Norton going through, but there Jeremy McWilliams, number 7 on the plate. Behind him, Bo Beaton. Then it's 29, that's Child. 68 going well. That's Rutter on the MSS Velocet, the 500cc Velocet. Mike Edwards, James Hayden then doing the business on the 121. Mike Edwards will get on that when they come in for the change. Steve Brogan is on the number 14 bike, so they've obviously got that going as well. But away they go. It's still Jezza. No, it isn't. It's the big Vincent has gone through. McWilliams is now down to second place, but fighting back. Look how high that Vincent stands. And through goes McWilliams.
Well, he was carrying so much more speed on bike number 7 as they approached St Mary's. Ran a little bit wide, and then the power of the big Vincent Rapide is bringing Beaton back onto his tail. But it's very, very hard to look at these bikes and the way they're being ridden by the front riders to realise the newest one in the race is 1954.
Unbelievable. That big Vincent, we've said it time and time again, it looks like a street fighter, it stands so tall, but it's 1000cc 998 to be precise, compared to the 498 of the Norton, so it's double the capacity. So in a straight line it is going to be quick, and certainly it's looking quick. But Bo Beaton is the faster of the two riders.
And of course, one of the elements of interest in this race is the fact there is a rider change partway through, so it's not a given the bike out front will stay out front, and Beaton was the faster of the two riders on that Vincent yesterday.
That's for sure. But look at Adam Child. Adam Child is on them, on that 500cc matchless there. Goodness me.
Why go on the track when you can ride over the verge on the outside 121?
Fantastic, 29. There's Troy Corser. There's Troy Corser, number 2. Number 4, Glenn Richards. Number 18 going through. That's Steve Plater. There's Michael Rutter, number 68 on the MSS 500 Velocet. And look at Corser, head down, red, white and blue leathers, big helmets. This is a 1937 motorcycle that Troy Corser's on. Look at him go.
That was the very point I was about to make. I talked about bikes from the 50s, but this pre-war, and he could not get lower on that bike if he tried. And yesterday he was so knee out through St Mary's. Just coming through the sweeper, he's in 4th place. Number 7 still leading, and the big Vincent Rapide right behind, but certainly the fastest of that quartet is Corsa. He took a lap or so to get the heat of the tyres, or maybe a few corners really, but he's closed right in.
McWilliams is in front again. McWilliams is back in the front. The number 7 is ahead of the Vincent, so though beaten, the big Vinny rider knows he's got a race on his hands. Look at Troy Corsa up the inside of Adam Child, the Motorcycle News journalist who rode in the TT this year. He's
patted his bottom.
a big shuffle.
Is that allowed? And he's on the grass because
and he put
of it.
himself on the grass. That's about 90 miles an hour. He's on the grass. Troy Corsa. Unbelievable, this double world champion. Is he going or what?
I love the cheekiness of some of the bike riders. That's so funny. You're trying your best to hunker down over the tank. And what's that hitting me from behind? It's a rival.
Adam Child. Look, he will have thought, I don't believe this, and then the next minute we'll have seen Corsa motocrossing on the grass. Well, Child then took advantage, got the better of Troy Corsa because he went grass track.
But look how Corsa's closed up again. He clearly had to lift off a little bit on the grass, not too much because you could have dire consequences, but he's right back in the mix in that number 2 BMW.
I spoke to him on Thursday at the cricket match, and he was very relaxed, and he said what he loves about this bike is you can ride it flat out, and he certainly is riding it flat out. He said we're so used to modern stuff, and he rides big modern BMWs day in, day out as their factory ambassador, and he said we just ride this thing flat out and I have a lot of fun. Well, he's certainly doing that, isn't he?
Well, we're the beneficiaries of that, everyone in the crowd. I mean, to see this bike from 1937, this R5 SS, being ridden that hard, he's right on the tail now of Adam Child. He's look to go around the outside, nearly clip the tail of him.
Who's that down? We have a faller.
Hold on, that must be one of.
That looks like the bike that was possible.
Was that the leader?
That's Jeremy. That's McWilliams. That's McWilliams down. The number 7 Norton is down. Oh no, Jezza.
Oh, if I turned to my left, I could have seen it. I must have been so busy watching the battle behind.
And it's bent.
It's
bent and it's got grass in. Let's have a look.
Oh,
there it is.
The inside, the curb on the inside.
Just lock the back end. The back end. Poor Jeremy
I thought he hit
McWilliams.
the curb on the inside.
Well,
but anyhow, it went down, and luckily he was quickly onto the grass on the slide. But very frustrating. So Duncan Fitchett won't get to start today, and tomorrow, of course, this is an aggregate event. They'll be back out again. Of course, they will.
Well, that also slowed Troy Corsa just a little bit. So there's Jeremy McWilliams making his way off the circuit. That's the Steve Parish Jabs special. So that Norton engine bike has given up the ghost. They put a new piston and gudgeon pin in it in the paddock last night, but it hasn't survived. It's done 3 laps. That's all it's done. Troy Corsa then, at the moment, is in 3rd place. Ahead of him is Adam Child, and he's looking for 2nd to go underneath Chad.
Corsa just has so much more speed, or he's wringing more speed out of that BMW. Look, he's tapping. I don't know if he's going to go and give him another little pat on the tail end. I think not after the last escapade, but
I think he wants the place this time, and he's going through on the inside. Surely no. 1937 flat twin BMW.
Okay, they're very close, and the Vincent Rapide has escaped in the lead. He's up the road by about 5 seconds now, but Charles is responding because he's being goaded very, very hard indeed. In 4th place behind the Richard and Smart. Max Norton.
Through goes Corsa.
Up the inside. Wonderful, wonderful move.
Through goes Corsa. Underneath. Sorry, cut across you there.
Not at all. Well worth it.
Here we go. Troy Corsa then has now got, as Adam Charles Norton got the legs for this aged BMW. Certainly not with Troy Corsa on it, because he's got head down, bottom up, and he's away. Adam Chard still looking left and right, but Corsa has got the legs for him. But is Corsa going to be able to do anything about that great big V-twin Vincent ahead of him? It's going to be a tough call, I can tell you.
I was just wondering how the braking would compare between them, but Corsa able to carry his momentum beautifully through the first pass of Woodcote there.
But by comparison, Bruce, to modern day machinery, none of these bikes have any brakes. All the riders will tell you that. That's the first thing they notice when they get on them. They can't stop.
Yeah, but one would have to presume the bike from the 1930s, the BMW, has even less of not a lot.
Yeah, but it is German engineering, so I don't know. But that's got a big brake in it. That's a big Norton hub in that bike of Adam Childs. This Vincent has got a small front brake by comparison, but it's a beautifully, beautifully prepared bike.
And it's going faster and faster. Last lap around 1 minute 29.503. That's nearly 2 seconds faster than it achieved in practice yesterday.
I thought we'd get into the 29s. That's where we're normally at on these fast races. Still all the way down the field, terrific, terrific battles. Number 4, Glenn Richards, and the number 18 bike, Steve Plater. Well, these are old warriors, I can tell you, from the British Superbike Championship, from British Supersport Championship. Both of them are Super Sport champions at different times, both having won the British Super Sport, the 600cc championship. Steve Plater riding the number 18 Norton, and Glenn Richards on the number 4 Norton. So Richards with the yellow helmet, the red leathers, looking alongside at Plater. They'll be having a crack tonight over a pint, I can tell you. I think, oh goodness me, wonderful. In there on the brakes, through goes Glenn Richards.
I think they might have to share a pint, actually.
Yeah, there is.
The Siamese twins are so close together.
It's good. Ahead of them, and getting in the way, Glenn Richards almost clipping the back of the number 51 with Roger Munsey on, but that Vincent Grey Flash, that's the 500cc Vincent single, moving out of the way as Plater and Richards go by. Plater then on the left. He'll be handing over to Glenn English. Oh, look at the trust! Knees down on the tarmac. Nothing in it between these bikes. That's the whole point. They're so evenly matched, Bruce.
It's fantastic. I mean, this is more like a one-rider race. You forget that they've got to hand over to another rider, and they could so easily blow it. They're racing so super close. But for people who've only ever watched four-wheel motorsport before, obviously the bikes you have a lot of lines around a circuit. You can get very close indeed. And this is a masterful performance. Just checking the front of the running order, Beaton is now 8 seconds clear, but slowing down a little bit on the last lap. Maybe he had some traffic, certainly deeply among the back markers, but just watch the lap times for Beaton in 86.
Steve Plater, number 18, has just got the better temporarily of the number 4 bike, Glenn Richards. James Hayden also having a good run further down there on the number 121. He's just out of shot behind these guys and chasing hard, and with him is number 68 Michael Rutter. Then comes the number 14 bike with Steve Brogan on board. Sweeping past the number 5, that's another BMW R5 with Helmut Dahm in his red leathers on.
Yes, it's when you look at the closing speed and the passing speed, you realise how some of them really quick guys are just taking these bikes to levels that have not been raced at before.
Absolutely. Let's just see where the number 34 bike is with O'Connor on. Well, Kevin Schwantz, when he climbs on it, will be something in 10th place. It's showing 11th at the moment. Number 21, Bernard Murray on the Woden Jump. There's your race leader.
He is running another slow lap. He did a 1 minute 32. His best, bear in mind, is a 1:29. He just did a 1 minute 37. Is there a problem for Vincent Rapide?
Well, absolutely. There must be.
And his advantage was over 8 seconds. It's now down to 3.3, and it's dropping right down. He's just come past me at St Mary's, and almost upon him is the BMW with Troy Corser.
He's going to have to pit, surely. Bo Beaton is looking at that, Vincent. He's going to have to come in and pit. They're going to have to do a premature rider change and maybe effect a mechanical repair, because Troy Corser on that R5 SS He's right with him.
Yeah, he's just lining up another pat on the bottom, I think, up for Beaton now. But maybe he's decided discretion's the better part of valour after his motocross earlier.
Might get a kick where he doesn't want it. But there's the Vincent.
Well, in fact, the Vincent opened out again down there because it seemed to be right upon him, so maybe it's an intermittent problem.
That's a very good point. That 1:37 lap time, where did that come from? Through the chicane again, but that's how close it is. There's Troy Corser in second, the handout, so he's going in for a rider change. Troy Corser is going into the pits, and he will hand over to Sebastian Gooch.
You know what, I think that's probably a very timely pit stop, because the pits are going to get very busy anytime soon. Makes an awful lot of sense.
Well, there's no doubt. Sebastian Gooch is a good rider. There's Steve Parish bemoaning the failure of his Jabs special. Gooch now on board the number 2, so that was a very quick pit stop. Number 14.
That's the Brogan Bain bike. Bain going out to the pits.
And that looks like the Rutter. That's Rutter. That's Michael Rutter. That's Michael Rutter retiring the 500 Velo, so their race is over as well. There it is, the MSS 500 pushrod engine, going remarkably well, I have to say. But it's a bit of a push back to the pits for the Blade, as he's known affectionately in the world of British Superbike. Not having the best of seasons, but running okay, Michael Rutter, sort of midfield in British Superbike. Now past the ripe age of 40, but it doesn't mean a thing. Look at the way these guys are going. Number 16 going through there, that's Jochen Volk Rossignol.
And number 6 in the back row is Mick Grant, no less.
Yeah, Mick Grant. And rider changes going on here. There's Tommy Hill. former British Superbike champion, 2011, 2012. He'll correct me. 2011, I believe.
Well, I think there's actually a bit of a problem with that Norton Dominator he's sharing with Alex Sinclair, because it was smoking earlier in the race. That's number 8, so perhaps not rejoining. There is the classification at the moment. The Beaton McMartin Vincent Rapide leading by just under 2.5 seconds from Adam Child.
Well, you're quite right about the pits getting busy. They are getting very busy indeed. 22 coming out. Roger Ashby is handed over to Sebastian Perez. Number 29, that's the rider change there on the Adam Child's bike. Clive Ling now on board, and Craig McMartin is now the man on board now. Craig McMartin, the older of the two riders, but still a very, very accomplished rider. 2009 Australia Formula Extreme champion. 2008 in the Pro Twin Superbike Championship, he's the winner of that. Island Classic, and he won in 2008 in Daytona the Battle of the Twins on the Irving Vincent, on the modern Vincent. Not this one, because it is a 1951 bike.
Okay, the one I want to get the cameras on very soon is Kevin Schwantz, who's taken over the number 34 bike, down in 10th place, and already without a clock, looking much quicker. Bit of a pit stop there for Adam Ling, a push start for Adam Ling, so he's lost a lot of the time he made up there.
Clive Ling on board.
Clive Ling, sorry, why am I calling him?
Clive Ling on board
mad.
now, but still that push rod matchless looking good. They were going very well. There is Revin Kevin. We saw him jump off this bike yesterday, but
right there, right when he was going through the chicane, just went in that little bit too fast.
Yes, he did.
Over the handlebars he went.
But he's got his head down now. Let's see what Kevin Schwantz can do on this number 34 bike. They are up to 7th on the leaderboard as we stand at the moment.
Yeah, we'll get a real feel for his speed. I mean, it's visual on his outlap, but how fast he does on a flying lap, we shall see. But so far, that bike, its fastest to date with Terry O'Connor on board, was a 1:39.3. I think that
we are
under
under 10 minutes to go, and still this battle raging on the track between Steve Plater and Glenn Richards. Have they had rider changes? Is this the same pairing in and out?
Yes, it is. They've had the rider change.
So there we have number 23 as well.
That was the Mannering.
Yeah, Kevin Rushworth has retired that.
Yes, Howie Mannering.
Oh dear, that Tiger 110, the 650cc Triumph Pushrod Twin has expired. So yeah, the armband, if you look, ladies and gentlemen, the armband worn on the right arm denotes that it's the number 2 rider. So we've had full rider changes, and what is remarkable between number 18 Glenn English and number 4, which is now Scott Smart, they pitted together, they changed together, and the positions on the track virtually unchanged. That is remarkable.
That is so unusual. Almost always when you get a battle like that, one of the crews will have a little bit of a glitch in the pits and it's all over. Perhaps if a faster second rider gets on, it will come back. But these two were equally matched in the pitch, and again out on the circuit, and 4 making the attack.
It's the scrap for second. Sebastian Gouche now way down the order on the number 2 BMW. So that's hit a problem. He's not showing on the leaderboard, the ex-Troy Corsa BMW.
No, you're quite right. He's had 2 pit stops.
So number 25 there as well. Sam Rhodes on another 1936 Velocette MT500. But this the battle now for second place. Still out in front is the big Vincent, some 16 seconds clear.
Yeah, but not lapping as fast. About 3 seconds. Now there's a better lap from McMartin on 86 leading the race. I was worried he was 3 seconds off their pace the last time around, but this time he's got the hammer down. So let's see what 18 and 4 can do on this lap. Will they be faster? Will they take more out of that lead?
Well, at the chicane there, they slip neatly underneath the Gold Star ridden by Sophie Smith, Tony Smith's wife.
They're marginally faster, but the gap between 86 leading the race and the 18 and 4 battle is 15 seconds.
Come on then, is it game on? Is it game on? Oh,
no.
Look how close they are. Look how close they are. Scott Smart on the number 4 bike, and number 18, a man who knows this bike very well, Glenn English, because he rides Manx Nortons all the time in Lansdowne Cup in classic motorcycle racing. So whilst he might not be a contemporary British superbike rider, oh, what a cheeky move! And that worked. That worked. That's really thrown something in between them.
It gave him the biggest advantage he's had, half a second.
Yeah. How close do you want it?
It was a big risk for half a second, but he had to look around to see How's the chase coming on? Looking over his shoulder.
It's still there. There's the BMW. Sebastian Gouche's BMW. Troy Corser did such a manful job on it, and it's been retired. So what a tragedy for them. There's Troy Corser perched on the wall. The very likeable, very affable Australian, double World Superbike champion. A whole bevy of world champions here. And now this gap is opened out just a little bit. Glenn English is easing away from Scott Smart. There's English, number 18. There's Scott Smart, number 4. On his tail, but it's 10 bike lengths now.
Yeah, Smart was very, very good in the traffic there at the chicane, because it could all go terribly wrong at the chicane, can't it? You could have a fantastic lap and just have someone almost trip you up there, and you have to come off the throttle before you want to brake on a different line. But Scott Smart, very, very positive. He's in third, chasing after English, trying to get that second place, but the Vincent Rapide is way out clear. 17 seconds clear. Craig
McMartin lapping in the 1:33s now, which is 4 seconds slower than the best one they've done, but with just under 5 minutes to go, you have to think that unless some mechanical misfortune befalls the Big Vincent, it's going to romp home with something like a 10 or 15 second margin. But this battle for second place, very, very much alive.
Certainly is. Barry, but the one I'm looking to hear interviewed on the podium on the track later by Henry Hope Frost is, I want to know what the problem was for a couple of laps of the race-leading bike.
Indeed. Number 9, that's a Gilera Saturno. That's Tim Jackson, the owner, on board, complete with his armband. Very, very pretty bike. 1946 bike, so immediately post-war. Gilera, of course, known for their multis, but that is a single. Number 26, looking good as well, Peter Crew on another Vincent twin. And right behind him, number 20, Mike Farrell on a 1933 Rudge. Look at that. Radial head, 4 valves per head. There is nothing new in this world, I can tell you. 4 valves, 1 cylinder on that Rudge. Some of them had a bronze head. That one doesn't have a bronze head. It has a cast iron head. It's a 33 bike, staying in very close company with a more modern piece of kit in front of him.
How much more physical would it be riding the bike from the 1930s? It certainly there's a lot of vibration going up through the frame.
No rear suspension whatsoever, and the front forks are a girder type with a spring up the middle. So in answer to your question, Bruce, yeah, a bit like riding a garden gate, and that's why the early Nortons were called a garden gate frame. Very bumpy. They have a sprung saddle, which takes a little bit of the jarring that normally rockets up the spine every time you hit a bump. But solid rear end. Gilera Saturno again. And still this battle raging between the Vincent Rapide, big 1000cc Vincent, and an ancient Rudge. And what have we got here? Is this the 18 and 4 pairing again? It is. They're neck and neck again. The battle for second. They're on it. So Scott Smart, number 4, and number 18, Glenn English. Underneath goes Scott Smart. Scott Smart with his knee on the tarmac goes underneath, makes Glenn English sit up just a little bit. Smarty Pants is ahead.
Well, he was braking very, very late for the chicane there. He almost had to sit on top of the nose of the bike to pull it back, and maybe slightly compromised himself. A far better exit there because he went in on a different line through the chicane, and 18 is back ahead.
Yeah, Glenn English got the drag out of the chicane, got the power down. Scott Smart looked over his right shoulder, but this is a terrific scrap for second. The gap between them and the lead, though, now 21 seconds, so the Vincent is still stretching away.
Yeah, just come past me at St Mary's, and this time, actually a couple of laps ago, I was watching, and McMartin sort of stood up. I don't know, as though he was looking for something on the bike, but his lap speed been very, very good. So we'll find out when he speaks to Henry.
He said to me he didn't expect to be as fast as Bo Beaton, but certainly his lap times are a little bit slower, but he's kept a respectable gap at the front, and the distance now 20 seconds plus. This scrap further down the order now. Oh, they're about to be lapped. Through goes Scott Smart, number
Glenn
4.
English lost a lot of time there, got stuck taking the outside route, and you can see that Scott Smart is getting away on number 4. That's the moment he was looking for.
Yeah. Second place then confirmed Glenn English, They're just over 1 minute remaining, so next time round they will get the last lap flag. Scott Smart and English, here comes English again, drafting past. So that Norton is unbelievably quick, the number 18 bike.
Well, it really must. Just moments ago I was saying, well, that was his chance shot. He lost out in traffic, but clearly got the power down earlier going onto the straight, and that has propelled him down towards the end of the lap. It was very, very tight in the chicane last time. This time just as tight again, but 18 comes out ahead. Glenn English holds on.
They're both 1953 bikes, so there's very little between them in terms of, well, nothing in terms of age, and you would expect, but English still, and Scott Smart is very determined. Nephew, of course, of the late, great Barry Sheene. His father, Paul Smart, winner of Imola, a fantastic motorcyclist in his own right, Paul Smart, Scott's father. Scott still very much involved on the British superbike scene, and here he is playing classics and doing an admirable job, but he's got an exponent par excellence ahead of him in the shape of Glenn English, who really knows how to pilot these old 500s.
What is their final time past me at St Mary's? And Glenn English, dearie me, that was so close, but Scott Smart really determined and managed to get through St Mary's ahead, but now he's behind as they get to lap. No, he isn't, of course he isn't. He's a whole wheel ahead.
Please don't let this end in tears. Please don't let this end in tears. Scott Smart, number 4, really pushing, wringing the neck of that Max Norton.
It seems almost a crime to pull away from this. We will see the race leader, McMartin, go on to win this race, but let's just stick with 4 and 18 as they battle down to Woodcote for the final time.
Tim Jackson on the Gilera is ahead of them. This could be the acid test. Here's the big Vincent coming over the line, out of the chicane, up towards the checkered flag to get the win. Craig McMartin lifts it for the Vincent, but we are going to have a battle royal between this pair. At the moment, Glenn English has got it. Scott Smart wants it, but I don't think his Norton's going to be able to get the draft up the straight. He tucks his head down. Glenn English really, really pushing. Fantastic job. Glenn English brings it home. Second place confirmed.
Could
Scott Smart
not have
third.
been closer. 0.1 of a second between second and third. What a fantastic race, Barry.
Yeah, and those three way, way, way ahead of the 4th place. Terrific, Bruce. That was fantastic, wasn't it? What a battle for second, and it would have been an equally close battle had not Jeremy McWilliams hopped off their Norton. So a great pity for them. Duncan Fitchett does not get the chance to play today, but he will be first out tomorrow. There's the victory. Craig McMartin sharing that bike with Bo Beaton, who did the first stint, on Ken Horner's Vincent Rapide. What a lovely, lovely bike. All the way from 1950, has come here from New South Wales. Regulars at the Festival of Speed, but it's the first Goodwood revival for Craig McMartin and Bo Beaton on that immaculate Vincent. Wonderful, wonderful job done for them. 18 seconds the gap at the end. Thank you for your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen. Applause all the way around the circuit. Brilliant stuff.
Hard to know who needs the biggest applause, but certainly Troy Corser. What a performance on that BMW in the early part of the race.
Yeah, he was great, wasn't he? There it is then. Craig McMartin, winner of the 2008 Battle of the Twins at Daytona on a modern Irving Vincent, has done it here with his teammate, Bo Beaton. They'll be thrilled with that. And there it is. Victory parade for them. Well, calm descends, relative calm descends on the Goodwood circuit as the bikes wind down. Great then, great. Didn't really have it in doubt after the 2nd or 3rd lap, and once Jeremy McWilliams had gone, then it really was a question of the others playing catch-up. But with the superior speed of the 1000cc Vincent, it was never to be, and there it was, 18.8 seconds the advantage at the finish from Plater English. Scott Smart and Glenn English, what a battle that was for second place. Adam Child, Clive Ling did very well with that pushrod matchless. Steve Brogan, Ian Bain, Kevin Schwantz and O'Connor. Schwantzy there finished in 6th, so he'll be happy with that, and he does the second stint again.
And he's actually stopped out on the circuit at St Mary's, says Kevin Schwantz, and he's picked up the rider who fell off. Jeremy McWilliams, of course, fell off number 7 right at my feet, and he's given Jeremy a lift back to the pits, and the battered number 7 will be trailered back, I think.
Always a professional rider. There you are, 9th. The Smith, Tony Smith and Sophie Smith, a lap adrift in 10th. Day Ellis, Mick Grant, Keith Bush, Dr. Keith Bush on the BSA Gold Star, Williams and crew on a Rudge, and Stan Woods, Mike Farrell, Maria Costello, Klaus Clausen brought that BMW home in 15th from Helmut Dahn and Ottlinger on a similar bike. But 2 laps adrift. Wonderful to see that variety of manufacturers here in the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy. Whew. Calm down. Wasn't that fantastic? And there, Kevin Schwantz with a Pellion passenger riding in.
And just before we cut that, that's the replays for you. Wow.
The Le Mans start then saw a brilliant start by Jeremy McWilliams, who leapt on the number 7 Norton. Bo Beaton was a little bit sluggish on the Vincent, but by the time they got to the end of the start-finish straight, he'd slotted it into 2nd place. Adam Child, meanwhile, on the number 29 Norton, was doing a cracking job. Then further down the order, the race unfolded between Glenn Richards and the number 18 bike, Steve Plater. They fought tooth and nail. Troy Corser on the ancient 500 BMW gave a stunning display as well. The Australian, always good value for money. But at the front, McWilliams and Bo Beaton swapped places several times before Jeremy McWilliams eventually jumped off it. Such a shame. Meanwhile, Troy Corser, a little friendly nudge to Adam Child to say, look out son, I'm coming through, put himself on the grass at about 100 miles an hour. And that was McWilliams out of the action and out of today's race. So Duncan Fitchett never got the chance to do good work. The battle between the 418 bike, Scott Smart, Glenn Richards' bike, and the number 18 bike, Glenn English and Steve Plater, raged all the way through. And the amazing thing was that despite a pit stop, when they came out, they were still separated by just half a second. All the way down the field there were battles. And once Kevin Schwantz got on board, the number 34, he did his utmost to get it to the front, eventually bringing it home in 6th place. So entertainment galore, incidents galore, no injuries, and an awful lot of fun. But Big Vincent, supreme here, beautifully turned out, all the way from New South Wales, Australia. Craig McMartin, the lucky man to bring it home to the checkered flag, much to the delight of the adoring fans here. Wonderful thing, previously made in Stevenage, a good British make. Kevin Schwantz picking up Jeremy McWilliams to give him a taxi ride home. They do it all again tomorrow, part 2 of the Barry Sheene Memorial Race. Well, breathtaking for us up in the commentary box, and I would think equally exciting for Henry Hope Frost down there, who loves his bikes. Henry.
Thank you, Barry. Yes, we were just waiting for Scott Smart to bring the 3rd place bike back. Scott, where did you go?
I went to the parc fermé because I didn't know which position I was in. It's typical bike racer syndrome. Focus on what's in front of you and just keep your head down.
It was fantastic out there with you and Glenn, and Richards and Plater, massive banter in pit lane watching on the screen.
Oh yeah, very much so. I was watching Glenn thinking, oh, he's having a really good race. Oh, he's going to give me the bike back and I'll be by myself the whole race. Couldn't have been more wrong. I really, really enjoyed that. And then we started running out of petrol on the last lap and I thought, oh, it's all over. But we managed to get to the line just in time.
And of course, Uncle Barry would have loved that, wouldn't he?
Oh yeah, he loved a good show. So he was the consummate showman. So that was a brilliant fun race for me, and I hope we did him proud.
Well done, Glenn. That was great in the pits with your mate Plater, watching those final few laps.
Well, me and Steve had a lot of races together, so it's the first time in a race I was grabbed my front brake lever, so it was getting pretty close at the end. But then he put his foot out to come in the pits, and I went straight past him. So that was I think I got in the pits slightly before him, but no, it was a great race, and I really enjoyed it. And big thanks for the team and the whole event. We've really enjoyed ourselves here.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. 3rd place then on the Max Norton. Let me have a word with our 2nd place pairing, Steve Plater and Glenn English. Steve, that was nail-biting stuff at the end.
Yeah, just having a lot of fun out there. It's for me, it's a long time since I've ridden here, and it's just obviously it's a few years since I raced against these boys, but to have some fun like that and just be able to reach over on the back straight and grab Glenn's front brake and slow him down a little is perfect.
Is it harder to watch or to do?
No, you know, obviously it's all excitement. When you're out there, you don't really think about it. Obviously, you're getting a sweat on, but you're just enjoying it so much. It's just makes the day perfect.
Grab your teammate. I want to speak to him. Glenn, that was incredible with Scott. You enjoy that?
Yeah, it was brilliant. Yeah, I passed him. It passed me in places. I passed him in places. I thought I got a bit of a jump on him at one place through back markers, but then something happens to you. You come across another one, and he's back with you. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Good stuff. Well done, Glenn English. Second place, but our winners on this immaculate Vincent Rapide, very Rapide today. Bo Beaton and Craig McMartin. Bo, you started. Great first stint.
Yeah, thanks. As having a bit of a go with Jeremy there at the start. The Manx are really good in the corners, as you can see. This thing's really fast down the straight, and it's great to, you know, repay the favour. Jeremy keeps coming out to Australia and bringing fast bikes over when we're at Phillip Island, so it's good to be the opposite way around over here.
Was it harder or easier rather when McWilliams was off?
I didn't know that he'd fall off. I saw the plus one board and I thought that was a good gap, and then the next lap it was +8, so I wasn't sure what happened, but I knew I wasn't going to pull 6 seconds a lap on him, so I knew something had gone wrong. I didn't know there was a crash.
Craig, the advantage was eroded quite dramatically. We thought that the bike had a problem. Was there a problem out there?
No, like I really struggled with the bike yesterday, in the 5 laps that we got yesterday, so I just sort of worked my way into it and just tried my best and slowly, bring my pace upward. So, it was good. Bo done a great job and he made it easy for me.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. Bo Beaton and Craig McMartin, winners of the first leg of the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy on the Vincent Rapide.
Brilliant up there. Look at that. On the line, those guys smiling. I just knew they were enjoying it, and so were we enjoying it. Terrific race one of the Barry Sheene Memorial, and such camaraderie, such friendship between all those riders. And I know Henry Hepfrost loves his motorcycle racing. He comes to events on a bike. He rides a bike on a regular basis. He's a true motorcycling gentleman. 1 or 2 there being hauled away. We did see 1 or 2 come down. We saw there's one of the Triumphs that expired, was pushed onto the grass. And the beauty is they don't have to walk all the way home. They're taken home on the trailer. And that looks like the Gilera 4. Great pity. Such a beautifully turned out Gilera 4 there being trailered home. Well, Marcus Pye hopefully is suitably refreshed, suitably relaxed. He'd managed to find a sandwich and hopefully a bottle of water and everything else, because once these bikes get back, we have more four-wheeled action. I thoroughly enjoyed that, Marcus. Did you see any of it?
I saw very little bit of it as the checkered flag came out. I have to say, until then, I was waylaid by some exceptionally beautiful women.
Can't argue with that. And the weather at Goodwood has that effect, doesn't it, somehow?
Absolutely brilliant. But classic bikes, we've got the Shelby Cup saloon cars awaiting in the assembly area. We know who the start drivers are, at least those who they declared.
There's the Jeremy Williams number 7 bike in the background there. Hopefully, I'll go down and have a look in the paddock there. Hopefully that's sorted out and we will see it back on track tomorrow. I think all the people out there enjoyed that for sure. There was almost a standing ovation when they came over the line. So
well, they deserved it. It was a truly great race. Could I just cut back in from St Mary's again? I reunited a man with his wallet earlier.
Oh, good.
And if the person who brought it along to me happens to be out still at St Mary, I've got something for him in return.
Okay. Do you
Gentlemanly deed, and it wasn't you, Barry.
Do you think I can make it across there?
I'll head you off at the pass.
Well done, Bruce. All part of the service. So wonderful. Well, I'm going to disappear now, but it's time for another quick word from our commercial partners.
Well, we're back live here, and you can leave your mark on this year's Goodwood Revival, following us on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or on the goodwood.com/revival website. We'll be getting tweets all morning from Twitterers or Twitchers or whatever they're called, having a spiffo time at Goodwood Revival, says Shandy Mandy. Glam cabs at the Goodwood Revival. Ding dong, I say. Shows Phillips sent that one into us with the 1964 Cortina that. They start them very young at the Goodwood Revival. That's a junior Fiskin from Ann Thompson. Damn it, Mark Webber always photobombing my Goodwood selfie. I wish. Martin Hoare. Well, that's the latest little batch of tweets then. Prepare for our next event, the Shelby Cup. And these are the Big Banger saloons. Lots of Americana down there in the assembly area. And we're back onto four wheels in a short period of time. This is race 6, and we had 29 cars out in qualifying. I think the second of the Barracudas is going to run as well. The Team Starfish car, which has made it down there into the assembly area, sitting proud on pole. The beautiful Ford Falcon Sprint of Rob Hall and Jason Minshaw, Martin Melling's car. Beyond it, the Mercury Comet Cyclone. A lot of work in the paddock overnight. The Fortec team has done a fantastic job. Changed the engine in the Ford Mustang that Max Chilton and Richard Dutton are sharing, and rebuilt the engine in the Studebaker Lark Daytona 500 that Matt Neal and Nick Whaler in, as well as straightening out the A35, which Neil Brown popped onto its side in qualifying yesterday. I can see Rowan Atkinson in his Ford Falcon Sprint. The trumpets signal the cars out of the assembly area and round onto the grid. This is one of our longer races, and it is race 6. It's a double driver race. We're running about 20 minutes just behind time, and after this we should have an air display, the Levant Cup Jaguar D-type race, and also the Big Banger sports cars, the Witson Trophy large capacity sports cars, at around 5:30. And the good news is that due to Brother Bill's diligence in the paddock, we can run down the order of the first drivers for those who'd like to keep note. Next thing probably at this point is to just quickly run through the top 2 or 3 rows for you. 88 on pole will be started by Rob Hall, 69 by Roger Wills, 20 by Chris Baton, 24 on row 2 by Matt Jackson, 6 alongside him by Mike Gardiner. And row 3 will be Jackie Oliver in 3, Nigel Greensall in 22, and Oliver Bryant in 1. Then we go back to 17, that'll be John Young, and 12 Jochen Maas, 9 which will be Patrick Watts, 25 which will be Nick Whale, and 44, that's the second of our Bryants, that'll be Graham Bryant. 14 is Michael Squire, 4 is Max Chilton, 7 is Fabian Sarai, 10 is Enrico Spaggiari, all the way from Verona, 2 is Josh Sadler. Then we go back to 18, which is Arne Berg, all Scandinavian row that, because 8 alongside is George Shelgren from Sweden. 21 Simon Ashworth. 26 is the car of Nannerup, and 11 is Dumoulin. The 16 car will be Clifford, 5 will be Rowan Atkinson, 15 will be Andy Yule, 35 Paul Clayson, 23 Julian Baum, the only car driven to the circuit on this group, and 65 will be Nick Riddell. It looks to me as though with a bit of luck might also get the second of the Barracudas out there, the bright blue Team Starfish car. There's the Duncan Pittaway and Tim Dutton car. I think that would be Duncan Pittaway, because I saw Tim Dutton walking out of the assembly area about 20 minutes ago. He was still in civvies. So, this Shelby Cup, it's 50 years since the introduction of the Ford Mustang, the Shelby Mustangs that they begat, GT350s and GT500s. Looks like the Barracuda, the 95 car, is out there at the back of the grid. There's Roger Wills coming into stage with the Mercury Common Cyclone Caliente. Let's look at the grid then for our Shelby Cup as we look at Roger Wills inside the car. Emanuele Pirro due to drive that car. There's the grid then. Number 88 is Rob Hall, 69 is Roger Wills, 20 is Chris Baton, row 2, 24 is Matt Jackson, 6 is Mike Gardner, third row 20 is coming back is Jackie Oliver in 3, 22 is Nigel Greensall, and number 1 is Oliver Bryant. That's the first 3 rows of our Shelby Cup grid, all-star action. Marussia F1 driver Max Chilton in among them. Row 4, 17 is John Young to start, and number 12 is Jochen Mass. The next row is 9, Patrick Watts, 25 Nick Whale, and 44 Graham Bryant. Row 6 is Michael Squire in 14, and Max Chilton in number 4. Lovely throbbing of big American V8s down below me. Well, no time for any more by the looks of things on the graphic, but say 7 is Sabian Sarai, 10 is Enrico Spaggiari, 2 is Josh Sadler, that's the next row. Arneberg and George Shelgren, the next pair, 18 and 8. Simon Ashworth, 21. 26 is Nannerup. 11 is Dumoulin, Christian Dumoulin. 16 is Clifford. 5 is Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean. 15 Andy Yule, all the way down from Cumbria. 35 is Paul Clayson. 23 Julian Baum. And 65 is Nick Riddell. And I reckon that's the Duncan Pittaway in the second of the Plymouth Barracudas. That is Mill lurking at the back of the grid, having not run in qualifying yesterday. So the Mustangs and the Falcons. The Falcons much lighter than the Mustangs due to plastic wings, many of them with plastic bumpers as well, fiberglass, but or termite plastic, glass reinforced plastic. 1 minute to go then. We should have a lovely cacophony of V8 sluggery. Cars go down towards Madrid on this green flag lap. Pale blue Falcon Sprint, the turquoise Mercury Comet, similar to the Ford Falcons underneath the skin, just different tin work over the top. Studebaker Lark Daytona 500. Then they've had the engine out of that overnight and rebuilt it, which was a phenomenal effort by the Ford Tech team. They've changed the engine in the number 4 Mustang. So that really has been a labour for them. It is Duncan Pittaway. I recognise the yellow helmet in the Starfish Barracuda. Again, the usual weaving around. Tears for 1 or 2 yesterday. Some of this race over 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Fastest time in qualifying, 1:29. So a minute and a half per lap. We're going to get something like just under 30 laps in, given that we have to make a driver change.
And when is the driver pit stop window, Marcus?
I will wait until I'm told.
Wait until you're told. Keep them on their toes. That's the way. Because of course, big cars, narrow pit lane. The timing of the pit lane could be absolutely crucial.
Exactly. It's likely, I would have thought, to be somewhere between 15 and 30 minutes, something like that. I don't believe there's a stipulation that the owner has to do at least half of the race. Some of the cars, I think neither the drivers or the owners. I've got a car in the pit lane, that's 21, unfortunately. One of that Simon Ashworth in the pits. So problem then for the Ashworths. Silver Plymouth Barracuda there. Okay, massive anti-roll bar underneath the bonnet. Good to see the Falcons homologated at 1,000 kilograms for FIA racing. So that's quite a chunk lighter than the later Mustangs that we saw here in period by the likes of Sir Jack Brabham and Lloyd Pierpoint. Lloyd Pierpoint, the man behind the Attila sports car project that we'll see out later on in the Witson Trophy, and a former British Cycling car champion. This field replete with champions. We've got numerous BTCC champions in the field, and among them what we're seeing with a fair wind, despite riding the cars survive their first drivers. We'll see Gordon Shedden, and we'll see Andrew Jordan, and we'll see Matt Neal, of course, and we'll see Steve Soper, another great touring car champion of the past. We will see Le Mans winners, Formula 1 race winners, Marcus Vlock and Mass. Ori Pescarolo, multiple Le Mans winner, is in there as well, and great field. Emanuele Pirro, 5-time Le Mans winner, record that equalled Derek Bells, one of our local heroes here at Goodwood. Sussex driver D.R. Bell made his debut here in a Lotus 7 in the early 60s, but look at this. Now we're going to see some rubber laid here at the start. There is John Felix, our race director. The green flag waves at the back of the grid. We're all ready to go. The Ashworth Mustang is waiting in the pit lane. Down goes the flag. One of the Mustangs didn't get away, and it's got away now. But it is just Rob Hall from Roger Wills. Up into third place has come Matt Jackson in the red and gold Alan Mann Mustang. It's the Dutton car that was hesitant away, number 4 down the order.
Well, Rob Hall starting to make a tiny little break at the front as they drop down the hill from St Mary towards St Mary's from Fordwater, and Roger Wills being pushed very hard indeed by British touring car racer Matt Jackson in number 24 as they come into St Mary's. So the little break made in the lead, and Chris Bayton, who started on the front row, back in fourth. He's trying to battle back, but leading the way, Rob Hall in number 88. Very tidy start.
Quick driver, Chris Bayton, and we've got looks like Steve Soper trying to make his way up the order there in the Patrick Watts car. Coming on to the straight, and it's same order up front. Matt Jackson beginning to threaten the Mercury Comet, coming down towards Woodcote Corner. He's looking down the outside while the brakes are fresh. That's for second place. Up ahead of them, but not very far ahead, is Rob Hall in Martin Melling's Falcon.
Of course, Rob could choose his own line, whereas for Woodcote, whereas Roger Wills was having to be defensive as being attacked And up into fourth place now has come
Mike Gardner.
Mike Gardner in the white Falcon with the olive colours down the side.
Yeah, the V8 Lotus Cortina in inverted commas. Behind him is Chris Bayton. Behind Chris Bayton is the number 1.
The Barracuda, the first non-Ford in this race.
Yeah,
Ford group anyhow, Fomoco.
And that's Oliver Bryant. And behind him it is the number 3 Jackie Oliver car.
So coming through St Mary's for the second time, it's the order as before, with the exception, of course, of Mike Gardner going up into fourth place. That Barracuda number 1 is definitely closing in on the act, but leading the way is Rob Hall. Second place, Roger Wills, and then right on his tail in the red and gold Mustang is touring car racer Matt Jackson, who's really making Roger Wills work very hard indeed. But the Kiwi knows this circuit incredibly well, so he should hopefully on this lap at least be able to keep that Mercury in second place. But a great run round the outside as they go down the Levant straight comes Matt Jackson in number 24, the Mustang.
Yeah, outside of the kink, that's pretty brave, particularly when you're against drivers you don't know. What the same could be said against some of the blows at the back of the TTCC field. Expect the unexpected, but here they come then, and it's Jackson in the red Mustang now between the two blue cars, the Falcon and the Falcon's cousin, the Mercury Comet Cyclone. Through they go in a line. Behind them is Gardner in 6. 20 is Bayton. 1 is Bryant. 3 is Oliver. And 22 now been overtaken by 9, which is Steve Soper, up ahead of 22 Nigel Greensall. And Jochen Mass is in 10th place in car number 12.
Certainly he wants the lead, number 24. Matt Jackson really putting a push as they go through Fordwater on race leader Rob Hall. The Falcon still holding sway at the front, the Mustang very close in behind, and the Mercury Comet Cyclone not losing too much ground with Roger Wills in the background, and catching all of them in fourth place is Mike Gardner. There you can see the white Falcon at the back of that quartet of cars.
Yes, a 1:30.242 for Mike Gardner, and that's 4/10 quicker than that car went in qualifying. And he's rising to the occasion as he sees the big guns up front. He's tried round the outside at the kink, Matt Jackson once before. Tucked right up onto the back bumper of the lead car, goes the other side, now sweeps back to the right hand side, but it's Rob Hall too experienced in that lead car to leave a big gap into Woodcote. Hall hangs on.
He looks comfortable in the lead of this race, doesn't he? Yes, lots of provocation from behind. You can see the red and gold Mustang with Matt Jackson really twitching under braking before turning into the chicane.
Rob Hall started his racing in saloons in Ford Fiestas, went on to become one of the top historic racers in the world. One of these guys who can jump into anything and make it go quickly. Hanging on there. He's got the lighter car. Whether he's got the more powerful cars is another matter. Same basic engines, but all in slightly different states of tune.
So a lovely head-on shot there as they approach Fordwater. The first four are through Fordwater into the compression and now rising up to the fast kink before they get to St Mary's. Very even Stevens, 2 car lengths pretty much between each of them, first, second, third and fourth, but it's Rob Hall holding off Matt Jackson. A good line through St Mary's from Roger Wills, and Mike Gardner, having caught them, has now just edged off the back a little bit. Oh, mistake from Ollie Bryant. He's gone a little wide at St Mary's, and it looks though the Holford Oliver car will go past. 3 going past 1, I would suggest.
Go onto the grass or just stayed on the track?
No, it stayed on the track, but really was not a good line and definitely lost momentum.
Well, Matt Jackson fancies his chances here, and they're side by side with the kink, with Jackson just edging up alongside on the outside down to the braking area. Rob Hall will not let that one go without a fight. And Jackson comes down the inside. He had a little chance there, a little bit of chink of daylight, but he's not quite close enough. This is a terrific race again, and Roger Wills hanging with them. The WDK prepared Mercury Comet Cyclone. Wouldn't be surprised if Wills doesn't get a fastest lap in quite soon, because he's got closer, I reckon, this lap. New fastest lap though to Hall, a 1:29.937.
Well, just 1 second between first and third, and then only another 0.8 back to fourth place. Mike Gardner, he sort of caught the group in that white and olive green Ford Falcon, but now can't get close enough to make it stick. I don't know if he's just used his tyres up a little bit.
possible. Steve Soper in number 9 is in 8th place. Nigel Greensall is in 9th, and in 10th place is number 17, which is John Young, ahead of Jochen Mass, and behind Jochen Mass, Michael Squire. Behind Michael Squire, also an AC Cobra racer, Enrico Spaggiari.
Fantastic little battle behind the... Oh, dearie me. And 22 has gone onto the grass. He tried to go inside. Is it Soper or Watts in number 9?
It is meant to be... so it's Watts, in fact.
It's
You're
Watts.
absolutely right. Sorry.
Well, yes, no, they nearly collided because 22 outbraked himself, went across Watts' bow. Watts had to stand on the anchors. They both got round the corner, but very hairy in that group, fighting effectively over 5th place.
Great to see the two generations of Blue Oval race cars, and a little bit of locked locked brake for Rob Hall up front. He came out of the brakes though as soon as he felt that it bind. First 4 together still.
That was all good news for Roger Wills there. The first 2 rather slightly delayed themselves, and the Kiwi is able to get right back onto the tail of number 24.
Very much so. 30.1, 30.2, 30.2, 30.3, that's how close they are. It's 1.9 seconds across the 4 of them. In 5th place is Jackie Oliver, now ahead of Chris Payton, so it's the yellow car ahead of the orange one.
Well, there's a replay of 22 going across the bows of Patrick Watts, who did well to avoid him, and in fact not so much on the grass as I thought for 22, so he didn't lose the position. But
that's Nigel Greensall in the red one.
Leaders coming into St Mary's be coming into view any second now on that camera shot, and Matt Jackson is far from finished. Of course, we keep forgetting they've got to do a driver change in this race as well.
Exactly, and they're using all the road through there. They've got no option with these fabulous American cars. They're wagging their tails, and Matt Jackson had a quick look up the inside, coming out of Levant onto the Levant straight, up towards the kink they come. It's the Blue Falcon 88, which is Rob Hall. 24 is Matt Jackson in the car that he'll hand over to Henry Mann, son of the late great Alan Mann, Ford entrant extraordinaire. Down they come then into Woodcote. This is lap 6, still 36 minutes to go, a long way ahead of them. They're running absolutely together. This is brilliant action on the Goodwood Motor Circuit, racing at its best. Lead car kicking up the dust over the curbs there. Falcon from Mustang. Falcon with a slightly bigger frontal area than the Mustang. Behind the big grille on the front of the Mercury Comet.
Matt Jackson's not afraid to try any different line that takes his fancy, isn't he? He's tried inside, outside. Hasn't tried over the top yet.
Matt Jackson new to this car, but exploring it all the while. Rob Hall very much settled in the lead car.
And within the next, I would say, lap or so, they're going to come upon cars to lap, and the first one they'll reach is the Duncan Pittaway Plymouth Barracuda, number 95, that had precious little time on track yesterday. They should catch him at Woodcote. Oh my golly.
Chris Payton's dropping back, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
In the 20 car. He's now 8th ahead of Patrick Watts and John Young.
Yeah, but it's a very tight group. He's got Patrick Watts right on his tail, and 4 cars pretty much nose to tail there. Well, as they are at the head of the field, and certainly a far stronger attack this time as they go past the Plymouth Barracuda, or try to. And Matt Jackson, he's trying the outside line down to Woodcote. Oh, what fun.
Well, he's got a long way up the side of the car, but Julian Barnes ahead of him in the road-driven car. He's driven this mildly tweaked Falcon. Up the inside comes Matt Jackson. He has a look, but look at that. Very, very gentlemanly. Julian Barnes, the car that he's got to drive home tomorrow evening. And he just takes the escape road, gets out of the way.
Yeah, it won't have a big effect on his race. Julio Barmeth, very good line there to stop himself from interrupting the lead battle. Wouldn't have been his fault if he had, but he did the right thing. Oh, I've got a spinner, number 21, going around at St Mary's, and very nearly collected 2 others. How's that Falcon hit? Sorry, the tree.
21. That's been hit, and it split the radiator, I would suggest.
Yeah, well, one Mustang went round the outside on the grass, and that Falcon came in.
Simon Ashworth.
Yeah, the Falcon, you can see he clipped him when he was presented with him in front of him. That's the big problem at St Mary's. Get it wrong. Let's have a look at the replay. So, running a little bit wide. No, that's all making perfect sense. Oh, well, there you go. The Falcon driver completely unsighted.
Got clobbered by the car of Rowan Atkinson, I believe.
Yeah, number 5.
Yeah. The Mustang Ashworth had spun. The is it 16? That's Clifford, isn't it? That went
yeah,
round.
the metallic blue Mustang. Yeah.
So Ashworth spun, 16 avoided, and left Rowan Atkinson with nowhere to go.
As you can see, Rowan Atkinson. Oh, he's had another spin further round. He's spinning maybe on his own the car's own juices down at Levant there.
Trudging away. So very sadly, that's Rowan Atkinson out of the race before Rupert Cleveley can drive the car.
Pit stops must be starting. I can hear the
safety
hooter.
car out. Safety car is out.
Now, did two cars get a free pit stop there? I wonder.
I don't see a sign to say that the pit window is open. So yes, you can see it's taken a good old knock on the front of the Falcon, unfortunately. Rowan Atkinson away to the side. He's perfectly okay.
It's bad enough to see a car that's been bent in action, but when it clearly wasn't the driver's fault, there was nothing that Rowan Atkinson could have done about that one. He had nowhere to go. I don't think the contact was enormously heavy, but out of the race for number 5. So the race order at the time of the safety car stoppage, well not stoppage, slowing down, is Rob Hall leading in number 88, the Falcon. Matt Jackson, number 24, Mustang, the red and gold one, in second place. And Roger Wills, third in number 69, the Mercury Comet Cyclone.
So the safety car then is out, and they're going to try to see if they can drive the car away. And you can see there what a big hit the Ashworth car took. Sometimes, you know, there's Jippo's warnings, isn't it? That car didn't start from its rightful position, started in the pit lane, and they made the effort, they got it out onto the track, into the race, and unfortunately it's taken a hit. But just fairness, he dropped it, and that then got clobbered by somebody else.
Yeah, just thinking of the ramifications, we are pretty much, I think, on the cusp of the pit stop window. We reckon it would start after 15 minutes. We've nearly had 15 minutes. But for now, it's allowed Jackie Oliver to close up. He's 5th on the road in the yellow Mustang. He's got the back marker, that's the red and white Falcon, between he and the leading 4, but he's been able to close that gap right down. And Jackie Oliver deserves this fortune because he worked his way through that grouping of about 4 cars, got past Baton. Baton started going backwards in the orange Mustang, and did very well indeed. Now's his chance once the safety car's released. And here's a replay, and a further replay. We have the Ashworth Mustang has already rotated. The blue number 16 manages to go past, and unfortunately poor Rowan Atkinson clumps into the front of number 21.
Yes, the 16 car, that's David Clifford. So they're through again to complete 9 laps behind the Aston Martin safety car. That's Jason Minshaw. He's waiting to take over the leading car. Julian Baum has come into the pits, and Jochen Mass has as well, by the looks of things. And I reckon the window's open. You know, we're just down under. Yes, we're just down under 30 minutes now, and that's a good call for Julio Baumez, Julian Baum. Smart's up on the wall with a camera there. Let's see. 10's in there. It's Enrico Spaggiari handing over to James Wood. James Wood, son of Bob Wood, legendary pre-war race car driver and organiser. It's not a pre-war race car organiser driver, but he organises races for those sort of cars. That's Enrico, lovely Italian chappie.
Even with only a handful of cars in the pits, some having to be pushed back so they can escape from their pit stops. Meanwhile, the race, the first 6 or 7 cars in the race are still behind the safety cars, just going down to Levant at the moment, to number 10, desperate to get out of the pits as quickly as possible so that they can close up on those groups that are circulating.
Yeah, that's going to really find a lot of time, isn't it?
It will. I mean, if only they didn't have to be pushed back, they could have gained a couple more places.
The Andy Yule car in as well, and that's Mike Jordan. This is really going to alter the complexion of the race, Bruce, isn't it? That was a very good call, and it was only a matter of timing. when the lead cars came through,
the window wasn't open.
Yeah.
So they're going to have a very, very crowded time, because by the time they get to the pit, we only have we've eaten up a couple more minutes of this pit stop window.
Yeah, that's right. And Bill Shepherd is among those, a man who started his racing here at Goodwood with the Uniclip Automotive Crosley, former Ford days.
Now, of course, the big question is, when will the safety car come in?
Yes.
How many more laps have we got like this? Will it be now, or is it better?
Key to the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So the three you can see, the Mustangs coming through past St Mary's up towards
the
Levant.
first one, the white car with the blue stripes over the side, the offset blue stripes, is now Mike Jordan. That's Mike Jordan.
Yes, Andrew Jewell started that car.
Andy Ewell.
Andy
Ewell, the Cumbrian builder. But here comes the rest of them, the stampede, and they're not all going to fit in the pit lane, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this lap.
With Jason Minshaw climbing on board, Rob Hall has climbed it out, nearly lost the door when he threw it open to get out. There's so little space down there. And it's not just a question of getting in, it's also getting your car out of the pit lane. Look at that end shot from the pit entry end. It's like a terribly busy station car park just before the first train in the morning.
It's like the M25.
So Matt Jackson is out of number 24. That was running in at second place. He's trying to get that out round the tail end of the number 1 Plymouth Barracuda. Oh my golly gosh, that is tight down there.
Oh, and that has put the 14 Squire car ahead.
Okay, Mike Gardner's car has been handed over, and that's got out, but...
yeah, Mike Jordan is first of the stoppers, because 14, Michael Squire, leads the way. Then it's 7, Fabien Serai. There physically was no room in the pits for them to come in. Then it's the Arne Berg car, number 18. Then we've got Jordan, who has stopped in car 15. Then we have James Wood, who is a second driver. And then we have Bill Shepherd. So all of those cars have stopped before the rest get away.
I would say really watch out for number 6. Mike Gardner started it. They seem the quickest out of the pits, and he's coming past me at St Mary's. I think he is very well placed. Nicky Faulkner's taken on board, and I have to look the whole way down to halfway between Ford Water and the corner before St Mary's for the next car even to come round, trying to work out who it is. And in fact, it's Roger Wills's car, but clearly been handed over, number 69, to E. Pirro.
Yes, of this parish. Captain of one of the teams at the members' meeting. Well, the safety car is still out, and that is going to leave a line of cars with lights off on the safety car, and driver gesticulating. He's gone straight down as you would to go down into the escape road there. Let them all go.
And what do you do on your out lap? Do you keep the car on the track? Or if you're Gordon Shedden, do you go off onto the grass at St Mary's?
That's what you do.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
So racing fully underway again. Look at that sight in this Shelby Cup. Isn't it fantastic? 50 years since the Mustang started in that notchback shape that you can see so many
now,
of them
this
running.
is fascinating, because we've still got 14 Squire, 7 Sarai, and 18 Berg. They are the 3 cars that have yet to stop.
But look at the back of that group. You could just make out the white Ford Falcon with the olive side stripes. That is the car that I think should be put in a fantastic position. He's got to pick his way past them, but he's in the right place.
Certainly a quick car. He's right behind Bill Shepherd, who'll take some passing. But it is now in 4th place, but first of the stoppers is Jordan in 15. 10, James Wood is next up. Then it's 12, which is Shepherd. Then it's Faulkner. Faulkner in car number 6. Then Pirro in 69.
But Pirro is a long way behind. I'd say he's a dozen seconds down on Nicky Faulkner in number 6. There's a big gap, but at least Pirro can drive at his own pace, whereas Faulkner's in the traffic.
16 and a half seconds down.
But look at Faulkner in number 6. He's trying to weave his way through these Mustangs. He is quicker than they are, but he's going to have to work very hard, which may allow Emanuele Pirro to close back up in the Mercury. And one driver who lost a lot of time, or one car that lost the time, was Ollie Bryant's Plymouth Barracuda, number 1.
Yeah, that had lost a lot of time before, though, on and off. It had dropped back down the order a little bit.
Yeah, but it lost a lot more in the pits.
Well, one of the 3 top cars has gone in. We've still got 14 and 7, which means that Berg has gone in. He's pitted. And that puts Mike Jordan Up there, Squire Jordan now in fact, in second place on the road.
Yeah, that's the white Mustang of Jordan and Duel. Mass and Shepherd, as you talked about. Shepherd in the car, number 12, and Nicky Faulkner chasing them hard. And there it is, number 6 in fourth place. For how much longer, though?
Yeah.
They're coming down to St Mary's, leading the race. Well, there's 15 going through, then 12, and okay, so it's still in fourth place is Nicky Faulkner in that in the white Falcon. You can see as they go down to Levant corner.
Pirot made up a lot of seconds. Made up 3 seconds on James Wood last time round.
Yeah, he hasn't been held back by traffic, and certainly Nicky Faulkner has. As 88 goes right to the edge of the circuit at St Mary's. That's Jason Minshaw trying to make sure he keeps ahead of number 3
in 8th place. So in 8th place now. Henry Mann just ahead of him. It's Minshaw in 88. Brother John, a winner yesterday in the Sussex Trophy race. At the end today, the race to Dusk. 14, the Squire Mustang. It's going to have to come in at some point. Michael Squire to put Richard into bat. But this is the chasing group. And through they go. And it is Bill Shepherd now. Shepherd who leads the way from Faulkner and Jordan.
Yeah, well, I think that all just changed because Faulkner has now gone past the white Mustang with the black bonnet, which was not Mike Jordan, sorry, it was Bill Shepherd, wasn't it, in number 12. So
that's
yes,
the new leader. That is going to be the new leader, essentially, because the only car ahead of him was yet to stop.
Yep, so he did very, very well, Nicky Faulkner. He came out behind a gaggle of about 7 or 8 Mustangs, not as quick as he was, but he had to get through them really as soon as he could, because Emanuele Pirot will be starting to close in that turquoise Mercury Comet Cyclone. There is the race leader, number 6, Nicky Faulkner. Behind him is number 12, Bill Shepherd. So he's not got away from him yet, but he's got in front of him. That's the key.
Bill Shepherd hasn't had that Mustang for very long. He's a Mustang dealer, based over in Weybridge. He was a Cobra specialist in his own right, racer and preparer. There goes Bill Shepherd. The car was a race car apparently when it was imported from the States. And with him is Jordan, a Yule car, and the Yule's reshelved the car since he last raced it a couple of years ago.
Okay, now what we're starting to see is Nicky Faulkner is using that clear track ahead of him. He is opening out the lead between he and Bill Shepherd. Let's see what it will be this time. It was 2 seconds down on the race leader, which is the Squire Mustang. That still has to pit. The gap between second and third between Gardner, Faulkner and Shepherd is also 2 and a bit seconds.
Yeah, Wood and Pirot getting closer together. Henry Mann, last time round, in 24 car, put in the fastest first sector of anybody.
Well, we know the car was quick because clearly in the first half of the race we saw it being driven really, really hard indeed by touring car racer Andrew Jackson when it was fighting in second place.
You've got the 2 Mustangs together. Oh, and that's the Patrick Watt Steve Soper Mustang. And look in the background. There's that's the blue Atkinson car from earlier, isn't it? It's been just moved to safety.
Oh, and big moment for Pirot. He came up the grass on the approach to St Mary's, and there you can see the Mercury, and right behind closing in is the former race leading car, not with Rob Hall, but of course with Jason Minshaw on board. So suddenly he's got a whole lot closer to the Mercury, who did incredibly well with Pirot on board not to hit the tyres.
Jason Minshaw, well used to the big American V8s. He used to race his father Alan's Chevrolet Malibu, didn't he? In some of those BTCC support races, those ICS races.
One to look out for, they're not in the thick of the battle, is Gordon Shedden, though. The front brake starting to really smoke heavily on the number 20 Mustang, down at the moment, way down the order now in 13th place. Still holding down effectively. It's third on the road, but we'll talk about it as second place is Bill Shepherd, but he's really pushed hard on this there. Well done for picking up the orange Mustang. Clearly some braking problems there, a lot of overheating. And don't forget Shedden on his outlap went grass tracking.
20 Mustang smoking really nastily now. That is Gordon Shedden. And a great opposite lot from Nicky Faulkner. Nicky Faulkner, as they did much of the driving in the film Rush, the Ron Howard film that came out last year. Faulkner and James Rhodes. Just to confuse matters, Nicky did the driving as James Hunt, and James did the driving as Nicky Lauda.
This battle for second place is really shaping up. Bill Shepherd's still ahead, but not anymore. Mike Jordan has lined him up, and round the outside he went on the 11th straight. Great move there. So the order at the moment, Nicky Faulkner leading Falcon number 6. Now we have a change behind because 15 has gone past Mike Jordan, past Bill Shepherd, 15 past 12 in the battle of the Mustangs behind that. Oh dear, 26 off on the grass. That looks like a cruise into retirement for Rupert Keegan,
who had the engine blow in the Vauxhall Cresta yesterday. Having a good weekend. The 76 British F3 champion went on to race in Formula 1. Faulkner leads by 5.8 seconds now from Jordan. That's the Squire car in the pits, isn't it?
Yeah, finally coming. Well, it had been deposed from the lead of the race, still had that pit stop to make, but they chose their moment and obviously decided on a tactic that would keep them out in the front for as long as possible. Great driving now. Nicky Faulkner really starting to wind up number 6 in the lead of the race.
Jordan's on a PB and Andy Yule's car in second place, and Shepherd is in third in number 12. 24 is Henry Mann.
Lapping sort of faster than Shepherd though, but there's quite a gap. There's about an 8-second gap between third and fourth, from 12 back to 24. And behind them now we've got Jason Minshaw. Hold on, we've got number 10 listed on there. I'm just trying to see, because Jason Minshaw and then being chased by Pirro, who's
James
dropped
Wood
round.
in between them, and Pirro recovering from that grassy moment over near Hubris.
In fact, he was so close to the barrier, Pirro, that I couldn't really see him as I looked out the window. I was looking at the track. I didn't realise he'd be fully on the grass and half hidden by the hedge, but he seemed to get it off the keep it away from the tyre wall.
There's still 20 minutes to go in this one, and it looks pretty comfortable right now for Nicky Faulkner, who is lapping very consistently in the 30s. Jordan's 6.8 seconds behind, he's lost more time. And Shepherd is still with him. 0.7 between the two of them.
Yes, I was actually quite surprised that once Jordan had got past Shepherd, he didn't pull away. He certainly seemed to, so he had the speed. But
Mann is still lapping quicker than the couple ahead of him in 24.
Yep, he's taking about a second a lap out of them if he possibly can. Fifth place is the Hall Minshaw, number 88.
The car of the number 4 car didn't last very long, did it? The Chiltern.
No, they had engine problems yesterday, didn't they? Oh, now gear change missed by number 15. That's Bill Shepherd. So sorry, it's Mike Jordan. So Bill Shepherd should have a chance at Levant to catch up again in that battle for second place.
Cars ahead of the race leader. Minshaw and Pirro in the chase. 5th and 6th places now, it's ahead of James Wood.
Yes, they're dropping him. They're lapping about 4 or 5 seconds a lap faster. And it does seem that Nicky Faulkner can control this race from the front. Just under 7 seconds clear last time around. He doesn't have to take risks in traffic. He did the hard work when he just came out after that pit stop, battled through that group of Mustangs, and now can be that little bit more circumspect.
The Andy Yule car, which Mike Jordan's driving, started down on row 11.
26th place.
Yeah. Henri Pescarolo, bright green helmet in the number 7 Falcon, started by Fabien Sarai. 11.6 seconds now, 1 to 2. Much longer lap for Jordan on that gear.
Yeah, and I think it's sort of slightly compromised Bill Shepherd behind him as well, because it was they came up upon a slower car, and I don't know if it was just because of that Mike Jordan missed a gear change and all momentum went.
Not very far behind, both lapping much quicker, 24 and 88, Henry Mann and...
Well, if you look at this footage going down to Levant, you can see Henry Mann in the background in the red Mustang with the gold roof. He is right upon them, and he's using the traffic. Didn't get too much delay. He's got to get past the red and silver Mustang. Oh, nearly threw it off the track.
Big slide, Henry Mann at Levant. He's been driving really well this last couple of years. Rides the Lotus Cortina and this very, very nicely turned out Mustang. Poscarello enjoying himself.
There's going to be a change of position, I would suggest, for 9th place, because Peter Halford, who's taken over the 3 Mustang, is being caught pretty quickly indeed by number 1, which is Andrew Jordan.
That's Canadian Peter Halford. York Fitness fame. Henry Mann is making up ground hand over fist now on Bill Shepherd, and he's going to be with them very shortly. Label, doesn't he, Henry Mann? He's a jazz musician and record producer. He's right on the back of Bill Shepherd's car. He's got a lot more power and just thunders past. There's nothing Bill can do about it. He knew that. Set him free. He'll take his chances now up the road with Mike Jordan. Minshaw is 4.6 seconds. 4.6 seconds behind Mann, and but right on his tail now is Emanuele Pirro.
Well, looking at number 15 getting really quite loose, that was Mike Jordan. He knows the battle on his hands because he's being closed on very fast indeed by Henry Mann. Again, he doesn't like going straight, does he?
No, Henry Mann's
has to be
car
sideways, number 24.
Does rocket forwards, even when it's at about 20 degrees out of line. That's brilliant to see. Banging times in the 31s. Leader Faulkner, meanwhile, is so consistent. 30, 30, 30. Not only is he consistent, but he's quicker than anybody else, with the only proviso that some laps Emanuele Pirro is doing the same times.
Well, Mike Jordan's starting to have to hang the tail out as he did there at Woodcote, because the pressure's coming on. Henry Mann in number 24, the red and gold Mustang, is certainly getting closer and closer. So Mike Jordan holding on to 2nd place in the white and blue Mustang, number 15, but the pressure is right on his tail now.
15 seconds the lead now. He's gone out again. 1.2 seconds between Jordan and Mann. So Mann certainly looks like he's destined for 2nd place if all goes to plan.
Yes, and as they come down to St Mary's, he makes the move in the corner before, slides beautifully Henry Mann into 2nd place, and Mike Jordan was aware that he was being challenged by a driver who's going that little bit faster and didn't do anything silly, thank goodness. So there we are. Red and gold number 24 Mustang up past the white Mustang with the blue stripes, number 15 of Mike Jordan. So Henry Mann into 2nd place.
Yes, his late father Alan would have been very proud of this drive. It's a terrific one. He's one of a host of really great racing people who we've lost in the last year or so. Of course, Jack Brabham fairly recently, and Len Terry only very, very recently, the great race car designer. Bit of an unsung hero. And Jordan's broken. Mike Jordan, I'm afraid, has broken. And you can see the number 15 Mustang in the background with the distinctive blue stripes over it, slowing on the approach to Woodcote Corner. And that gives Jason Minshaw a really good chance of grabbing a podium place. Fortunately, the Andy Yule Mustang, driven by Mike Jordan, is in trouble. Looks like Mr. Motivator in there, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, we just pointed out a few laps ago, they started 26th, and to get up challenging in 2nd place there. Great run, but racing can be a cruel thing.
Minshaw wants 3rd and can have 3rd because the Falcon is quite a bit quicker than the Mustang ahead of it.
Yeah, and he has to be very careful because closing in on both of them is Emanuele Pirro, determined in number 69 Mercury not to throw it off on the exit, on the entrance to St Mary's, as he did earlier, just a handful of laps ago, and you can see the Mercury in the background. But right now, all eyes should be on Jason Minshaw in number 88, right on the tail of Bill Shepherd's Mustang. So down they come. We have just 11 and a half minutes, this 45-minute race left to us, and it looks like the place is about to change. 88 Jason Minshaw heading up Bill Shepherd there as they come down to Woodcote, so that is up into third
Lurking
place.
in the background is the Mercury Comet Cyclone Caliente, the hot one of Emanuele Pirro. Surely he's going to gobble the Mustang up fairly quickly. Not far up the road is Henry Mann.
Yeah, but the top 5 cars are all lapping at very similar pace, really. But fast of all, last time round was actually the driver you can see in number 69, which is Emanuele Pirro. So he's having an attack on, but Shepherd can do nothing to resist. So up into 4th place goes 69, the Mercury.
Yeah, I think the Bill Shepherd car is being raced pretty much as they got it. Hasn't been sort of sorted and developed yet.
And your question, with 10 and a half minutes remaining, can Jason Minshaw rise higher than 3rd place? He's not if he drives on the grass out of St Mary's, so that gives those behind a chance to catch up again. He's back on the track, but look how Emanuele Pirro is now right on the tail of number 88, so that little over-exuberant moment there through St Mary's has certainly stymied the progress being made by Jason Minshaw in number 88 and given 69 even more hope. Here's a replay coming to St Mary's. Wasn't even close, was it?
Wasn't even in the first line of the first cut. It was in the light rough.
Luckily not in the out of bounds, so he's all right.
He was off the fairway.
So both Jason Minshaw in 88 and Emanuele Pirro in 69 have had big grassy moments in this second part of the race after those pit stops, and hasn't cost them too dear. I think it's one has cancelled out the other. They both got past Bill Shepherd, so they're running in 3rd and 4th positions.
Down into the last 9.5 minutes of this one. 23 laps in, it's still between 14 and 15 seconds. 1 to 2. Minshaw is 6.5 seconds behind 88. He's in 3rd place.
It could yet come the way of Bill Shepherd, who's being dropped off their tails, but Pirro ever closer to Minshaw as they go out of St Mary's, up over the little rise, down to Levant one more time.
The second of the Jordans, the surviving Jordan, Andrew Jordan, is closing rapidly in on James Wood. So car number 1, the Barracuda, is pretty close, but meanwhile on the Levant straight through the kink, Emanuele Pirro is monstering Jason Minshaw. The 2 blue cars.
And as Pirro said earlier when he'd placed in the top 3 in a previous race today, if you were having half as much fun as I was, you were having a brilliant time. He's doing it again, isn't he?
Just incredible. Superb to watch. And there's the Mercury. The Bill Strop team livery. Number 69. It's not the prettiest party dress, is it? Which to dress a Falcon type car underneath. The underpinnings are the same on these cars as I understand it.
Yes, I think we can say the Ford Falcon stood the test of time just that little bit better. The overall shape. Now just looking at lap times, the fastest of the top 4 is actually Henry Mann in number 24 in 2nd place, but he doesn't have to push on too hard. He just has to make sure that he sees the blue and silver and the turquoise and silver cars, keeps them about 5 or 6 seconds behind, and it will be job done. 7 minutes remaining in this race.
It's a enthralling battle, isn't it?
Oh, it is fabulous. I mean, they take a lot of track, they slide very gently around the corners, and yeah, just brilliant. I adore these cars. And great sounds, as you'd expect in the Shelby Cup.
Jordan in 1 is up into 6th place, Andrew Jordan. Wood down to 7th. Holford, the Canadian, is in 8th place and closing on Wood. And then it's Craig Davis behind him in 17th, and competing in the top 10 is the Sadler and Williams car. Williams at this point of the race. 25 laps in. It's Faulkner safely ahead of Mann. Still 14 plus seconds. 6 seconds back is Minshaw, but Pirot is filling his mirrors now consistently. We'll find a way past. Bill Shepherd in 12 is in 5th place. And in 6th is the Andrew Jordan Barracuda, which thunders past me now. Not under any pressure.
No, the biggest pressure in this race is Jason Minshaw being pressed very, very hard indeed, getting a bit twitchy as he went into the drop after St Mary's, and Emanuele Pirot is not going to give him a moment's respite. Where's the move going to come? Well, it's coming almost now, because the Mercury driver tries to go up the inside through this two-part corner, but just enough grunt for Minshaw to say, I'm still staying on my line and it's cutting across your nose. There you go, chum. So Pirot's got to think about it, but he's so super close as they go through the kink, and a couple of wheels almost on the grass, certainly over the curb for Pirot. Is he going to have enough of a slipstream to come up the inside? Marcus.
Well, Pirot was looking for a way past, had to cock the front wheel of the Mercury over the and he goes wide through Woodcote. He goes wide through Woodcote, and a great languid sort of line through the corner. I think that's job done. I think it's advantage Minshaw in this one. Still 5 minutes to go.
I'm not so sure, because I think that Pirot had the ability to catch up rather well earlier on. Yes, I know that Minshaw had a bit of an off-track moment down at St Mary's, but I think catching is one thing and passing is another. I still think Pirot can get back on his tail, and then, as we know, anything can happen.
It's 1.7. Expect the unexpected. It's historic racing.
Well, we haven't spoken about race leader Nicky Faulkner for a while. There he is. Thank you very much. And having a much, much cleaner run, but he has been so super impressive, so smooth, so frequently within the same 1 or 2 tenths since he's taken this car over. He had to get his way through the traffic when he came out with after the safety car period, after he took over from Mike Gardiner, who picked his way up the order pretty well in the early laps, but Nicky Faulkner doing a fantastic job. Just over 4 minutes remaining until the checkered flag is flown.
Great little tussle going on down the order. We've got 10, 3 and 17 running together. Wood, Halford and Craig Davis.
Well, of those trio, I would say that Davis is the one that has the most potential, and they're both, he and Halford are catching Wood pretty easily, actually.
They are. 3 3/4 minutes to go then in this Shelby Cup race. We're going to get at least a couple more laps in. Reaching a tremendous climax, this saloon car race. Henry Mann ways to acknowledge his pit. He's still 14 seconds adrift of the leader. Oh, you're right that Pirot has halved the gap to Minshaw. It's pretty much back where he was. As he's shown before, he can get with him. But will there be a chink in Jason Minshaw's armour?
Well, looking across to them, I have Henry Mann coming into St Mary's now, and not yet in the kink before St Mary's. It's still number 88 wagging its tail, but the Mercury Cyclone carrying that much more speed into the corner and through the corner. Now they go into the dip and up towards, so he won't be close enough. Pirot.
Oh, Pirot tries the grass. That was something.
The shortcut. He tried the grass at the end of last lap, but anyhow, that was definitely short.
Now he's got the undercut coming out of the corner. He's alongside coming out of Levant, and he's got his nose ahead. He's got his nose ahead. Emanuele Pirot, 5-time Le Mans winner, goes ahead of Jason Minshaw down at Levant corner. Minshaw didn't like that.
He didn't. He had a bit of a twitch, didn't he? As he came out the corner, lost momentum there, and Pirot full marks for application.
You've got to think outside the box.
He was driving outside the track. You're quite right, Marcus. Well, into third place goes the but has he slipped too wide?
Oh dear.
Well, Minshaw's not going to give up either. They're two real tigers, aren't they?
Not got much in the way of tyres left. Probably not much in the way of brakes either.
Not much left of the race. 2 minutes left until the checkered flag. So this one and the next one. And oh dearie me, Minshaw nearly chucked it off completely, getting on the grass over the curbs as he accelerated out of the chicane.
So Pirot nabs the last podium place for this lap at least. Can Minshaw, whose car started from pole in the hands of Rob Hall. Can he fight back? Bill Shepherd will be thrilled to bits still with 5th place, which looks like he's going to hang on to.
Most remarkable thing,
the rest.
Nicky Faulkner's just had this cruise after his first 2 laps. He's never really had to battle anyone, whereas these two, whichever one gets to the podium, Jason Minshaw in the 4th place Falcon or Pirro out of the 3rd place Mercury, they're going to look as though they've been in a battle.
Minshaw pitched the Falcon at St Mary's that time, and he's trying absolutely everything. Will he try the same audacious move that the Italian pulled on him last time? A bit of a stunt that, and well, got the result.
Well, we've got the end of this lap for this duo and 1 lap more. So what's going on in Minshaw's head? Can he get close enough? I think there's just that little bit more speed in the Mercury. I think he's going to keep enough of a gap not to be attacked.
Minshaw tries to brake later. There's a bit of smoke in the air. That's off the back of the Mercury. Meanwhile, Nicky Faulkner goes through to start his last lap. In car number 6, 24, Henry Mann, 13.5 seconds behind. Is our leader on screen, and that battle for 3rd place still raging between number 69. There's another a Mustang, that's the Rupert Keegan car. Rupert's off at the side, admiring the scenery. 69 Mallory Pirro and 88 Jason Minshaw. There's the leader going past St Mary's for the last time.
Yes, all in great control. Well, I was going to say all in great control.
No, it was lovely. It's exuberance, it's excitement, and you could see he absolutely spotted the apex to perfection.
Okay, if we can cut back to St Mary's, it's the Mercury still in 3rd place, but carrying more speed, but all going so close to the grass in the background. What's number 88, Jason Minshaw? He's running out of options. This could be the chance for the car not blocking them, but just in front of them as they go down to Levant. No, hopefully that will stay on the right-hand side of the track as they approach the kink, but I think there's enough beans being under the bonnet of the Mercury to stay in 3rd place for Pirro.
Yes, they're going to catch one car. Here, though, is our race winner, provided he threads the needle through the chicane for the final time. Nicky Faulkner with a big sideways slide takes victory in the Mike Gardner started. Guy waves with delight as he crosses the line. In 2nd place will be Henry Mann, who slides out of the chicane now in the Mustang number 24, and it's going to be a Mercury Comet in 3rd place in the hands of Emanuele Pirro. The car started by Roger Wills comes home in 3rd place. Roger Wills, the Kiwi, and the WDK team will be thrilled with that. Lots of adventures on the way. It's always fun to speak to Emanuele afterwards. He's always got something good to say. And Jason Minshaw, then, they can feel they're, to a degree, they were robbed by circumstance, but at the end of the day, could anyone have matched the speed in the second half of Nicky Faulkner? And I suspect the answer to that is probably no on consistency. It's a 6th place, thunderous Barracuda of Andrew Jordan is expected. There he is. He finishes in 6th in car number 1. Next up is going to be the yellow Mustang, which is Pete Holford, car started by Jackie Oliver. And yes, Craig Davies comes through in 8th place. James Wood is in 9th. And they're the last of the unlapped runners. 10th place, the Sadler and Williams car. Number is in 10th place. Well, there's the classification then. It's Mike Gardner and Nicky Faulkner in car number 6 who win the Shelby Cup. In 2nd place is number 24. That was Matt Jackson and Henry Mann, Ford Mustang. In 3rd place, 69, the Mercury Comet Cyclone of Roger Wills and Emanuele Pirro. In 4th place, 88, is Rob Hall and Jason Minshaw, Ford Falcon Sprint. In 5th place, number 12, Ford Mustang was Jochen Mass and Bill Shepherd. 6th place was Ollie Bryant and Andrew Jordan, Plymouth Barracuda number 1. Behind them 3 was the Oliver and Holford Mustang. 17, the Young and Davis Mustang. In 9th, the Spaggiari Wood Mustang number 10. Then in 10th place, Sadler and Williams for Falcon number 2. The 7 Falcon of Fabian Sarayan, veteran Henri Pescarolo, was 11th. In 12th, the Squires in there for Mustang number 14, long-time leader for a late pit stop. In 13th place, number 11, Davis and Dumoulin in a Mustang. 14th, Shelgren and Cook in the number 8 car. And then we go back to Berg and Dublug behind them. It's super stuff. And here was Mike Gardner on the left and Emanuele Pirro. Mike Gardner is absolutely pleased as punch with this one, and you can see that the Italian will be equally effusive when he gets out. Well, here we go, the highlights, and there were many of this Shelby Cup race. 50 years since the Mustang's launch, and as the flag is dropped by John Felix, there's a problem for one of the Mustangs back there. That's the Max Chilton car, I think, was slow away after its engine change. But up on the inside, it's the Falcon Sprint number 88. Rob Hall leads. In second place is 69, Roger Wills. Then we've got Matt Jackson going with them. Jackson was soon up into second place in the red and gold Alan Mann Racing Mustang, and he was closing right up onto the back bumper of the silver helmeted Rob Hall. Rob Hall kicking the dust in the face of Matt Jackson, holding on beautifully. Mustang pushing on well. There's Rob Chilton, who didn't last very long in the race. Belch of flame from one of the Mustangs, big spin, and that's unfortunately with the unsighted Rowan Atkinson clobbered the spinning Ashworth Mustang number 21. Rowan Atkinson out of the race, perfectly okay. Just trotting off. The safety car came out at that point in the race for a few laps, and some of the drivers didn't find room in the pit lane to get in. So there is Rob Hall out of the erstwhile leader. Jason Minshaw going into it, car owned by Martin Melling. But Nicky Faulkner was set for it. Got the tramp on the rear axle of that, absolutely unbelievable, on the back of the Nicky Faulkner Falcon. Brilliantly picked up by the camera there. Nicky Faulkner, Patrick Watts watching on from the pit lane, and Faulkner waggles the tail of the 6 Falcon through St Mary's. Here's the battle, and this is the moment where Emanuele Pirro in 69 forced his way past the 88 Falcon of Jason Minshaw, but there was no stopping this man. The car started by Mike Gardner and finished victoriously with a huge slide by Nicky Faulkner. Well done to them. Down on the grid, our winners are with Henry Hope Frost.
Thank you, Marcus. Our 6 stars from that last race. The third place Mercury Cyclone Comet, started by Roger Wills. Roger, pretty happy with that?
Yeah, it was great. I had a great run at the start with Henry and the Falcon, and then we got into a bit of traffic and they got away on me a bit, and then the safety car came, so luckily we got in for a pit stop. I think we did pretty well on the stop, and Emanuele did a great job to bring it back from 4th or 5th to 3rd.
Emanuele, you've done it again, and a great dice with Jason in the other car.
Well, the thing is, this is a new car to me, and at the beginning I was talking Italian to her, coming from the Alfa Romeo, and we didn't quite understand each other. I only got the grip of it later in the race, and I started to have fun. It's incredible. I mean, you guys have to come. There's room for everybody in the boot of this car, because the race is really enjoyable. Actually, being a tour driver's race, we could race all together because there's plenty of room in the car.
You should have spoken American to her.
Yeah, in my next life probably. But you know, no, it's good, and I hope that people enjoyed it, because this car slides like incredible. Normally I'm a rather clean driver. Some people call it gentleman. I don't know whether it's and you have to be a rude bastard to drive these cars fast. So I'm still learning.
You are a gentleman and a pro. Emanuele Pirro, Roger Wills, 3rd place in the Mercury Cyclone Comet. But our runners-up in the Alan Mann, the glorious gold and red Mustang, Matt Jackson and Henry Mann. Matt, you started. Well done.
Yeah, it was a good. We got a good start, and yeah, from there, obviously, we were a little bit quicker, but they were making it very, very wide. So a few times on the grass, but you know, to hand over to Henry in P2, I think we got a little bit balked on the pit stop. But fantastic event, and obviously to round it out on the podium is fantastic.
Nice to have masses of power and rear-wheel drive for a change.
Yeah, very different.
Well done, Matt. Henry, cracking stint from you. A little bit lonely at the end there. The leaders were up the road, and the third place battle was some way behind.
Yeah, so I had lots of cars at the beginning of my stint, but then by the end I was just sort of trying to catch the leader, but I had no idea where he was. He was obviously miles in front, so we got a bit balked in the pit stop. I think there was a big queue of cars, and who knows where we came out, P10 or something, I think so.
Your old man would have loved this, wouldn't he?
He definitely would have, yeah. He'd be very approving, I think. Yeah, absolutely.
Well done. Henry Mann and Matt Jackson are runners-up. Let's grab a word with our dominant winners, Mike Gardner and Nicky Faulkner. Mike, started by you. Any dramas out there?
No, it was simple. No, that's not true. It was absolutely brilliant. The top 4 cars were a little quicker than the others, able to pull away. And my tactic was just to stay there, make sure the tyres were okay, make sure the brakes were okay, and hand over to Nicky. I didn't really want to hand it over that early, though, so that was a little disappointing. But what a fantastic job he did. Really, really pleased.
Did the pit stop cycle work for you guys?
Well, I think you saw it work very well. The team practiced and practiced and practiced, and Nick and Steve, Richard Moore and the team, I can't say enough for them. Absolutely brilliant.
Well done, Mike. Nicky, you were showboating at the end, sliding around with your big lead, having fun, obviously.
Well, yeah, I actually did a slide on the penultimate lap thinking it was going to be the last lap, and then I thought, oh no, I've got to do another one now. So,
that would have been embarrassing.
Yes, it would have been embarrassing, but no, it was, as Mike said, you know, the team, Richard and his guys there did a fantastic job in the pit stop. Mike gave me a good enough car to carry on with, so really I had the easier job, I think, after the safety car came in.
Great stuff, well done. Mike Gardner, Nicky Faulkner, winners of the Shelby Cup in the Ford Falcon Sprint.
Well, that was brilliant. There you can see the look of jubilation in their faces, and very, very well deserved. Great race, the Shelby Cup then for the American V8s, and that was a mighty race. Let's hear from our Goodwood Revival commercial partners. Well, we're back live then at the Motor Circuit, and you can join in, be a part of this on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or on the goodwood.com/revival website. You can send your views, your pictures, your selfies, as these people have. It's Anthony Reid, look at that, so overjoyed, a great win, what a superb car. And look at that, it's Jack Sears himself on the right hand side, and Joe Ramirez on the left. Good luck to Justin Law in the car tomorrow from Anthony Reid. Win Anthony Reid. Wonderful auctioneer, Bonham 1793, Goodwood Revival auction, not bought anything but had a go at this Abarth, says Drew Pritchard. It's easy to have a go, it's that last commitment, isn't it? Been there, done it, not bought. At Goodwood Revival, Big John Surtees supported John Young Stewart tribute in 2070. Nearly killed him, legend 4+2, Tony Jardine. Nice seeing the Spitfires over Goodwood Revival as I played golf this morning. LC photography, Carpenter photos. Beautiful, beautiful image. It's difficult to take a bad shot of a Spitfire. I think that Chris Stewart will agree. Goodwood Revival, WHM didn't want to start. Engineers have done an amazing job and got it going. 1800 is our new time from Tim Dunlop, Twigs 95. Well, what's going to be next up at Goodwood? Well, we're going to find out pretty soon, because the next race on track is going to be the Levant Cup, and that this year has been devoted purely to Jaguar D-types. But before that, we've got one of our parades, and it's going to be a Maserati 250Fs. Looks like we've got Christian Glazel on the right, Gary Pearson on the left. Placed on one of the early cars, next BRM car, which is the White Mouse Stables sticker on the side. Gary Pearson in Fangio's 1957 German Grand Prix winning car. Lucas Hooley's brought over. The parade of Maseratis. Next feature on circuit, next race, Levant Cup Jaguar D-types, and the finale of the day, race 8, the Witson Trophy for the large V8 powered sports racers. Let's have a look at what's coming up then, the official menu, and here it is. It's a tasty menu too. The Levant Cup at 4:40, Witson Trophy 5:30, Lancaster Air Display now rescheduled for 6 p.m. Track closes at 6. Over the road closes though at 10:30 p.m. Remember, if you're coming back tomorrow, let's hope you are, the gates open at 7:30. We're going to have a BRM V16 high-speed demo on track at 9:15 a.m. Green flag then, and I think we are going to get the Eldorado Special out today. That's brilliant. The amazing car from the Race of Two Worlds at Monza, ran it twice, 57, 58, the Eldorado Special, there it is. There. 56, Maserati's got problems.
Marcus, didn't the Eldorado break its steering on the Monza banking?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. 175 miles an hour. Yeah.
Terrifying.
Would kind of catch your attention, wouldn't it?
Sorry, yeah, you did. Caught Sterling's as well.
It's the 56 Maserati coming out. With very unusual colours, which you raced in. It's Bearer car, as far as I recall. Jose Albuquerque up ahead, and they're going to try to get this early machine going. One of the early wide-bodied cars. Looks like Christian Glazel's helmet at the wheel.
Difficult to check 250F's history. They had so many different chassis, engines, chassis plates.
That's right, and there aren't very many of them that seem to have survived on one number all the time. They went back to the factory, got a rebuild, given a new number. Oh, well, we've given that number to somebody else now. Is that all right? But without doubt, the car at the front there with the yellow nose, fabulous machine. It's incredible, isn't it? What a beautiful looking car. And the Tech-Mech Maserati's in there as well. Valerio Colotti's Ultimate Evolution theme. Alan Miles in 22, that's one of the Cameron Miller cars, built initially from a lot of original spares. On the basis there was something like 12 of them. I think 2 of them had number 5, following the Maserati tradition. There were 2507, which was here yesterday, the ex-Salvadori Gilby Engineering car. That's 2507, number 2. But awesome machines. A family of machines. They evolved constantly over the years. 2.5 litre straight 6 engine up front remained the same, but they dropped the drive lane, offset the drivers in some of them. The Fioricentro cars, offset cars. A fair amount of success. A lot of privateers use 250Fs in Grand Prix racing. Took Sterling Moss to some great successes. Fangio to one of his world championships.
Difficult to tell the 12-cylinder car from the 60s, except by engine note.
And the twin bumps on the it's like a Bielbera. It's got a couple of bumps on the bonnet. The cam covers, you see that car's the blue nose, it's quite distinctive, it's out there. We're supposed to have 2 of these cars. These cars housed in a magnificent edifice behind the race control building in the pits, and it's a replica of the Monza pits, beautifully constructed for this weekend.
Lucas Huni's car is the very Fangio one that won that 1957 German Grand Prix.
Yeah, that's the one that Gary Pearson's driving. It's the one with the yellow nose band.
Hawthorne and Collins thought they really had it wrapped up, but along came Fangio.
Yes, and along came Doug Nye at that point, because at mention of Fangio, Doug sprinted up the stairs like a greyhound, and we're going to pop the cans on his head. Doug, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Marcus.
You've been following the history of 250Fs since they were new.
Yes, indeed. They were knee-high to me. I particularly loved this Eldorado Special.
Sterling didn't.
Amazing thing. Eldorado Ice Cream Company, run by Mr. Zanetti in Italy, and it's a very, very early example of commercial sponsorship advertising on a European single-seater Grand Prix-based car.
It wasn't subtle, was it?
Hardly subtle, but lovely ice cream. And Sterling had the steering brake at about 170 miles an hour around the Monza banking. And he told me that the first he knew was as his arms crossed with the wheels pointing straight ahead.
At that point, I think you probably brace yourself for the bang, don't you?
Absolutely. He didn't know where he was going to end up, whether he was going to be in Madrid, Rome, or where. But he hit the banking and spun down to the bottom. He hit the barrier at the top of the banking and then slid down into the gutter at the bottom and survived the experience.
Just amazing.
But isn't that a lovely car? Look at that TV image of it, head on.
It was running in the Race of Two Worlds, wasn't it?
Yes.
Which ran twice at Monza when the Europeans and the Americans were challengers.
That's right. They ran it round left-hand only. They're going the wrong way around Monza banking. But the tyre wear was so restricted that they had to run it in 3 separate heats. Stop. Fit new tyres, refuel the cars, reset them up, and then send them off again.
Just amazing. We've got a whole sort of range of 250Fs, from the early sort of 1954 wide-bodied louvered cars to the sort of last of the sort of Piccolo spec. There was a V12 running yesterday, but I haven't seen it out among this group yet today. But That's the one with the blue nose and the twins, the bulges and the power bulges we used to call them as kids, I think, in the bonnet. Got a couple of Cameron Miller cars as well there. We were saying that the numbers of the cars were extremely convoluted. David McKinney, the late David McKinney, tried to pick everything in his books, and chassis changed. They went back to the factory, renumbered. Oh, well, we've given your number to somebody else, so have another number for yours. And what's the record? 3 or 4 numbers for a car?
I've personally hacksawed a chassis plate off, sawn through the welds at either end of the chassis plate, peeled the plate up to see another number underneath that did not correspond to the number on top. Oh dear.
We had yesterday. We had 2507 out, the green Sid Green Gilby Engineering car. Which
that's one of the more original ones.
Yeah, it is. But so there were 2 2507s. Salvadori raced for them. I think Ivor Bueb had a go. Jim Russell had a go at some point, didn't he?
Actually, our dear old friend Jenks once told me that the cars might have well have been called Giuseppe or Julio or something, or Piero, you know, and it would have made no difference. The thing was, in these days, that Maserati were an extraordinary company, and they manufactured over 30 of these cars, and the majority of them were raced on for years and years and years in private owners' hands.
It's right through to sort of 1960.
Absolutely.
Into 60 when the spec of Formula One changed, regulations changed.
And they completely formed the backbone of the Formula One starting grids through the mid-50s.
In terms of numbers of Grand Prix wins, it wasn't that great, was it, against some very, very tough
don't
rivals?
go there. Good Lord, steady on, Marcus.
I'm not. It's just an observation. It's not a criticism. But in terms of Grand Prix starts, there were dozens and dozens and dozens.
Sorry.
There was much of a gap between racing in F1 and racing in historics.
No, there wasn't. 1964 they started racing in historics, and one of the drivers at Silverstone racing the cars was Richard Atwood. And Richard is here today, and you know he was one of the first current drivers really to drive an historic car as well.
Didn't Chris Amon get to demonstrate one somewhere and forgot that it had a centre throttle on it, as some of them do?
Oh, that's often happened.
Up through Abbey at Silverstone.
Yes.
Trod on the middle pedal, nearly went over the handlebars.
Well, when that great historic racer Neil Corner was racing his first 250F, which I think was an ex-Horace Gould car, he managed to crash it spectacularly at Chapel Curve at Silverstone into a marshal's post. He was thrown out of the cockpit, went head over heels down the bonnet, and landed on top of the wall surrounding the marshal's post and said good morning to the marshal.
As one would.
He still has the scar on the bridge of his nose.
Really. The white car with the red lateral stripe around it we just saw was an interesting colour scheme, wasn't it? That Wolf-Dieter Baumann's car, I think it is.
The great thing about these cars is that they are thought of as being Italian red. And of course, in private owners' hands, you know, they raced in blue, green, yellow, white.
Partially Italian red?
Yeah. Yep.
What capacity is the ice cream special V8?
It's 4.2. Yeah. Which was the Indianapolis formula, the US, United States Automobile Club formula, the same as the Offenhauser engines that it found itself racing against.
One of the cars there, which raced in those events, was the Monza-Napolis, in inverted commas, listed Jaguar single-seater, wasn't it? Which, we had a nice little thing at Silverstone last year. We took it out into the pit lane. Rod Jolly has it these days. And we put it alongside the ex-Ray Crawford little Curtis Craft Offie.
Oh, yes.
Which was brilliant. Fred Harper raced that one, and a little recreation, a little get-together in the pit lane.
Didn't they, of course, D-types running at the same
They did.
And
they did.
They took the lead, didn't they? Because they had 4-speed gearboxes rather than the 2-speed.
That's right, from the start. From the start. But once the USAC guys got their cars wound up after a lap and a half, you know, the D-types were history. But they still finished well.
Yeah.
One of the things that the Acoste boys did to the D-types was fit a huge cooling intake scoop on the right rear corner to cool the right rear tyre around the left-hand only banking.
Was it 2 years that the race ran?
Yes, 2 years. Yep, 57 and 58. And in 57, Écurie Acoste, of course, had just won Le Mans. And they drove the Le Mans winning car and its sister on the road to Monza, and then race them there.
I bet they didn't drive them home.
They've been pretty used up, wouldn't they?
But all of these cars, they were weapons of war. They were there to earn money, basically.
Yeah.
And if they weren't racing on a weekend, they weren't earning money.
Who would have thought back then that in 60 years' time they'd be the stars of Goodwood?
Absolutely extraordinary, isn't
Yeah.
it? Actually, to me, that's one of the most deeply satisfying parts of being involved with this event, The fact that children like my grandchildren can now see these things running and go, wow, look at that, and think that they're effectively sort of current racing cars because they're before them like this, an alternative to the other types of racing cars, which have still got a huge wow factor. And it just depends on your own personal adjustment which ones have got the bigger wow factor.
Yeah, they've got. Well, while it's all quiet,
Great wow factor when they have engine noise, not
Yeah.
like some recent developments.
Marcus, while it's quiet, just let's mention the Canberra and the Hunters that flew over during the end of the Shelby Cup. So unfortunately we couldn't get them on the screen, but what a lovely sight. Those 4 Rolls-Royce Avon engines, and many thanks to Midair for again bringing those aircraft here, and they will be back tomorrow.
I thought it was fantastic to see, when I walked into the Freddie March Spirit of Aviation, to see the Hunter parked there.
Yes.
Because I wasn't expecting it. I didn't know it was coming. And I was fascinated to know how it had got here, because I didn't think it could operate into a grass field.
Came on a truck.
Oh, well.
Disappointing.
Goodness me, they're not trying.
Do you think it might have left some scorch marks on the grass field? Certainly going out.
The scorch marks, I would have thought, would be the least of the pilot's problems, but still.
Yeah, it's brilliant. We've had some wonderful racing here this weekend. Did the Bonhams auction go well, Doug?
Well, actually, since I've been over here all the time, I haven't a clue. I've spent
You weren't banished?
No, actually, I sort of retired hurt, having spent 2 months cataloguing the Maranello Rosso collection, Ferraris and Abarths. And what I knew about Abarths 2 months ago could probably have been written on the back of a postage stamp. And now it will take a fair-sized manila envelope.
Excellent. Well, down in the paddock, Henry Hope Frost has caught up with 5-time Le Mans winner and local hero Derek Bell.
Derek, you started your career here. You have a love affair with Goodwood, don't you? And it continues to this day.
It seems to. No, I always have a love affair with Goodwood. I mean, it's got better and better anyway over the years, thanks to Lord March's vision and everything, and his family and everything that goes on with it. And I'm just lucky to live closely. It's my home racetrack, and just to be here having a run. And I've got a lovely car today, and it seems to be running quite well in qualifying. So
you can't have driven a D-Type that often.
Once before. I drove one 5-6 years ago here, and I didn't actually enjoy it. But I got in this one, and it's just the most beautiful car I've driven in years, to be honest.
They're wonderful, aren't they? I didn't know they'd made so many.
No, nor did I. I'm rather glad I didn't, because I'd probably want to get in before. But to get in a good one is a delight.
Of course, Jaguar, a big rival of yours in your sports car days with Porsche, but they really sort of put the bar very high, didn't they?
Yes, they certainly did. I mean, everybody had an era. When you think it, Bentley won Le Mans back in the 20s and 30s, and then you have Jaguars winning in the 50s, and then Bentley come back and do a pretty good job in the 2000s, and Jaguar as well in the 1990s. So it's been swap around for the British manufacturers.
There are worse ways to spend an afternoon than sliding a D-Type round the back at Goodwood.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. It's beautiful. I'm looking forward to it, and I think I've got to go because they want me to get in the car.
Don't let me hold you back.
Thank you. Thanks. See you later.
Well, there are the Jaguar D-Types lined up for the Levant Cup race. That is a 25-minute race, and it'll be next on track. We've got a very good collection of these cars. I think 1 or 2 changes of driver. I believe that the number 49 in Garage 217 is now being driven by Killian Koenig. Henry, meanwhile, has found Andy Wallace, another great Le Mans winner. He's in the paddock now.
I just caught you before you put your lid on. Jaguar Le Mans winner, in a different Jaguar Le Mans winner. That's all a bit surreal, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and it was fantastic. What is it, 26 years ago? Yeah, to win Le Mans with Jaguar. I'm in this one. I'm sure I'm not as good as Mike Hawthorne was at driving this car, but I'll do my best.
And which is more hairy, XJR9 or this?
It's a bit chalk and cheese, but I have to say this is a very fast track with not many places to make a mistake and get away with it. So I would say this has to be right up there on the scary factor.
And this car is fantastically valuable.
Thank you for reminding me yet again. I'm about to go out for a race.
The throttle works both ways.
Thank you.
Good luck.
That's Andy Wallace then, with Henry Hope Frost in the Nigel Webb Trade Air Jaguar D-Type. Jaguar D-Types 3 times Le Mans winners in the 1950s, 3 times running in fact, 55, 56 and 57. Great collection of these cars, most we've seen for a very, very long time, and some superb drivers in them, apart from Andy Wallace and Derek Bell, who we spoke to just then, Gary Pearson, Christian Gleisel, very well known internationally, Gregor Fistigan, who's raced at Le Mans, Lucas Hooney, who always comes and supports these events. The change I was going to tell you about was 49, Killian Koenig, not Kong as he's referred to in the listings we've seen. Nick Mason is out in this group as well. I'm hoping we might see Diego Ribandanera, whose car broke yesterday in qualifying. That's a very interesting car, pale yellow machine. Makes a change from the sea of dark green, but there's some blue ones out there as well. Lots of action all around the campus, plenty going on at the Brighton Pier edifice and round in some of the shops. Over the road it continues right the way through. There's some threshing going on in the infield over near Bruce Jones at St Mary's. I haven't seen so much of the Cornstukes this year, Bruce.
No, I think the drivers have kept away from the Cornstukes so far, but we still have another day to go, Marcus. But yes, they're being built up bit by bit, and the mods and the rock are still cruising around the outside of the circuit too.
Trying to get a tow from the tractor, I think. That's the tractor that'll take you to different parts of the circuit. Still a couple of races on today's programme, and the wonderful steam engine having a go. Did you get to the Great Dorset Steam Rally this year, Bruce, over near you?
No, I've never managed to do it. I know
Me
a lot
neither.
of people who do go, but and it sort of rather clogs up the area with a few roads that have been closed, but it's a big affair
It's
by
about
all accounts.
2 feet deep in mud this year, wasn't it?
We were away at the time, but I believe so, yeah.
They're the Jags
Oh,
then.
what a sight. Brilliant camera shot there down over those very sculpted noses.
They're very curvaceous, aren't they? Absolutely splendid aerodynamic body on the monocoque chassis by Malcolm Sayer. And Chris Druitt was telling us, just reminding us, Norman Dewey's the very test driver, he's in his 90s, and still very lucid about Jaguar D-Types, that the tail fins, when they had the pointed tail fins, they were slightly offset just to maximise their aerodynamic effect. There's Derek Bell.
What did we reckon? 5 degrees away from being straight?
Something like that.
Critical.
Wallace has gone out there. As Lucas Hooney, the pale blue crash helmet. Down is Fabien Sarai, bought his car from France. Son of Robert Sarai. A lot of effort into his historic racing over the years.
I can't spot the pale yellow one, Diego Ribadanera's D-Type, unfortunately. That did go pop. But actually, just looking through the programme notes, the fact
SKSS there.
he used to race in East Africa, in Karoo Park, so it's great to know that these cars weren't just confined to Europe and the odd race in the States.
It's in Kenya, isn't it?
Yeah, Kenya.
Nakuru. I remember a story fairly recently came to light about a Lotus 15 and a Lotus 20, a sports racing car, and a Formula Junior that were found in a heap in a scrapyard in Kenya. And they were exhumed, rebuilt, and both back in their country of birth, which is rather good. 15 then is very good. I saw her around the JD Classics boss, and got a couple of the XKSS's, the road versions, the full windscreen road versions, just to make use of the unsold monocoques in terms of the XKSS's. 3 such a pretty car, those are Kyriakos. That's John Pearson. Both John and Gary Pearson, the brothers, out in this field. We're going to get something like 18 of them in the race. Ferrari safety car comes out at the head of the pack. There's a kind of cornstalk.
Yes, and as you're watching the cars come round, the 19 or 20, we think 18 cars that will take part in this race without Ribadiniera are at the head, and then behind them on the circuit are the other cars in the D-Type parade, giving you a whole group more XKSS's.
That's right. What I love is the fact that in qualifying yesterday it was so close between two of the real masters of historic racing. Gary Pearson in 17, Christian Glaisel in 14, just 0.153 of a second, a little more than a sixth of a second between them. We're going to see the grid now for this Levant Cup extravaganza, and 17 Gary Pearson is on the pole, 14 Christian Glaisel alongside him in the middle of the front row, and on the outside 24 Johnny Young. The second row is 11 Derek Bell, 27 Gregor Fiskin, row 3 is 6 Andy Wallace, 12 Harry Wyndham, 1 is Lucas Huni from Switzerland. Go back on to row 4. We should pick up the rest of the grid. There they are. 7 from France, Fabien Sarai. 9 is Benny Stick. Row 5 is 3 John Pearson. 49 Kilian Koenig. He's Kilian Koenig, not Kilian Kong. 2 is Daniel Goes. 0 is Chris Heath Lucas from CKL Developments on row 6. 18 is Barry Wood. Row 7, 5 is Nick Mason. Number 15 Derek Hood. And number 16 John Breslow. We know number 10 is not there, the pale yellow car, which would stand out a mile had it been here. And the parade cars then coming in off the back of the grid. The XKSS's coming into stage. Blue car just going off. That's one of the parade cars just making its way down into the assembly area, back into the paddock. Great to see these Jags, those beautiful Dunlop wheels on the cars. Preparing the build-up then, 25-minute race. And that is the scene. See the grid girls with their Bellstaff lollipops. And up ahead, the view the drivers got up towards Madgwick Corner. Here it is. Plenty of spectators basking in the sunshine on the banks up there at Madgwick. And some great fashion. 12 there, sitting on row 3, Harry Wyndham. And the Jags from the display, just going around. They've been set loose again. They're going to go around, and I suspect will come into the paddock by the normal gate. Short nose D there, OKV3. I'm sure with a great history. Good to see so many of them here, and good to see so many of them raced as well. And this will be a nice Levant Cup. It's not run every year by any stretch of the imagination, a Levant Cup, but it's there as an option when Lord March and his team find a special celebration to present to you. You can see that riding along in the passenger seat of Jaguar D-Type was not necessarily the most comfortable thing.
Certainly if you don't have the aero screen, which you don't.
Exactly.
You're in the passenger. As I was saying the other night, I nearly got beaten to death by my shirt collar once and then learnt to wear button-down collars. But actually, I've never been asked on the D-Type again. Oh well, never mind.
I've never ridden a D-Type. Or a C-Type for that matter. So these are the Ds then. The identification stripes on the Acuria Cost car there, car number 7. Fabien Sarai. Grid girls marching off to their little base beside the pits. And bright sunlight still greeting us here as the parade breakaway comes down through Woodcote Corner. And the cars aren't getting too hot down there on the line. 1 and 2 of them may be struggling a little bit. The rasp of straight 6, double overhead cam, Jaguar XK engines under the bonnet. And there they are then, the D-Types and the XK SS's, two of which bring up the tail of the field now that Diego Bandanera is not there. There's our timing board and the autocar terrace there, very grand, one of Lord March's special enclosures. One minute to go then, 1 minute to go. And the Levant Cup will get underway. We're running about 20 minutes behind our original schedule. But this should start then on the dot of 4, 5. There away they go then. On the green flag lap. Will help to bring the temperatures down just a little bit. 27 there is Gregor Fiskin with the tartan helmet band. Fiskin was a Forfar family, set up in the West End of London, selling the finest sports and quality cars, race cars of the day, the golden era. Very pretty, the short-nosed D-Type with just the head fairing rather than the proper finned tail, compact, not much overhang on either end, which makes them rather wieldy, I would have thought.
Yes, not having that fin really does make them so much shorter. They don't look, they're not really that much shorter than the long noses. But
no, that's right. The long nose one is pretty different up front, but a little bit more aero on them. Attempt to cheat the wind, put it that way. So they're working their way down through the kink Levant before we get to Woodcote. Leaders will be back with us to form the grid for the final time. The Levant Cup will then be underway. Gary Pearson then in 17, 14 is Christian Glaisel, 24 is John Young, 11 Derek Bell, 27 Gregor Fiskin, 6 Andy Wallace, the 1988 Le Mans 24-hour winner, 12 is Harry Wyndham, 1 Lucas Hooney, 7 Fabien Sarai, 9 is Ben Eastick, 3 is John Pearson, 49 Gillian Koenig, 2 is Daniel Goes, 0 is Chris Keith Lucas, 18 Barry Wood, 5 Nick Mason, 15 Derek Hood, and 16 is John Breslow. Just held at the yellow flag. Green flag is already to be waved at the back. That's the sign for race director John Felix to get this Levant Cup competition underway. And down goes the Union flag, and away they go. Andy Wallace made a cracking start up the inside. He's already passed the number 11 car of Derek Bell. Andy Wallace jostling for third place as they go into Madrick, but has to settle for fourth. They go through. 17 is Pearson, 14 is Glaisel, 24 in third place is John Young, fourth is Andy Wallace, fifth is Gregor Fiskin, and settling into sixth place now is Derek Bell.
So a bit of a break being made by the pole sitter Gary Pearson as they come down to the kink before St Mary's, and certainly the battle for second place is much closer. Christian Glaisel and number 14 holding on to it, being pushed very hard indeed by John Young, who'd made a good exit to Fordwater. And but Gary Pearson just trying to ease away at the front, but Andy Wallace, what a start, 2 of the wheels on the grass up into fourth place.
Absolutely. And Gary Pearson knows this like the back of his hand. He's won more car races at the revival, the 16 previous revivals, than anybody else, and was only topped in the overall table by the Australian motorcycle legend Wayne Gardner. I think he was a couple ahead on 15. But this will peg one of them back down into Woodcote corner. 24 John Young comes inside Christian Glaisel's car and moves up into second place.
So what you have is long nose, short nose, long nose, short nose, the first 4 in the race. So Gary Pearson going to complete the first lap in the lead. We'll see what the gap is between he and John Young any moment now. 1.0 seconds. So there we are, 1 second precisely. And behind Christian Glaisel in 14 in third place, and Andy Wallace in 6th ahead of Gregor Fiskin in number 27.
In 11 is in 6th place. 9 is Ben Eastick, and behind Ben Eastick number 12 is Harry Wyndham, and number 1 is Hooney, bringing up the 10th place. Fabien Sarai, Frenchman, in number 7 car.
So down to St Mary's for the second time. 17 still out front. He was a second clear at the start-finish line. I'd say he might have gained another 10th or 2. Started to string out a tiny bit because Christian Glaisel can't get back onto the tail of the second place car, number 24 of John Young. Everyone driving beautifully. The track in great conditions. As you can see, number 9 being harried down into Levant there by 12. Which is Ben Eastick being harried by Harry Wyndham.
Thanks to our graphics guys who've got everything changed. 49 now is Gillian Koenig rather than Gillian Kong. So the leaders back down into Woodcote corner. It's Gary Pearson in 17. And a spin, and that is John Young who's gone round.
From second place.
From second place, and fortunately he's taken his foot off the brakes and gone back onto the grass. So that helped him to get out of the way. He'll be rejoining pretty much bog last, I should think, just ahead of the SKSS.
Well, let's have a well, thank goodness he got off the track there. JD Classics will be pleased that he didn't leave it on the black stuff. But, from second place, that was John. You can see Gregor Fiskin in the replay going through the chicane, so a lot of ground lost from second place.
Exactly, so it's Pearson now, and 14 Glaisel is in second place, 2.1 seconds adrift. Third is Andy Wallace. In 6th, 4th is Gregor Fiskin. in 27. 5th is Derek Bell. And 6th is Ben Eastick.
There's another replay from a different angle of John Young going round out of 2nd place down at Woodcote and then reversing, well, still in the course of the spin across the track, but he got it onto the grass, so well done, sir. Gary Pearson leading the start of this lap by 2.1 seconds from Christian Glazel. Andy Wallace in 6th is now up into 3rd place after that moment. And Lucas Hooney and Fabian Sarai, we saw a change of position. It's changed back again, so Lucas Hooney in 8th ahead of Fabian Sarai.
Yes, they're having some fun, those two. And a second Pearson into the top 10. That's John Pearson in number 3. John Pearson Jr. in number 3. So it's Pearson then 2.1 seconds to the good. That's Ben Eastick in 9. He's under pressure. And he's under pressure from the 12 car of Harry Wyndham. He's raced E-types for a long time. Beautiful noise of these Jaguar engines, quite distinctive. Glazel 2.5 seconds behind Pearson. That's that tussle, 9 and 12. Harry Wyndham got a really good run out of the chicane. He's going to try to bore up the inside into Madrick Corner, but Eastick keeps his foot in just slightly longer in the knowledge that he's got the better line through there, and that enables him to tuck into that second apex.
Right, the gap between the race leader Gary Pearson in number 17 just going past me at St Mary's and Christian Glazel in 14. I reckon it's coming down, but the best first segment of all set by Gary Pearson, but certainly Glazel seems to be getting a move on, and Wallace is falling back into the hands of Gregor Fiskin behind them.
Yes, Gregor's going to enjoy that. You can see the amount of frantic steering action and input on the number 9 car. That's Ben Eastick.
Yeah, Harry Wyndham looks quite calm behind. There's certainly a lot of flicking, looking down into the gauges there for Ben Eastick in number 9, and 12 getting right onto his tail. They've been having a fantastic scrap and being closed up upon by Fabian Sarai behind in number 7.
Fabian Sarai going really well. He's up into 8th place and with a real prospect of netting perhaps 6th in this race. At this rate of progress, certainly Fabian Sarai's best time of 34.8 at the moment, but certainly improving his position relative to those ahead of him. Pearson, with 2 faster sectors of the 3 on that last lap, is now 4 seconds ahead of Glazel. Wallace is nearly 3 seconds behind him, and Gregor Fiskin is in 4th place. Then we've got what is brewing into a really great battle, because Harry Wyndham's up the inside again on Ben Eastick, and this time looks like he's had the opportunity there, but I don't think it's his car, and he decided that Ben Eastick could have the corner on the outside, but that's brought not only Fabian Sarai but also the recovering John Young back into the picture. And John Young in 24, anxious to atone for his earlier problem. His spin down at Woodcote is working really hard.
Certainly is, as is Gregor Fiskin just across the grass on the inside, the outside of the circuit, if you will, the apex side at St Mary's, as he's pushing very hard on Andy Wallace. 27 pushing 6 for 3rd place, but lovely shots there. Ben Eastick still staying ahead of the Valentine Lindsay-owned D-Type with Harry Wyndham on board. That's number 12, and now, as you say, 4 cars in that battle with just behind them Fabian Sarai in number 7, and John Young. How long will he stay behind him in 24? He's got to find his moment, though. And maybe not at Woodcote, because that's where it all went wrong, and that's where he lost 2nd place.
Yeah. Lurking not far behind them is John Pearson, who's enjoying the sight of the 4. Quartet of cars. Very soon John Pearson could be with them. Sarai looked up the inside of 12, but there wasn't really the space, because 12 Wyndham twitched into the second apex, and Young is with them, and Pearson could make it 5. A wonderful image. This race more exciting than the race up front at the moment, as Gary Pearson pops in a new fastest lap of the race, a 1:29.696. That's under his pole time.
Yeah, John Pearson in number 3 was small in the back of the picture not so long ago. Now he's right in the frame there, just behind John Young in 24.
With a pit stopper, and that, I'm afraid, is the number 1 car of Lucas Hooney.
The battle over 3rd place still rages, but now it's not Wallace in the lead of that group. It is, in fact, Gregor Fiskin who's gone past since in the first half of this lap. So the Scottish driver has put one over the former Le Mans winner. obviously Andy Wallace has been haunted by being asked that question by Henry about how much is the car worth. Just before he went out, the 1955 Le Mans winner that Andy Wallace is driving. John Young looking to make a move around the second part of Levant. Can he get the power down and move ahead of Fabian Sarai? No, he can't. And Fabian Sarai in turn in number 7 is right on the tail of Harry Wyndham. Now John Young's taking the inside line as they approach the kink. This could play into his hands. No, it doesn't. But Sarai goes round the outside of Harry
Sarai's
Wyndham.
made a great job round Wyndham at the kink and looks down the inside. Yes, Sarai comes through up another place. That's past Ben Eastick. Can he get his car stopped? He's using all the track, but it's nicely under control. Fabien Sarai, the Frenchman, going beautifully in the number 7 car.
It was like he found another gear there. Quite extraordinary, the rate of acceleration.
Fabulous
driving.
advantage of that quick exit from the kink. Pearson, Glaisel, Fisken, up into 3rd, as you say. Wallace down to 4th. Bell, and then Sarai up into 6th place.
And now Harry Wyndham being monstered up the inside by John Young. John got caught out on the last lap there on the run out of Levant down towards Woodcote, and in the space of literally 3 corners, Harry Wyndham has lost 2 places in number 12, falling to the back of that group now. Look at that, 5 D-types, almost nose to tail. Absolutely brilliant.
Working lap 7 are our leaders as the Chris Keith Lucas 0 car goes through. 2 XKSS's having some fun down the way. 15 Derek Hood, 16 John Breslow. Picture of concentration on Gary Pearson's face. Behind those sort of Joe 90 goggles that were very typical of the day.
He's able to lap at will in the 1 minute 31. He just pops in a 1 minute 30.7, just a second down on his very best lap. 1 minute 29.686. No one else has got really within a second of that, and Christian Glaisel is almost precisely within a second of that, actually, just as I speak, in 2nd place, but 17 leading from 14, with Gregor Fiskin having worked his way past number 6, which is Andy Wallace, into 3rd place in number 27.
Sarai's at the head of the next group, and behind Sarai this time
John Young's going to gain a place here, I reckon, up the inside.
Yes, he has. It was Eastick over the line from Young, but Young into Madgwick gets the place. Pearson just behind Harry Wyndham.
Well, 7. Nice little battle between Le Mans winners. Andy Wallace is really dropping back, and Derek Bell right on his tail as they go up towards Levant. So it's 6 Wallace in 4th place and 11 Bell really starting to make up ground. Had a bit of a poor start, Derek Bell, and lost a little bit of momentum early on, but could yet get 4th place.
Yes, he could. And 14 Christian Glaisel leads the chase of Gary Pearson, 4.8 seconds. Been out as much as 5 before, so he did make a bit of ground a couple of laps ago when Pearson was just being careful to lap some back markers. So certainly no one in this field has driven more miles in a D-type Jag over the years than Gary Pearson.
Well, his caution
3.3 though.
I was going to say his caution. He had a couple of back markers over the last 2 laps coming past me, and I'm sure at other points, and he just was careful. So it was 5 seconds, then 4 point something, and then 3.3. So coming down between 1st and 2nd.
And the tussle of the Le Mans winners behind Gregor Fiskin, who has raced at Le Mans. Battle for 4th place. It's Derek Bell in car number 11, chasing Andy Wallace in car number 6. Derek Bell with those 3 strips across the nose of his car. Line from Derek Bell into the right before St Mary's. Got another car ahead of them. Is that the car of Fiskin? No,
no,
for Fiskin. Barry Wood, isn't it? Blue helmet.
Yeah. Number 18. Yeah, they swept past him, no problem, and it's very tall, Barry Wood in the D-type. So the 3rd place battle still advantage to Fiskin, but then Wallace and Bell. Well, who's going to come out ahead? There's Wallace in 4th place in number 6, and Derek Bell hunting him down. Sergeant nose car number 11.
There's Andy Wallace in the number 6 car. Just negotiating Woodcote as our leaders, 3.8 seconds between them. So Pearson has stretched out again as this time Glaisel found the back markers. Fiskin off the back of a personal best last time round is still in third in 27. Wallace and Bell less than a second apart, 0.9 in fact, between 6 and 11. And then we've got the 7 car of Sarai, but now with John Young monstering him. Absolutely together, those 2.1 of a second. Let's see what happened up at Woodcote. At Madgwick corner.
Well, coming to St Mary's yet again, this time for the 10th time, and it's still Andy Wallace in the battle for 4th, just holding off Derek Bell, and they're really pushing hard. And there, Fabian Sarai is being attacked by John Young, 7 being pushed by 24 as they fight over 6th place.
Yeah, Sarai's got the afterburner on, you can see that, burning some fuel in the exhaust. And he, a lap after the leaders had him, got to go through past Barry Wood down at Levant. Sarai in 7, 24 is John Young after that early spin. 10 laps down for our leaders, it's 3.9 seconds, so a little to choose between the leaders in terms of lap times at this point in the race. The only car under 130 is the 1:29.686 for Gary Pearson, number 17, race leader. Wallace 0.8 apart. Yeah, there's Sarai still holding off wily old John Young.
Oh, this is bad news. Unfortunately, traffic, 2 XKSSs have got in the way of Christian Glaisel. The gap was down between 1st and 2nd, still under 4 seconds. Slight advantage for Pearson last time round, big advantage for him this time. So expect race leader Gary Pearson in number 17 to open out the gap to, I'd say, over 5 seconds over Christian Glaisel. Just bad luck for Glaisel.
Back markers caught in inopportune moment, and up the inside looked John Young there, but Sarai in the right-hander before St Mary's was equal to the challenge, and now stretching how you can see in that side pan view the different profiles of the D-types with the big fin. And,
yeah, it's a really nice shot, that one, isn't
is.
it, on the run down to Levant. Well, John Young has certainly spiced up his afternoon with that spin at Woodcote early on, out of 2nd place, but I think he's getting to race with Fabian Sarai, who would not have been racing with him if John hadn't made that mistake.
That's right.
A good chance to learn about each other's craft, and John is very brave. He doesn't care about putting a couple of wheels on the grass. He might have to. He kisses the edge of the grass, but in fact the driver getting more grass was Fabian Sarai, who maybe was slightly caught out there and ran his left wheels onto the grass, but held it together at Woodcote, but lost the place.
Sarai's best lap of 1:31.880, which is nearly 3 seconds quicker than he went in qualifying, and that's indicative of him running with basically with more experienced guys in this sort of car, and getting a handle on the circuit. He's been out in the Ford Falcon as well from the ATS team, of course.
Well, the gap between 1st and 2nd, I reckon it might go out to 5 seconds. It was 4.7 seconds. So Glaisel now has clear track between himself and race leader Gary Pearson. I think Gary Pearson has got this under control. Just over 7 minutes remaining. There he is on the big screens. Number 17 in the background of the shot is Christian Glaisel with a striped nose. Number 14 giving chase yet again.
The Stick Wyndham Pearson battle has kind of shaken Pearson off in number 3, John Pearson, but Wyndham still within a second of Ben Eastick. There's Gary Pearson balancing the D-type on the throttle and the steering. We've got 6 3/4 minutes to go, just over 6.5 as
well, I can't see
Glaisel
positions changing at the front markers, certainly, but Glaisel's giving it a good go. Now that it's all about getting clear track, and on the screens we can see Gregor Fiskin really starting to push on hard. He's the driver who's been most off the circuit at St Mary's, but that's only because he's been off on my side. He's cutting the corner so tight, every lap, but he's racing really on his own at the moment. Nearly 7 seconds down on Glazel, but really good run there for Gregor.
It's great to see.
Glazel really swinging the tail out as he went through the kink before St Mary's there, really picked up beautifully by the cameras. And oh, what a beautiful drift down into that foreshortened shot from Levant looking down towards St Mary's really is magical, and Christian Glazel's making that 14 really dance in his chase.
Yeah, bear in mind that he's been racing for a lot of years and some great cars, including 3-litre Formula 1 cars in historic events. Very experienced driver.
Well, he's making it pay. Great run. So let's just run down the order markers. We've just got 5.5 minutes remaining. We've been talking about Glazel in second place. So Gary Pearson leading in number 17. Glazel second in 14. Third is Gregor Fiskin, just caught there beautifully on screens. Number 27. Then Derek Bell had worked his way past fellow Le Mans winner Andy Wallace. John Pearson is smoking a little bit his D-type. I'll come to him in a minute. He's down in 10th place. 6th place is John Young, 24. 7th is Fabian Sarai, number 7. 8th. That battle still between Ben Eastick and Harry Wyndham, 9 and 12, and then John Pearson smoking away down in 10th place in number 3.
That's Andy Wallace lapping Chris Keith Lucas, who is down in 12th place, car number 0, and yes, smoke coming from the back of that number 3 car from John Pearson.
He had been dropping off the back of that group. He got close onto the tail of Harry Wyndham. We thought he might go past, but clearly something has been overheating a little bit too much.
A bit oily perhaps. By the end of last night's Enduro, we could smell oil up in the commentary tower, which was quite something. But there's Wyndham back on the tail of Eastick.
And certainly Harry Wyndham in that Valentine Lindsay-owned car, that has been in the Lindsay family for a very long time, and a lot of the other cars have chopped and changed their ownership, but the Lindsays have kept that one in the garage.
Yeah, it's absolutely splendid. And Harry Wyndham, experienced these days in that Radford Racing E-Type that he normally drives.
Well, Harry Wyndham certainly trying all sorts of lines as he comes into St Mary's, but Ben Eastick, even though Ben has been much more sort of active in the cockpit, he's really sort of working hard at the wheel, running a very nice, clean line. And John Pearson is still going in number 3, still smoking. I thought he was heading back to the pits, but he's still running in 10th place.
Big slide and a tank slapper for Harry Wyndham, but he held on to it. What he has done, though, he's lost a lot of momentum coming out of Lavant corner. He caught it beautifully, but it wasn't to be.
I was just saying he's trying lots and lots of different lines, but that's one he might not want to try any more
down the
time.
inside, and his line was actually compromised. He couldn't get into the apex, and he tried to adjust the line a little bit. Just the tail slept away, but he caught it.
So 3 minutes remaining in this race. Looking on screens, if you are at Gregor Fiskin in number 27, running in rather lonely 3rd place. He's 6 seconds down on Christian Glazel, who in turn in number 14 is 5 seconds down on the driver. You can see on your screens that's Gary Pearson, who's led this race pretty much from the off.
Yeah, it's fair to say that John Young spinning his D-type at number 24 down at Wicket early in the race has enlivened the middle part of the race in terms of actually providing some real good overtaking.
Well, I think John Young is about to gain a place because coming into St Mary's he's right on the tail of Andy Wallace, whose pace has really dropped away, and I think he'll pass him when they get to Levant. I don't know if there's a problem with Andy Wallace or he's just being super careful, but there is John Young going up the inside, and there's going to be no resistance from Andy Wallace.
I think
on
it's
the
getting
outside.
very slippery.
I think it is.
Fabian Sarai wisely decided to drop back in number 7. Eastick and Wyndham passed him last time through. There is oil on the circuit for sure, and you can smell it in the air. Pearson goes through to complete 15 laps. It's 3.8 the gap, just a couple of tenths nibbled back from by Christian Glazel.
I'm sure Gary
Fiskin quicker than them both.
Absolutely. As I said, he's been running a shorter lap by cutting the corners wherever possible. I think Gary Pearson is just pacing this one. It's just less than 1.5 minutes till the checkered flag comes out, and certainly the best battle at the moment, as it has been almost from the start of the race, is between 9 and 12. Ben Eastick and Harry Wyndham. No wonder we're seeing so much of them on the big screens. Fiskin really is starting to chip away at that gap between himself and Christian Glazel. And Glazel in turn is, last lap he was 5 seconds down on race leader Gary Pearson. Now it's 3.8 seconds, and Fiskin has taken half a second, 3/4 second out of him. So it's closing up for the first three, but we're on the penultimate lap, so it's nearly there for Gary Pearson in number 17.
It is, but to the last minute of this race. And Wallace dropping back. Bell back up again into 4th place in number 11. 24. Young is 10 seconds, literally 11 seconds behind him, lapping in the same sort of pace. Derek Bell last time round, lap quicker than Gary Pearson, our race leader. Respectable times being popped in by Derek Bell.
Okay, so on to the last lap with 30 seconds remaining until the checkered flag is flown. Goes Gary Pearson and Christian Glazel. How far behind? 2.1. Whoa, getting closer. Could we have a finish? I'm sure Gary Pearson's got it under control. If I say that enough, it might go into his mind. But Gary's been racing these D-types for years, hasn't he, Marcus?
He has indeed. The two XKSS is just 0.6 of a second apart. 15 Derek Hood and 16 John Breslow.
It's a question of where the traffic, they will get past them. So race leader Gary Pearson has got past both of them before the kink, before St Mary's. Is it going to compromise Christian Glazel? Oh, it could. He's going to have to go round the outside of number 15 Derek Hood. Oh, very close indeed as they go round St Mary's. And looking to see how much behind them, getting closer and closer, is Gregor Fiskin. The time will run out, but Christian Glazel's given it a very good shot, but just got caught out by the XKSSs just then.
Yeah, it clearly is pretty oily out there. You can smell the oil on the breeze as they come past.
We insist on it, Marcus. So there's number 14, Christian Glazel, going down to Woodcote for the final time. But the fact is there is a driver ahead of him in number 17, and that is Gary Pearson, who should go on to win this Levant Cup, the penultimate race here today on Saturday at Goodwood.
Yep, that's, the chaser is Christian Glazel. But here's Gary Pearson coming through the chicane then to notch yet another victory at the Goodwood Revival. Gives the slower car a wide berth. Probably won't bother to lap it either now. No, Sentinel's going to send. Yes, he's pointing to 49, saying, "Get on your way. You haven't been classified as a finisher yet." That's 49 Killian Koenig. Don't worry about it. Koenig hopefully will get the correct message and not. Oh, you might have been. I'm sorry, I was in your way, because he wasn't. But Bell there coming back in 4th place. 27 Fiskin was in 3rd place. Derek Bell was in 4th at number 11. 5th. 24 John Young, and looks like Andy Wallace in 6 is 6th. This pair disputing 7th place in the flag. Number 9 and number 12.
Well, Wyndham's taking a run at him out of the chicane. Will he make it? Not quite. Gosh, by point less than a fifth of a second.
0.185 between the pair.
The king of the micro adjustment of the steering wheel, Ben Eastick, he's really been switching away. Holds on and takes that 7th place. Wyndham 8th, and then we're waiting for Gary Pearson in smoking number 3, and Fabian Sarai in number 7. What happened to Sarai on that lap?
Don't know.
1 minute 43.
Okay, certainly had a problem towards the end, Sarai, that's for sure.
So victory there to Gary Pearson. What number's that now, Marcus? 15?
14, I think.
14 Goodwood wins at the Revival. Quite remarkable.
Henry will know. LeonWinners.com, whatever it's called, the Henry Hope Frost Oracle website.
I always thought the alternate site, Spinners, might be more interesting.
Who leads that
Longer
table?
list.
No, let's not go. Let's not go then. Gary Pearson, very pleased with that, getting a big hand from the audience and from the marshals. Classification then of the Levant Cup. The race result: first, number 17 Gary Pearson; second, number 14 Christian Glazel; third, number 27 Gregor Fiskin; fourth, number 11 Derek Bell; fifth, number 24 John Young after that early spin; sixth, number 6 Andy Wallace; seventh, number 9 Ben Eastick; and eighth, number 12 Harry Wyndham. In 9th place, number 3 John Pearson; 10th, number 7 Fabian Sarai's car was fading. In 11th place, Killian Koenig in 49; 12th, the 0 car of Chris Keith Lucas, 13th Barry Wood in 18, 14th Nick Mason in 5, 15th Daniel Goes in 2, and 16th Derek Hood in 15. So he held on in that XKSS tussle. Well, here they are then. The winners are down there with Henry, but we're going to see some highlights before we go and speak to our victors. Here we go then, awaiting the arrival of the Jaguar D-types on centre stage for the Levant Cup, a race not run every year. These icons of 50 sports cars, 3 times victors at Le Mans 24 Hours, 55, 56, 57, leave. And it was a bold start by Christian Glaisland in 14, but indeed it was Gary Pearson who got to Madrid first. Pearson in 17, 14 is Glaisland, 24 is John Young, and Andy Wallace next up. And there's that big spin for John Young. Fortunately the car went round, went across, gave Derek Bell a slightly anxious moment as the car in front of him rotated down there. But this is the battle that really made the day in the middle of the race, but Gary Pearson was clear of it. So John Young raced back up the order, did a grand job. 3, that's John Pearson's car, brother of the race winner. It was getting a bit smoky, and enormous slide from Harry Wyndham. What a great job he did there. Looking at there's something coming out of that exhaust. It doesn't look that well, does it? 17 then, Gary Pearson just driving away. There was a response from Crystal Glaisland towards the end of the race, but not enough to deny Gary Pearson. And let's have the reactions of our race winners then with Henry Hope Frost.
Thank you, Marcus. Well done, Gregor. 3rd place, flying the flag for the Short Nose Brigade.
Well, an honour and a privilege, and a big thanks to my great friends Simon and Rosie Kidston, because there's not many pals who'll give you a short nose D and say, you know what, go out, get stuck in, and just have fun. And big thanks to them. It's a lovely original car, and to be in such illustrious company as these 2 fabulous long nose Ds, I'm a pretty happy boy.
My silliest question ever: is it fun out there in one of those?
Oh, do you know what? One runs out of superlatives. I think, the old champ need expression, you couldn't have more fun with your clothes on.
Well, quite. Thank you, Gregor. Well done.
Thank you.
And our 2nd place man, Christian Glaisel. Christian, well done. Could you see Gary up ahead, and were you working on catching him?
Well, I could see them all the time, but I was actually looking a bit in the mirror what's happening there, but when it was clear, I tried to do just the best on not sliding too much. The cars were sliding after lap 5 just enormously, but it was great fun.
That's what we wanted to see.
Yes, thank you.
A little bit easier with John Young out of the equation, I suppose, for you?
Yeah, I was already quite late on the brakes. He was even later, so it was interesting to see what's happening. Yeah, and in the end he spun, yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Christian. Thank you very much. But our winner, extending his run of wins from the 4-wheel brigade, Gary Pearson. I don't know what you're on now. It's about 15.
I don't know. I'm not counting. I'm just enjoying every race. Doesn't matter where I finish.
It was consummate. You were just flying. You were quicker than your qualifying time. Effortless.
I was just having a great time. Just driving the D round here. I did feel a bit guilty halfway through. I maybe should have hung back for Christian, but I was having such a nice time just sliding the car around, and they're so nice on a fast circuit like this, and it's sort of lovely, nice evening, nice atmosphere, D-type, great.
Did you think John would be a problem?
When braking, I could see he was braking really late at the end of the straight, and the Ds are a bit quirky under the brakes, particularly the rear end. I thought, well, you're being quite brave there. And next lap, I looked in the mirrors and I could see all the side of him and then the back of him.
Well done. Another trophy for the Pearson cabinet.
Thank you.
Gary Pearson, our winner then of the Levant Trophy for the wonderful Jaguar D-types. And now, Marcus, Bruce, we turn our attention to the big bangers, the Witson Trophy, the final race of the day.
We do, and there are the Jags, but before the Witson Trophy cars come out, let's just hear from our Goodwood commercial partners. We're back live then at the motor circuit here at Goodwood for the 2014 Revival meeting, and our final race of Revival Saturday is the Witson Trophy race for unlimited sports prototypes that were type raced prior to 1966. All the big cars are here, and a lot of noise, cacophony of V8 engines down below. We're just closing the windows of the commentary box to try to hear ourselves think. That evocative sight, Andrew Beaumont's Chevrolet McLaren down there. The grid then will be on pole position, number 5 Chris Goodwin in the Works McLaren M1B. Fantastic last lap yesterday, alongside 32 Andrew Smith, outright circuit lap record holder with Lola T70 Spider. In third place, number 8 Pier Enrico Tonetti with the Huffaker Genie Mark 8. On row 2, 70 Pedro Macedo Silva from Portugal, Lola T70, and number 1 from Canada, J Estra Chinook Chevrolet Mark 2. Third row, 17 Laurie Bennett from Australia, McLaren M1B. 7 Paul Natfield, Lola Spider T70, and in number 10 David Hart, the Dutchman, with his Lola T70 Spider. That's our top 3 rows then. A good mix, McLaren, Lola, Huffaker Genie and Chinook, all in that mix. Row 4, 23 James Cottingham, first of the 4 GT40s, 111, Steve Soper, a similar car alongside. Row 5, the Dutchman John Hugenholz with the 4 GT40. 12 from Spain, Joaquin Fogg Russignol with his GT40. And 16, Chris Jolly with the Cooper Chevrolet, the Super Cooper. Row 6 is 88 Marcus Musa with his McLaren M1B. Alongside him, Marshall Bailey in 14 of the Lola T70 Spider. Well, these are the ultimate sports racing cars, the biggest, baddest, noisiest cars in town. And this is always a race which brings drama. It takes a while to get the big tyres heated up. There's so much power going through them. They slip slide all over the place. The track we know is already quite slippery because of the D-types that were around last. They found it pretty slippery, certainly. And you can see all sorts of cameras trained on the grid from the pit balcony. Wonderful view from up on top of that in the commentary tower, as is Simon Taylor, our TV commentator, down below me, one floor down. 1 minute to go, we're racing minutes here. It's 5:40, and there McLaren, red McLaren on the front, the two-tone blue Lola T70, the ex-David Hobbs car that raced here in period, and alongside it, outside, the amazing left-hand drive Huffaker Genie of Piero Tonetti. Genie raced by Don Skogmo in period in USRRC in the States. 7 is the Crosley Chevrolet of Professor John Monson, and we think of the family of Dr. John Crosley, manufacturer of these great cars in Northern Ireland, who lost his fight with cancer a week or so ago. Absolutely fantastic guy. His range of cars, his legacy, it's all over the world. Ford cars, as well, and this is sports racer among others. There's his 30s there. That's Anthony Scrown from Belgium. It's the dark green car. The GT40 prototype is in the middle of all that, which reminds this car that big spin in qualifying yesterday. That black McLaren is Laurie Bennett, all the way from Melbourne, Australia. Laurie and Jan Bennett, great enthusiasts. They were at Zandvoort a couple of weeks ago. Got the ex-Roy Salvadori Cooper with the Maserati V8 engine. That's Michael O'Shea. He's in this field as well. That's car number 20 and in 18th place on the grid. We've got 3 Type 61 Coopers. The Michael O'Shea Maserati powered car, Keith Arler's in car 29, the Ford powered King Cobra as they were known, and Chris Jolly in the ex-Skip Hudson T61. Chevy powered car, the Super Cooper, which Arturo Mazzario raced here once over the years. Arturo was here today driving the Alan Mann Racing escorted the Jackie Stewart tribute. The Attila is in the middle of all this. Car designed for Roy Pierpoint by Valder Bryan. Attila Chevrolet. Now driven by Richard Evans, his new owner, number 11. So there he is, works McLaren test driver on the road car side, although he also gets out in the race cars from time to time. Chris Goodwin, son of legendary racer Dr. Tony Goodwin. Read his book, it is absolutely wonderful. Dr. Tony Goodwin, Doctor on the Grid. It's been out for a year or so now, and everybody should read it. It's fascinating social history of motorsport in the 60s and 70s.
When he had the sort of rare role of racing in Singapore and writing the Autosport reports, from what I gather.
Indeed, and jumping out of the cars sometimes to help people who'd had accidents, because Tony Goodwin did that sort of thing. It's brilliant how, you should get the book. The book is wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. Doctor on the Grid by Dr. Tony Goodwin, and it's his lad Chris Goodwin, former Formula Ford champion, who is on pole position, within a stonking last lap of qualifying to nick pole position. He might be outgunned by the sheer capacity of some of the Lolas here. We've got it up the inside. There's lots of sound of fury as the V8 will barrel into Madgwick Corner.
Good start from Jay Esser up to third place there in number
absolutely, in the Chinook. That really goes well. And Mercedes Silva, I think, there was David Hart in behind. That's David Hart, I think. Then Mercedes Silva trying to get up to fourth place on the inside of Tonetti. But it's Andrew Smith who's made the break, the early break from Chris Goodwin. Third place is Estra. Fourth place is like David Hart. Then it's, in fact, Tonetti has managed to repel somehow Mercedes Silva. Laurie Bennett's next up. Then it looks like the Exertes Lola of Paul Natfield. Behind him, the first and second of the GT40s, which is the silver car of James Cottingham, the white car of Steve Soper, and behind them I picked up just one more car coming through, and that was Chris Jolly with the yellow helmet in the Super Cooper with the Chevrolet V8.
Well, Mercedes Silva in number 70 still trying to fight his way back up the order, but this Witson Trophy racer, I just love the sounds they make. It's just at the end of the day, a beautiful day of racing here at Goodwood. Racing far from over, of course. 25-minute race, this one, and Mercedes Silva in number 70 lost a bit of ground. But the driver who did not lose ground was Andrew Smith, beautifully away from the front row of the grid, leading them round to complete the first lap.
Yeah, Andrew Smith leads then 1:23.8 out of the blocks from a standing start. 5 Chris Goodwin second, 1 Jay Estra, the Canadian, in third place. 10 is David Hart, 8 is Tonetti, 70 is Mercedes Silva, 17 Laurie Bennett in 7th place, 8 is 7 Paul Natfield, 111 Soper, better of the GT40s at the head of that pack, and 23 James Cottingham completes the top 10.
So Jay Estra on the large screens, the white car, number 1, chasing after Chris Goodwin's McLaren. And I dare say they're actually slightly closer this time to Andrew Smith as they go through St Mary's. It was 0.8 of a second, 0.844 on the start-finish line between race leader 32. And let's look, this is how 32 and Andrew Smith from the middle of the grid, the dark blue Lola with a pale blue stripe up the middle, took the lead of the race, had more grunt and got around the front of Chris Goodwin.
The 70 car, Mercedes Silva, was very squirrely off the line, and up the inside, look at that, that's the Attila going round. The Attila of Richard Evans, sideways up the road. Wow.
A good save. He's just come past me at St Mary's, so I know he's still going. And he's not last either. Now look, Chris Goodwin right onto the tail of Andrew Smith. It was 0.844 of a second last time around, as I said earlier, and this time let's see what the gap is as the red McLaren chases after the dark blue Lola. 0.844 turns to 0.356, half a second taken off by Chris Goodwin.
Yeah, this is the racing brain of Chris Goodwin, so experienced. Of course, he drives incredibly fast cars most days of his life, and that gives him that mindset that enables him to get into driving a 170-mile-an-hour sports racer. Estra, whose car went off the line like a dragster, designed this car by the expatriate Hungarians, the Fair brothers in Canada. It's got these funny little moustaches on the front, which gives some downforce. It's got McLaren base bodywork, and it's their own version, essentially, of that not short of GG's in a straight line, that's for sure.
No, absolutely. And so Andrew Smith still leading the way from Goodwin from Estra. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to David Hart, who made a really strong start in number 10 as the order was shaking itself around. Great camera shot there. There's a pigeon coming in and decided to turn right instead of going left and got out of the way. But Chris Goodwin really pushing very hard on the tail of Andrew Smith. The McLaren pushing the Lola, pushing.
Well, the first three into the chicane, and they all hit the loud pedal together. And these three Chevys chiming. Estra, who had that amazing race here with Gary Pearson 2 or 3 years ago in the Chinook, he races historic Formula 5000s, and a 1:19.369 is the fastest lap of the race. 1:19.369. They're looking for the lap record. It's 18.9 to Andrew Smith, and that may go.
Well, the first three were all in the 19s. 1 minute 19.4, 1 minute 19.4, 1 minute 19.3. But Estra seems to have lost a bit of ground. He's about 6-7 car lengths behind Goodwin. He must have slipped up through Madrid.
Mercedes Silva's closing in well as well. Bennett there as well with the 22 ahead of Nappy.
Oh, big twitch from Tonetti there going out of St Mary's. He managed to catch it. He'll have lost a bit of momentum, running in 5th place behind David Hart. So Mercedes Silva will have a chance to close in.
Jolly's up ahead of Soper, so the best of the GT40 is being pushed back. But up front, this battle is mighty, and it's Lola versus McLaren, just as it was back in the early days of Can-Am racing, 1966. We've seen 66 Can-Am champion in action today. That's John Surtees, who was out in a T70 in that Jackie Stewart parade earlier on.
Looks like a very good exit from the chicane there from Chris Goodwin. I sense he's a tiny bit closer than before. Yes, down below 0.3 of a second, 0.293 of a second, and losing 2.3 seconds back in 3rd place is Jay Estra. He's definitely losing time.
Yeah. Lovely to see this dark blue Lotus, a car that David Hobbs raced here back in 1966. They've dropped Estra, which is no mean achievement.
Now they're coming up upon some back markers. They've got number 19 just ahead of them. That's Till Bertelsheimer in the Tajero Buick. Let's see how they can get around him. Hopefully he'll stay over on the outside of the track, and Andrew Smith no problem going through. Nor does Chris Goodwin. No line was compromised there, so well done to Till for staying on the left.
Tajero, not a car that's blessed with great rearward vision.
Well, let's see if he knows that Jay Estra is coming. At least a big white car should stand out of the mirrors and just blasts past the Tajero there.
Nottingham 1.2 seconds behind Soper in the GT40 battle. You've got Hocking Falk in behind him. And Marcus Musa next up, tweaking the lead cars into the monocoque chassis, unitary chassis, and the Lola, space frame chassis in the McLaren. And look at that, Goodwin looks up the inside, but there's no way through.
I'm just about to ask the question, where do you think Goodwin will be able to strike? And he had a go before I was even forming that sentence, but Andrew Smith was equal of that and blocked him back. Just looking to see, matching them on lap times last round was Jay Estra. Let's have another look at that move, Marcus.
Yes, had a good dive up the inside. Did they brush? They must just have kissed paintwork going into Oh, there's the Crosley John Monson on the grass.
He'd been running down towards the tail of the field, but he's gathered it together out of St Mary's. The yellow flag is put away, as just in time, because in comes Andrew Smith in the lead of the race in number 32, the dark blue Lola. But the Crosley sitting in front of him, he sweeps past without any line adjustment there. So here's a replay of
spin.
Classic
Professor John Monson, one of the
spin, really.
One of the world's top cancer surgeons, based in the States these days. It'll exhaust fire, but that's not unusual. It fills with fuel. Coming into the pits is Richard Mines in the number 9 GT40 prototype, and there are slower cars to negotiate.
Okay, this is maybe going to compromise Andrew Smith. Yes, a much tighter exit line, and Chris Goodwin a much wider exit line. This is his chance. He's got more cars to pass on the start-finish line. Chris Goodwin has a look up the inside. It's down to 0.113 of a second between first and second. Goodwin in second.
Yeah, they got stuck behind the number 4 GT40. That was Henderson down there. It wasn't his fault. They had to get through the chicane as well. Can't magic him out of the way. Estra is still third. Tonetti is fourth. Hart is fifth. Macedo Silva is 6th. Bennett next, then Napfield and Jolly. Soper and Cottingham and Falk, 3 GT40s.
Estra has just managed to work his way through traffic in 3rd place, got past 91, and looking to see that Tonetti's now going increasingly well.
I'm wondering where Tonetti managed to pass Hart, but now he's past Hart, he's in the 19s.
This is always interesting when you get two cars running together. You think they're of equal pace if they've been stuck for a long time, but if the one behind gets ahead and pulls away, you realise you were wrong all along.
Second race of the day for Pier Enrico Tonetti, who's in the Formula Junior race in Brabham. Lorani Trophy champion.
Well, Chris Goodwin's closer again this time. He was a little further back last time down to Woodcote, but let's see. Don't forget, of course, at the start of this lap, Andrew Smith was compromised on his exit speed, and Chris Goodwin from the chicane, and Chris Goodwin isn't as close this time, and there was no compromise line, so the Scottish driver leads on to yet another lap. 7 laps completed.
Yes, he does, and 0.33 apart. Now look at this, because Tonetti has reeled in Jay Estra. Tonetti with a 19.765, another PB, second personal best on the trot for the Italian. And I think Estra was probably caught up. And there's the two T70 Spiders behind, Hart and Macedo Silva together. That's a lovely sight, those two dark-coloured Lola T70s. And look at this. This is the battle for 3rd place. And Pier Enrico Tonetti in the American-built Huffaker Junior, the car that Simon Hadfield drove here 2 or 3 years ago, is pushing really hard. They've got the Attila ahead of them. Richard Evans has seen them and has indicated go through on the right. And oh, look at that! The Tonetti got very, very sideways.
But look,
he's still
look
going.
How close Goodwin is now. He's got right onto the tail of Andrew Smith. He's never been that far away, but he's really, really close. Is he going to think of just trying to go up the inside? Oh, he's certainly thinking about it at Woodcote. There isn't enough space, but he's making Andrew Smith really consider his options.
Certainly signalling his intent. 19.460 Smith's best, 19.394 is Goodwin's, but Estra's done a 19.369. That's the fastest lap of the race. That's earlier in the race. Up to Madgwick they come. This time the McLaren pops out alongside. He gets his 03s through. Up into Madgwick corner. Fantastic.
There wasn't a lot of space for that move by Chris Goodwin, and he really, really was brave.
That was mutual trust. That was all about mutual trust. He knew that Andrew Smith wasn't going to slam the door in his face, and he's through ahead in this car that Chris Amon drove in the very first Can-Am race, 1966. Bruce McLaren drove it as well. He's passed the Lola, but don't think that... and a new third place man is Tonetti.
Yeah, I was just watching them come out of Ford Water down the hill, and now David Hart is closing up on Jay Estra. So number 10 is catching up, and not that far behind is the other dark Lola Spider, number 70.
The Lola much more sophisticated than
big twitch there from
Estra
in the dip.
Run out of grip, hasn't it?
Certainly has. Cooked those tyres. He's lapping the 1 minute 23s, his best 1 minute 19.3. And David Hart didn't quite have him on the second apex of Levant, but it's just a matter of time before the Dutch driver goes past the number 1 at Jay Estra.
Estra's trying to come back at Tonetti. Meanwhile, Hart did his best lap last time through, 1:22.26. If he can get under 1:20, he'll be a happy boy. But he's got Macedo Silva right up behind him, and they're catching Estra hand over fist, and David Hart may have an opportunity during this lap if he stays cool through Madgwick. He needs to.
Certainly will. That little quartet has really concertinaed with the Lolas closing in, and 21 goes for a quick rotation. That's John Clark.
That's
in the
John
Tajero.
Clark in the other Tajero. Macedo Silva on the grass, just with a couple of wheels, but he's just done his best lap as well at 1:20.6. Top 4 in the 19s, next 2 in the 20s. There's a fair smattering of 21s in behind, right down to Chris Drake in 13th place.
Yeah, and in the lead of the race, Chris Goodwin easing clear, 3/4 of a second clear now, 0.781 in fact. So has he got this race? 12 minutes still remaining. Can Andrew Smith fight back in number 32 Lola?
Yes, they're quite long races by regular standards these, and that is that 21 Tajero still there. Let's see where that is. There's a triumvirate working here, and David Hart right up behind Estra, dives to one side. But Estra taking a lot of speed into the corner, into Woodcote. He gets it scrubbed off. But yes, sliding around all over the place. The two dark-coloured cars have got the two Chinooks together. Ray Boissonneau, there's a big opportunity for the photographers among you at the chicane. You don't often see two Chinooks together, unless they're the double-engine helicopters you see sometimes. David Hart now coming past Boissonneau in the other Canadian-built Chinook, and Mercedes Silva up the inside. Not much of a gap there, but he got through, number 70, which is Pedro Mercedes Silva. 10 laps in 1.4 seconds, the advantage between 5 Goodwood 32 that time. Tonetti and Estra 34th and 8th and 1. Then we've got Hart, Mercedes Silva 10 and 70.
Well, I just want to point out, poor Andrew Smith, he's losing a bit of ground to Chris Goodwin. 1.4 seconds at the start-finish line. He's lost a whole lot more, got caught on the wrong side of a trio of back markers. And Mercedes Silva just put two wheels on the grass going through St Mary's, so he's lost ground. He's fallen away from David Hart and probably gave himself quite a scare, but Mercedes Silva
did the same
got it
thing
going again.
at Madgwick before that. Yes, they've got Anthony Scrown in there. They've got the Andrew Beaumont McLaren in that group. Estra still ahead of Hart. This is a really big group coming down into Woodcote. Round the outside of Andrew Beaumont goes Tonetti in that very sinister-looking ex-Don Skogmo Afakajini. Leader through for the 11th time.
But look how big the gap is. He used the traffic very well. Only now is Andrew Smith crossing the start-finish line. What's the gap going to be between them? 3 seconds? No, nearly 6 seconds.
5.9 seconds.
Gained 4 seconds, 4.5 seconds on that lap. And a lot of that was the traffic.
Tonetti still third in number 8. Fourth is Estra in the extravagantly mustachioed number 1 car, the Chinook. He's got in his slipstream David Hart in 10. Pedro Mercedes Silva is in 70. He is in 6th place. 17 still Laurie Bennett, having a great race in his McLaren ahead of Knapfield. And behind Knapfield is Chris Jolly. Those 3 cars running absolutely together.
No, behind Knapfield is Mercedes Silva, who's lost more ground yet. He was 6th on the start-finish line. He's lost 2 more places.
So he's had a spin somewhere then, hasn't he?
Well, he's been building up to it, that's fair to say.
Yes, he's been exploring the edges of the black stuff and some of the green beyond. David Hart coming down on Estra. Estra very, very brave on the brakes down into Woodcote Corner. Vidal Racing. Car. Quite a big change of attitude when he hits the brakes and slides under power coming out as well.
Which doesn't always work for getting the traction down, does it? And certainly David Hart is taking a look. He won't be close enough as they go into Madgwick.
He's taking the 7/10 out of Andrew Smith that time. He's not within striking distance really, but he's looking, by this race's standards, relatively comfortable in 3rd place. Estra still busy with David Hart, who's pretty much nailed to his gearbox. Those are the cars you can see on screen. The battle for 4th place. Dark green Lola of David Hart. There's more cars ahead of them. One is the Super Cooper of
and then in
Keith
fact, then it's clear track. They've got to get past that. We've just had Tonetti get past it. Now Tonetti's got clear track to head off after Smith.
Mercedes Silva is still there, but
he is.
He just dropped some time, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a touch. There's look at that. We've got the Chinook and David Hart both off down at Levant. I think that is it. Levant. I think it probably was.
Exit of Levant. Yes.
Exit of Levant. Estra then. Estra in the number 1 car. Down the inside goes David Hart.
Is there a touch?
Yes, a touch during the incident, I think, rather than as a result. But Estra and Hart both spin. Doors came open on the Lola.
It looks slightly as though Jay Estra's tail started to go away, bringing the front end onto the track, and then it was hit by Hart.
May well have been.
Because he was certainly very wide indeed. No such problems for Chris Goodwin, leading the race last time around by 6.9
Tonetti, a
seconds.
personal best, a 1:19.3 takes him to within 1.9 seconds of Andrew Smith. It's McLaren from Lola, from Hafakajini.
Well, you look at the fastest lap set by the 4 drivers at the top of the timing screens at the moment. 1 minute 19.394, 1 minute 19.460, 1 minute 19.380, at 1 minute 19.369, less than a tenth.
There is a possibility in the last 6 minutes of this race that Piero Tonetti could end up with fastest lap out of it.
Absolutely. So the order at the moment: Goodwin from Smith. They've been running untroubled. There is on the big screens. Number 32 is Smith, but he isn't untroubled. Goodwin's untroubled, but certainly Tonetti is pushing really hard and trying to make a move on Smith for second.
Netfield and Jolly have got Bennett, so they move up to 7th and 8th places. Bennett down to 9th, but this is the battle, and very sideways on the brakes. Piero Tonetti, there wasn't room for the for even his fairly little car to get through, but he danced on the brakes, and well, it wasn't quite such a good lap, but he's got through, and his lap's still a lot quicker than the man ahead of him. It's down to 0.55. Tonetti really has the bit between his teeth. Goodwin, meanwhile, is 8.9 seconds to the good, and a big power slide for Tonetti. He's got no grip left. He's got not much in the way of brakes. Certainly hasn't got much in the way of grip. Right behind Marshall Bailey now in the Cambridge Cigarettes Lola T70.
Well, Marshall stays out wide as Andrew Smith T70 goes up the inside. Now let's see where Tonetti can get him through the bottom of the compression. But he, as you say, that car is so sideways everywhere.
Is that an ailing GT40 of Hockey and Folk? They've just got round the Escuderia Montjuic car?
I think so, or was he being very gently? But now we've had Mercedes Silva is ahead of Hart. They're really fighting away. Hart trying to get back ahead after that spin, of course, and he's right on the tail. And a move being lined up.
Look at Tonetti go. He goes over the, just touches the fringes of the circuit. Comes down on the grass, going down into Woodcote. He hops over the curb on the inside. That really was very, very brave. And a slight misgear there, I think, for Chris Goodwin as he went over the line, but still doing 21s. This is the great battle for second place. 0.38, it's down to 3.8 again, and look at that, Tonetti's trying everywhere.
He really is. It's a bit like a 1980s Formula Ford race where you just try wherever you fancy, really. But Tonetti has been just flowing beautifully through the fast corners at the back of the circuit, I really must say. Very impressive drive in number 8. Chris Goodwin's just gone past me in the right gear, so clearly it was just a momentary blip.
A little glitch. More cars ahead of them. More cars ahead of them at St Mary's on the way to Levant. We are 4 minutes to go in this race. A big slide from Andrew Smith in 32, the Lola. And there's Piero Tonetti in this Puffer Cup.
They got the Attila up ahead of them, number 11.
Yep,
that was the one that
GT40. That's Hugenholtz, I think, in there as well.
Hart has passed Estra in the first part of this lap, and Mercedes Silva is now closing up as Estra falls down to 5th place.
Attila in front of the Lola, and there comes Tonetti up the outside. He tries to go round them all, and he does, but can he keep it on the island? He's on the grass, and he's round the outside of the Attila. There's no room there, but he gets it back onto the track, but he loses out again. Look at that, and still has time to duck in behind Andrew Smith. That was extraordinary.
How does he change the direction of the car as rapidly as he manages there? He was very sideways a lot of the time, and it really looks so come up trumps, but Attila stayed in the middle of the track there, and that was a good thing.
I have a suspicion it's telepathy.
Look at this replay, this sheer speed that Tonetti carried down the outside of the Attila, and then tried to stay on the inside was Andrew Smith, and it just worked, but look, ran out of track. So no blame can be apportioned there to Richard Evans in the Attila. He had nowhere else to go, but Tonetti, I don't think he's finished. 2.5 minutes remaining, 2 minutes 50, I beg your pardon, before the checkered flag is blown.
16 laps in, Goodwin leads by over 10 seconds now. Smith and Tonetti 0.8 of a second apart last time through. And Tonetti certainly has signalled his intent. Certainly in the Huffaker Genie's favour, it's a lot lighter than the Lola Spider. It's a fairly lightweight space frame chassis with a big, powerful drag racing Chevy in the back. And down he comes into Woodcote Corner. Andrew Smith slowing the Lola. Here comes Tonetti, who doesn't seem to brush the brakes terribly hard. He sort of pitches the car into the corner. He wants to get a good run on the Lola coming out of it, and he does get very, very close coming in. In fact, it's the exit speed he wants rather than the entrance approach, I would have thought, but there you go. .4 between them, and he's pushing. They've got a Another McLaren ahead of them.
That was number 18, that was Anthony Taylor, red M1B. They've got him out of the way. Now, the run down to Ford Water. Who's got more grunt as they go down the hill? And at the moment, it's still the Lola, number 32, Andrew Smith, in second place. But where it really counts is as they come through the right-hander, the kink before St Mary's, trying to go around the outside. That surely isn't going to work for the Hoofer. It takes a look, and he's on the inside as they come into St Mary's. Is he going to do it? Of course there's contact.
Look at that, they both spin.
Well, you've got to feel for Andrew Smith there. He couldn't go anywhere else.
And that's going to promote David Hart, who's up ahead of Jay Esterer.
Yeah, but it hasn't. Oh, who's rejoining? Andrew Smith still sitting there, stalled and through, caught in behind a Tajero. Is David Hart with Esterer right behind him. So Andrew Smith has lost out, but Tonetti, I think he rejoined there.
He did, yeah.
Oh, golly gosh.
It's not done a lot of damage to the Lola either, but he's flicked him off into the grass, and that's his podium gone. No cigar then.
Well, as you can see, round the outside at the kink before St Mary's, so he's on the inside line coming in, but slightly behind Andrew Smith. But Tonetti goes through it anyhow, and as you can see, a little bit of a biff,
just
and
a
round
brush,
they go.
Yeah, round goes Smith off into the boonies.
Well, that's all good news for Chris Goodwin. He was sitting pretty on a lead of about a dozen seconds anyhow, but he's onto his last lap now.
David Hart's going to get a very big result out of this, because Goodwin has gone through for the 18th time. In second place still is Tonetti. In third place is going to be 10, David Hart. Fourth is Esterer. Fifth is Mercedes Silva. And in sixth place now is going to be Andrew Smith. So Andrew Smith down into sixth place.
Yeah, but he was the big loser there. The gap between first and second is now between Goodwin and Tonetti, just under 20 seconds on the start-finish line. And is there any damage to Tonetti's car? Certainly not, judging by his pace, but rather more circumspect his line through St Mary's on the final lap. But Chris Goodwin gobbling up those final few yards down to Woodcote for the final time.
Yeah, the last 2.4 miles beautifully under control. Wonderfully turned out car. John Sabrin does a lot of the work on this, former land racer back in the 70s and a winner of a big sports car race in Angola in his own right. John Sabo. So through then to thread the McLaren out of the chicane and win the Witson Trophy. A massive result for Chris Goodwin, and he is absolutely overjoyed with that one. Even he was not quite sure he was going to pull it off till near the end, but a brilliant drive. Looking down the road to pick up the next guys. Is it going to be Tonetti? It is. Here Enrico Tonetti in second place. He's thrilled to bits as well. And in third place is going to be David Hart in the green T70. Car number 7 with the door still flapping from his early spin. Number 10 car in fourth place, number 1, the Canadian, Jay Esterer. Fifth, 70, Mercedes Silva. And in sixth, Andrew Smith, chastened Andrew Smith. So it's Great Britain, Italy, Holland, Canada, Portugal and Scotland. That's the top 6 as they come through. In Chris Jolly's finished an excellent 7th in car number 16. Chris Jolly from 13th on the grid up into 7th place. Good effort from the Rennsport team, and behind him the Australian Laurie Bennett ahead of Paul Natfield. So that's a change late in the race. And to the best of the GT40s, 1-1-1. Steve Soper is in 10th place ahead of James Cottingham in car 23. But there is our winner on the screen. Fabulous win, tremendous driver, Chris Goodwin, and we knew it back in the 80s and 90s when he was doing Formula Ford, but found a great professional niche within motorsport rather than being able to pursue it to the levels that his talents suggested he could aspire to. And Chris Goodwin with the Golf liveried helmet, both hands off the wheel. You're not allowed to do that in modern racing, are you? Well, the classification then of our Witson Trophy race, the Saturday closer give them all a big round of applause. First, Chris Goodwin, number 5 in the McLaren Chevrolet M1B. Second, number 8, Pier Enrico Tonetti with the Huffaker Genie Mark 8. In third place, number 10, David Hart, Lola T70. In fourth place, number 1, Jay Estra with the Chinook Chevrolet Mark 2. Fifth, number 70, Pedro Macedo Silva with the Lola T70. And in sixth place, 32, Andrew Smith, Lola T70 Spider. Seventh, number 16, Chris Jolly, Cooper Chevrolet T61 Monaco. And in 8th place, Laurie Bennett with the number 17 McLaren M1B. 9th, Paul Natfield in number 7 Lola T70. 10th and 11th were the GT40s, 111 and 23 of Steve Soper and James Cottingham. In 12th place, Chris Drake with his McLaren M1B number 6. 13th, Marshall Bailey, Lola T70 number 14. 14th, John Hugenholtz with the Ford GT40 number 3. 15th, Andrew Newell with the Ford GT40 Roadster 194. And in 16th place, Marcus Musa with his McLaren Chevrolet M1B. Keith Arlers, Anthony Schrauen and Michael O'Shea and Andrew Beaumont completed the top 20. Down on the line, the first 3 have arrived. The cigars are there. And look at that, we've got in the middle the red McLaren, on the left the white and blue Huffaker Genie, and on the right hand side the dark green Lola of Chris Goodwin, Pier Enrico Tonetti and David Hart respectively. We know it's always going to be all action, the Witson Trophy race, and that one did not disappoint. Over on the left is Simon Hadfield, the red trousers, and Brian Harrison, his works manager there. Rob Widows is down there as well, I see. The cigars are at the ready. The garlands have been handed out to our victors in this Witson Trophy, and we're looking forward to catching a word with those top drivers down there. It's a really spectacular finals, and down with our race winners, Henry Hope Frost.
Thank you, Marcus. David Hart, third place. Pretty chuffed, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't know that I was third. I thought I was fifth, and I went off. And yesterday I was 4 seconds off the pace, and it's unbelievable. I don't know what happened.
A typical Witson Trophy, then.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Well done. It was great to watch.
Okay, thank you.
David Hart takes third place then after that late race contretemps between the 2 front runners. Second place, Pier Enrico Tonetti in the Huffaker. Well done.
Thank you. In my poor English, I'm very much satisfied. Goodwood is fantastic, and I made a fantastic race also for this public.
Did you see what happened at St Mary's with Andrew?
Yes, I tried to pass him inside, and he tried to avoid that I passed him, and so both of us spinned. And he went in the grass. I too went in the grass, but I succeeded in coming out. That's all.
Okay, well done. A great second place.
Thank you.
Right, here he is. Well done.
Now, let's get a decent car in the background of this shot first of all.
You're such a pro. Mighty. These things are immense.
I spend every day testing McLarens for tomorrow, all of our new cars. But this was the fastest car in the world back in '66. A bit difficult to drive, which it still is today, but pretty quick, and it's really good to win today.
Andrew had the legs over you for a while. Were you asleep?
At the start, but then I suddenly woke up and gave it too much gas, so I had too much wheel spin off the line. We were side by side into the first corner, but it narrows quite dramatically there, and I didn't really want it to be too dramatic, so tucked in. He drove beautifully for a few laps, and it was very comfortable for us to both drive at that pace, I think, and we pulled away, and then once we'd pulled away a little bit, I thought it was the best time to try and nail him, so did.
Good. We want to know what happened to the trademark Goodwin orange lid.
Yeah, well, I kept coming here and kept getting told off for wearing something that was far too modern. My dad, Tony, raced with an orange crash helmet back in the 60s, but I brightened mine up and it was a bit too fluorescent for our period look. So this is a Bruce McLaren replica helmet, and I think it's proven to be good luck.
Splendid in every way. Well done, Chris.
Thank you very much. Great.
Chris Goodwood then, winner of the Witson Trophy, our final race on Revival Saturday, Marcus. It's been absolutely wonderful down here. I look forward to more of the same tomorrow. It's good night from me down here and back up to you for final farewells.
Well, what a climax, what a wonderful race, but an amazing climax to our day here at Goodwood Revival, with a sight that we probably will never see again. 2 Lancasters in the sky together, with the 2 Spitfires and Hurricane of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. The Lancaster is the one built in Canada, has flown in Canada for some time, but crossed the Atlantic this year and has joined the airshow circuit for a month or 2. We'll be going back to Canada pretty soon. It's flown by David Rohrer. It was built in Canada, funnily enough, in July 1945, so it never saw action, and in 1952 it had a serious accident that meant it needed a new wing. Then it went on maritime patrol in Canada, and then was out on outside display in Canada from 1963 to 1977, so that didn't do it any good at all. And then it, in 77, had an 11-year rebuild, and so it flew again in 1988. It's dedicated to Canadian Flight Lieutenant Andrew Minarski, who earned the Victoria Cross, saving his rear gunner, who was trapped in the downed aircraft and survived, but Andrew Minarski sadly didn't survive, so it's a fitting tribute to him. And there's a close-up of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Lancaster, piloted by Tim Dunlop. Again, that one was built in 45, didn't see action in the war, went into storage, then it went off to South Africa, and they were going to put it on static display in the RAF Museum in Hendon, but fortunately it was rescued in 67 and went through a complete rebuild, joined the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight in 1973, and has been constantly, of course, maintained in beautiful flying condition. Lots of Lancasters were built, and sadly, lots of them were lost. 7,300, can you believe that? 7,377 Lancasters built between 41 and 46. And of those, 3,500 were lost on operations. Unbelievable. And 73,000 young men of the Royal Air Force died in their, not only in Lancasters, but in their other bombers. So it's great that the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight is a tribute to those brave young men. Remember, they were sort of 19, 20, 21, flying these incredible aircraft. And it's appropriate that the 2 Lancasters are accompanied by the 2 Spitfires, 2 of the Spitfires belonging to Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. One of them is a very early one. The one you can see now just behind the Lancaster on the big screen is the later one, the Mark 16, with the clipped wings, and thereby in echelon behind him is the elliptical wing, very early one, a Mark 2. And with them, of course, is the wonderful Hurricane. A much earlier technology, steel tube frame with fabric covering, so that had certain advantages in terms of repair in the field, but of course it wasn't as quick as the Merlin, although it turned nice and tightly. I'm joined by Doug Nye, who does know more about Spitfires than I do, probably. But isn't it wonderful? 1, 2, 3, 4, we've got 8, 9, 10, 11 Merlin engines there. V12, of course, built by Rolls-Royce, designed by Rolls-Royce, but also built by Packard in the States. The Lancasters turn back. They're going back to Bournemouth. And we should congratulate the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight engineers, because the British Lancaster went tech. In other words, it broke down overnight in Bournemouth, and they flew in the appropriate spare part from Coningsby, and the guys have worked flat out all day to repair the Lancaster. It was due to fly lunchtime today, but isn't it wonderful to have the 2 Lancasters in the air over Goodwood today? Unbelievable. There is a 3rd Lancaster in this country, or what I mean is a 2nd Lancaster in this country, a 3rd Lancaster, which hopefully will eventually fly. It's owned by 2 lovely farmers, delightful farmers, called the Fenton brothers in East Kirby near Boston in Lincolnshire. They bought it in the 80s as a tribute to their brother who died in Bomber Command It runs, the engines run, it's in pretty good condition, but to restore it to flying condition is going to take a lot of money and a lot of time. But wouldn't it be wonderful to have two Lancasters flying in this country? Low pass over Goodwood by the Hurricane this side and the clipped wing Spitfire the other side. Mark 16 I thought was going to demonstrate its very rapid roll rate that Johnny Stringer was telling me about yesterday. That was the advantage of the clipped wing, because that aircraft was used for ground attack. On the screen, look, the two Lancasters. Isn't that wonderful? There's on the screen again the Mark 16 Spitfire.
Chris, did you see the wonderful camera work there where the planes appeared to be flying through the Union flag?
Wasn't that wonderful?
Gorgeous.
Yes. So many things to say about the Spitfire. First flew in 1936, and the test pilot who first flew the Spitfire, his grandson competed here for many years, both on 2 wheels and 4, Chas Mortimer. And it was a treat when he told me, it was a big surprise that Mutt Summers was his grandfather. He said he was quite a gruff character. So here's the Mark 16 coming into land. Semicircular approach, of course, so that the pilot can look round the nose to see where the runway is. At this point, he loses sight of the runway, looks to the side to make sure that he's landing straight. Slight crosswind, but a beautiful landing. Perfect. And Johnny Stringer, who's this is probably his last weekend flying these wonderful aeroplanes. He's going off to greater things with the Royal Air Force. Careful not to put the brakes on too hard, doesn't want to tip it on its nose. In comes the Hurricane, which is wider tracked, slightly easier to land than the Spitfire. But again, like all tailwheel aircraft, it bounces a little bit, but that's the undulations on the grass. You notice that he doesn't have to be so energetic on the rudder to keep it straight. What a lovely climax to a wonderful day at Goodwood Revival this year. The Mark II Spitfire, can't see it at the moment. Maybe has landed, maybe it's still to land. But I believe just before the party, as always, we'll have the Dusk display, flying display, over the party by Ferocious Frankie and by MH434 Spitfire MH434. I think they will be flown by Lee Proudfoot and Alistair Kay. First time I came to Goodwood Revival, first time I went to the party, those two aircraft did their Doug, do you remember that? Sure. Thanks to everybody for coming. Thanks to our marshals as always. Thanks to our TV crew giving us wonderful pictures on the screen. Goodwood Radio stays on air. We'll be broadcasting live until at least 8 o'clock, and then there's a night loop, so do stay with us. Hope you're back tomorrow. If you're not, have a great journey home. Marcus, it's been a brilliant day.
It certainly has. The racing has been absolutely outstanding as ever. We've seen top cars, top bike action and top aviation. My thanks to Bruce Jones, to Henry Hope Frost, to yourself, Chris Stewart, to Doug Nye for talking us so brilliantly through that Jackie Stewart tribute this afternoon, to our marshals who have been magnificent, and rescue crews, and of course we can't say good night without a huge thank you to our most generous and genial host, Lord March, for this 17th revival meeting here at Goodwood. So safe home. Hopefully we're going to see a lot of you back in the morning. Good night, and we'll join you on the radio station very shortly.